She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again. Veterans crisis hotline calling in today as a female. Veterans on her medication. She's going to say that. You're checking 12, check that one out.
6-1 board, 6.7.
Also still staying for time. No. Okay over there? Are you admitted at the hospital? Someone shot there. Do you see that we take pictures of the police, the domestic related?
Good morning.
I'm going to try to give her a call again. And she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson.
Good morning, everybody.
With the daughter.
Let me turn down this dispatch. I added this stuff.
2412.
I love it. I can play. I can play the dispatch audio anytime. It's great. All right, let's get that space age funk beat going. Good morning, everybody. Oh no, not that. Where's it at? StreamYard's bugging. I downloaded OBS. I messed it all up. I tried messing with it this morning. I messed it all up. I don't know what I did wrong. Stuff's covering stuff. I don't know. I don't get it. If anybody knows OBS and would like to take time out this weekend to try and show me how to use it, I would be forever grateful. It's so bad that I don't know how to fix it, and I'm probably gonna have to do one of those uninstall, reinstall kind of things, because I don't know how I did it. I don't know what I did. I don't know how to fix it. I don't I don't know. I don't even know how the screen just covers all the stuff you're supposed to be able to control. So, yeah, I saw that. I saw that, Stacy. Or I'll just call you Cruz. Yeah, I saw that. They can find somebody else's, right? But it takes them 14 days to find their own while he's just kicking it in the woods, right? Nice. I got to look at my schedule coming up. We will be going back up to Delphi on the next trip. On the next trip, I'll be staying over for one night. And I'll be covering two cases. So during the daytime trip of day one, because I'll be there 2 days, one night. Day one, I'll be covering the Flora, and then some more of the Delphi stuff. And then day two, a little bit more of the Delphi stuff in the morning. I'm going to go at the same time to pay respects in a different way as well, the same time in the morning that everything took place. So, and we'll be back at the bridge again. What an experience. I want to say thank you to everybody for coming along. Thank you, everybody, for the views. Thank you, everybody, for the support. Thank you, everybody, for the motivation. Thank you, everybody, for the extra fuel, because it is a lot of miles that I do and will be doing, and it's that extra support that gets me through the extra rough. You know what I mean? And so I appreciate that. You give me that fuel to just keep driving, so I appreciate that. And you all definitely help the road trips go by a lot quicker too, hanging out in the shows when we're going up there. Without that, it would just be me and a radio. So I appreciate that too, because you guys really do make these drives and we're talking hours and hours and hours and hours, and you guys just make it go like that. So thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. All right, so we got some other stuff to get into too. So we're going to be covering Idaho 4. We're going to be covering Delphi. There's some breaking news I want to get to and a couple other things as well. And then we'll be hanging out tonight for a chill back true crime, late night and true crime. We'll be covering all of these different things. So if there's anything you want to talk about, if there's another case you want to bring up, we'll check it out. Also panel and live calls too. So we'll be doing that. I would love to have Randy, Frosty on a show sometime. Thank you again, Randy, for your knowledge yesterday in Delphi. I appreciate that. Great conversation. I apologize. The audio sucked. That's something that I'm going to be... it's something that is already known, and it's something that, I'm trying to figure out better ways. And with that, it was a great conversation. So I apologize if it all didn't get picked up. I was really looking to try and find a wireless microphone. Last minute trip. It is what it is. We'll be going back up there again, and I would love to be able to meet up with those other individuals, and we kind of go there together. And if they want to hop on my show or my panel, we can all have our own headsets or whatever to help with the audio. That was one of the things. A lot of the time I was going off of the phone audio and not the headset that I bring with me, this one right here. So that was a lot of the audio thing, and it would be nice to be able to either have a microphone where I can, hold it to each person, or if maybe next time we all hop in a panel in my show and we all kind of just have our own headsets, and then they can even stream off the show to their own channel. So it'll be a collaborative effort. I think that'll be really cool. to be able to do that in the future. So, but we got a couple other trips coming up, and then we'll be doing that. There is something I'm going to be getting into right away this morning. Breaking news. East Palestine community is still continuing to suffer, and this is just getting ridiculous. It's just getting ridiculous. And the government just avoids it like it's just normal shit. No, it's not. It's not. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just look up East Palestine, Ohio train derailment. I did some shows on it. It got so bad that Aaron Brockovich was going there to have town hall meetings with these community members, and they even labeled her as a terrorist, so she couldn't even show back up in the city. It's ridiculous. Just because she was telling everybody the truth, the facts. So that'll be another trip that I'll be doing coming up in the future too. We got a lot of trips coming up. I'm going to be at the studio here and there, and then we're going to be doing trips and trips and trips. So I think I got to look at the calendar, but be doing that Stephen Smith here real quick. So I'll be doing that here pretty soon. So I got to give myself a couple days in the studio, some rest, some relax. Then we can get that built up energy again, hit the road again. This next trip is going to be a lot of hours. I'm talking, when you're talking total to Stephen Smith, you're talking 19-20 hours. 19-20 hours is what it's going to take. So, but we're going. So, appreciate you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. D, Kelly, Kib Kitty, Jinx, thank you so much for your help. Yes. Yeah, right there. I would like to set that up. And Randy, thank you. Shout out to Randy again as well. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Definitely would like to have those two individuals. I'd like to definitely meet up with those two individuals. Not only I would love to have them on the show first, introduce them to everybody, kind of talk about the case, maybe replay my visit there, and we can kind of talk about different things as we're walking down the path and things like that. And then that way, and then on the next show, when I'm able to do the Delphi on location again coming up, then we'll be able to all be able to be in the show too. So I think it'll be cool. I think it'll be a really interesting and informative episode, and bringing you guys back to it. And it's not that far away, and it's definitely an easy drive. So we'll be making multiple trips up to that location. I know I'll be here. I'll be here for sure. I'll be here for sure Saturday, Sunday, for sure. I'm not sure about next week. What I can probably Monday. Saturday, Sunday, Monday for sure. And then we'll be hitting the road again after that. Going to Stephen Smith. We're going to go down there where the Murdaugh trial is at. We're going to go to the courthouse. I'm going to take you. You know what? I do have to be here Monday. I'll be here for sure Monday. If I leave, it'll be Tuesday. Because I think that GoPro is Monday. I have to be here for that. So so the next day, that after that comes. And then I got me a little video I can watch to kind of get caught up. And then that way, when I do go, I can use that for the Stephen Smith stuff. So, all right. So I'm going to get into this breaking news real quick. This about this Palestine community here. And then we got some new Idaho 4 docs. We're going to be digging into some of the RA 136 again. Combing through it a little bit together. We're going to be going through some Idaho 4 updates, some Court TV stuff with Delphi, and then if there's any parts of the visit that you want me to replay, just let me know and we can rewatch it. Definitely need to find a microphone. And I need that chest thing that holds the... If I can have the chest thing, then I can have my YouTube up. Because that's one thing that I... Like, when I was out on location again yesterday, when I have to use StreamYard... when I have to use StreamYard, I have to hold the phone like this, right? So it's the chat only seeing the little bits is just as bad when I'm driving because I have to hold the phone like this. Otherwise, you guys get that long screen and it's horrible. And so even when I'm out on location, it's still hard for me to read messages because I'm still getting the same minimal stuff that I get when I'm on the road. I need to find that chest thing. That way I can have YouTube up and down, and I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 messages instead of 1 or 2. If anybody has one and recommends one, please send it to me if it's on Amazon, and then I'll just get it today and I'll have it available before I go on the trip. So it'll be delivered probably Sunday maybe or something. All right, so let me get to this real quick. This is East Palestine in the community. Like I said, if you haven't heard of it, there was a train derailment back in the beginning of the year. And this thing was leaking toxic. I mean, it was bad. What happened was there was a faulty brake on one of the rail cars, and it was obvious from like miles away because of the surveillance. You could see it there sparking miles away, and then by the time it got to East Palestine, it had already caught fire and had got so hot that it literally fell apart and then derailed the train. And what happened was all these cars just piled up off the side of the road into this small community right on the border of Ohio and Pennsylvania. And when it was leaking these toxic chemicals, the shit was like bright yellow. It was shit you would see on a Batman movie. And so their response was to pour it in a part of the ditch and then light it on fire. And when they lit it on fire, instead of spraying foam on it, something, it was the capsulate pressure squeeze tactic, but they just decided to light it on fire instead. And what that did is it created a toxic cloud that then rained down all over this town. And they continued to downplay it and downplay it and downplay it, and it's fine. And then all of a sudden, all of these animals started popping up dead. people were getting illnesses that they didn't even know what it was. And people weren't coming. They weren't coming to support the community. It was ridiculous. Aaron Brockovich shows up to try and warn these community members, don't take $1,000 check because you missed rent because you had to skip town and go pay for a hotel out of the blue for nothing because a train was 3 times as too long as it was supposed to be, going at speeds that it wasn't even, because the trail and rail companies create their own rules. You know, why they were using containers that weren't even double walled to prevent that stuff from happening because it was cheaper, because they weigh more. They never thought about having some rail car up ahead a mile or so to warn them if there's a tree on the tracks, because of cost. So they go to these community members and they try and offer them a couple $1,000 check, hey, just sign this paper. Just sign the paper, it'll get you caught up on your rent, and then they're walking into these houses. What do you think happens when that cloud rains down on your house? It's in your furnace, it's in your air conditioner, it's all over your tables, your clothes, everything. It's horrible. And it still continues. I already talked about going over there, and I wake up this morning and there's something else. There's just more. It's like, what? Now it's a News Nation thing. They do report real shit about this. But it's like, it's been 9 months and you all are still just downplaying this shit. Yeah, she got labeled a terrorist and couldn't come back to the community after 2 town hall meetings. It was ridiculous. All right, this is from News Nation. I will be going here soon. Good morning, everybody.
Jessica, I'm so grateful that you're here. I think front and center, I want to talk to you about some of the back and forth. The nuances get confusing, but there's a lot of requests to get more information out of the EPA. And I'm curious as to what people are talking about on the ground today.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's great to see you. I think one of the things we're talking about right now is there was a cancellation for the hearing that was supposed to be had tomorrow, and due to Bill Johnson's schedule and the potential government shutdown, that has been postponed, as we understand. But I do want to touch a little bit about Ukraine.
Of course.
I think it's really important to understand that.
What the hell? This is supposed to be about East Palestine. What? What? Why do they do this? Why do they do this?
And these are plastics that simply cannot.
My gosh. All right, look at this. Okay. This is after. Oh my gosh. This is horrible. If you go to my Twitter, it's so bad. And these communities were supposed to be told, it's okay to drink your water. It's okay to wash your clothes with this water. It's okay to take a bath with this water. I hope this is about East Palestine, please.
As the Appalachia director, and one of
Okay. I'm sorry.
why we are in this situation in East Palestine. So I recently joined Beyond Plastics as the Appalachia director. And one of the things that I'm looking into is the vinyl chloride that was spilled. So we know that the train was carrying.
Yeah, look up vinyl chloride. Look up what vinyl chloride does after you ignite it. And look up what vinyl chloride has for after effects, nature. It's nasty. It's basically like piling a bunch of PVC and a bunch of liquid plastic and lighting it on fire. No, I'm not going to go into it. I already did on a previous show. There's a lot. I went through vinyl chloride. It's disgusting. That's why these cars should have been double walled. Who cares about the fucking cost? That's the cost of doing your business, bro. That's the cost of doing your business. It's the cost of doing your business not to pile on so many cars because it saves money. It's horrible.
700,000 gallons of vinyl chloride. This vinyl chloride is used to make PVC plastics. So
look at all these. Look at all these. Look at all those. Spewing this Batman toxic cloud. Just squirting out of all these different holes and shit. Just thick. So thick you couldn't even see through it. You couldn't even see through it. It was so thick. It was like as thick as this white cloud right here. But it was coming out of cracks. Just spewing. Probably as thick as my arm. Just... Oh.
This is your number 3 plastics. These are single-use plastics. And these are plastics that simply cannot be recycled. And so these plastics contribute to this massive global waste problem that we have now. Vinyl chloride has been a known carcinogen for almost 50 years, and yet we continue to put it on trains and we run it through town after town after town. And there's very little to no regulation.
Right.
So yes, we need regulations on rail.
The rail companies control their own shit. You know why? They control their own shit because the government allows them to. They control their own speed limits. They control their own rules. They control everything. And they can just go on. You know how many happen a year? On average? Almost 1,800 a year on average. And that's just the trains. That's not counting your tankers that are driving. That's not counting your semis that are hauling. It's not only trains these chemicals travel on. It's horrible.
Safety, and yes, my town continues to be a sacrifice zone, but let's go ahead and start with the banning of vinyl chloride. Let's help prevent this from happening in any other.
You don't have to ban it. You control it. Lower speeds. A lookout. 2-3 miles down the track. Hey, there's a tree limb blocking the track. You're going to have to slow it down. All right. They come to a stop. A crew comes out, cleans out the track. Boom. They're going. You minimize. It's like having a fucking airbag on a car. It's the cost of doing business. What would you buy a car if they just said, you know what, we're going to skip the airbag? It's just going to save some money. I'm sorry.
Other community.
Oh, look at that.
Right. And I hear what you're saying. And we.
That's what they decided to do. That's not toxic, community.
had a graphic, it was just up a moment ago, and it just said basically the money that has been spent in Ukraine and the money
Going all over to those houses.
that has spent in East Palestine. And I understand that it's not that you don't support supporting other countries. I think from a personal standpoint, I have seen celebrities, I have seen lawmakers, and I've seen the president go to Ukraine. I'm just
They haven't even had it. See, they continue to suffer. There's nothing. There's no help so far.
thinking about drawing attention to the issue because
There's no
I
help
hear
so
what
far.
you're saying, but my point is, are others hearing what you're saying? That's sort of what I'm getting at here. It's not apples to oranges. It's not that I don't support one and support the other.
Okay, why are we comparing it to Ukraine anyway?
I can't agree with you more. I think that we should certainly support those that we can. I think we should also support the American people. This is a problem that we have been fighting for almost 8 months now. And
Long
it's certainly
time.
something that I hope won't get forgotten. And I hope that East Palestine is able to set the precedent, because this is something that I do believe will continue to happen if you live near a train track.
Right. Seriously, because they're getting away with this shit.
And before I let you go, with some of
They're
the
getting away with
lawsuits
it.
that are happening, if I'm not mistaken, they want to get the emails from the EPA and compare them to the email from the independent investigator. Why do we have to request that information?
Because they're dragging it out. They're used to this shit. They drag it out. They drag it out. Drag it out. Drag it out. Drag it out. Drag it out.
Are you worried that things are being hidden?
When you can settle, come on.
Yeah, I'm absolutely worried about who tells the narrative, right? So we have this new executive order that's coming out from Biden, and it's an incremental change, right? But it feels like the title of the executive order is really lofty, and so we have a lot of missing pieces, a lot of missing information as a resident. And for me, it's about how do we build the narrative that we continue to suffer, that we continue to have unmet needs. And I think that it's important to start that litigation and to continue to pursue that avenue. But it's really going to start with that emergency declaration. We have got to gain the access to resources.
Yeah.
Okay, and I only have about 25
Toxic chemicals.
seconds
Come
left,
on.
but before I let you go, I'm also really curious about the moms. How are the moms doing?
So I like to say mothers and others, because I think it's really a more inclusive statement. Yeah, it's terrifying. The people that are taking care of children, we want the best for our children. We know that there are volatile organic compounds in our homes, as well as
They need to have a whole bunch of water. If they're a mother, they need to have like jugs of water going to them. Having to fucking, man, that's sad. The poor mothers out there just trying to make it, you know, in this economy, having to use damn tap water. Man, so fucked up.
Recently we found out in our
So fucked up.
schools. So I'm hoping that some of the independent research that we have coming down the pike is going to recognize what those VOCs are exactly, so that again, we can get the resources that we need here.
Thanks for watching.
We're going to be going into the Idaho 4 documents here in a minute. Yeah, it got moved, and guess what, everybody? Guess when it got moved to? Ta-da! October 26th. When was I going? To Moscow. Mid to late October. Oh shit, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. Oh my gosh. This is going to be great. Yeah. That's why there was no rush to really get into it. So we'll go ahead and share the documents. Hold on one second. I couldn't wait to tell you. Yeah, I couldn't wait to tell you. I was trying to wait. That's my bad. I should have said something to the mods. It'll be at 26. Yep. Yeah, right? Isn't that ridiculous? Yeah, let's a great idea is to just, capsulate it in the ditch and then let's just and then there's like if you go to my Twitter from back then, you'll see like videos of like the smoke just from going to where it was just going all across the whole sky and they're just like it was a isolated cloud and it didn't spread to other communities and it's like what the fuck are you not seeing what we're seeing? Are you not seeing it? But they're just gonna delay it. Yeah, they might even move it again. I was just going there to go there. Do some things for you guys over there. By then I'll have better camera and better audio as well. So as each trip, this is all organic. You know what I'm saying? Like let's highlight Jizzy G a little bit more here. It's all organic, just like the whole show, so everything is on the fly. It'll just continue to get better and better each show. So, ooh, that sounds so good. Dunkin' Ice Caramel Mocha. Except for the ice part. I'm not really into the ice part. It gives me a stomach ache for some reason. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way. All right, let me get into these documents and shout out. Whoa. Thank you, Jinx. Second. That's crazy, Jinx. We'll be getting into Delphi here here in a few. Thank you, Jinx, for that picture. I'd love to get that set up. Let me see here. So I'm going to go to the document drops. And let me see here. So when it comes to the hearing on the 26th, there was, let me see, 5 of them. And 4 more yesterday. Wow, we got a bunch of documents. Okay, so basically for today, the Coburger, the hearings on dismissing, they'll be now on the 26th of October, 9:30 a.m. Will be closed, but the 1 o'clock hearing, just like before, the 1 o'clock will be open to the public. So the one in the morning will be closed, but we'll still get Twitter updates. If I'm there, I'll definitely be there at the 1 o'clock tweeting. And I'll be doing some live tweeting as well for updates. But that is on the 26th, 9:30 a.m. and 1 p.m. And that is Pacific Standard Time. All right, let me get to, because I'm only going to read some of them. $45. What? 45 degrees where you're at? Damn, that's crazy. I love my coffee too. I'm enjoying it this morning. All right. Let's get to some of these documents here. There's a bunch. Then we're going to get into that Delphi stuff. Thank you for the picture, Jinx, because I didn't realize that they were that big. I was thinking something else. Thank you for that pic, and I'll be sharing it with everybody here in a few minutes when we get into the Delphi stuff. Where? Did I scroll too far? Oh, yeah, I did. What? There it is. They added another one up there now. I think it was usually the second one. All right, there we go. Okay. So we had, let me see here, media request. They're obviously allowing the cameras for the second one, but not the first one, which is understandable. You know, when you're, I'm sure we already went through it in the other show. Like, it's one of those things that you kind of understand. The order regarding notice of hearing Zoom information redacted. We already discussed that. Motion to file reply to state's objection. And stipulated motion to vacate and reset defendant's motion. Order to file reply to state's objection. And order vacating and resetting defendant's motions. And so what I'm going to do here is, if there's anyone you would like me to read out, you can. And 1 second. There's that for you. And it's the read-only document drop. That way, you guys are able, let me see here, to get the document drops. One second here. Right. And then that way you guys, if there is any you want to read on your own, Those were dropped yesterday and today. Shout out to Kay. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. And then you guys will get a notification when a new one drops. So even if I'm not live, you will be able to get a notification for those documents. So shout out to her for doing that as well. Okay. So now I'm going to share this picture that Jinx sent me. Give me 1 second. I have to email it to myself because it's a pain in the... do it with StreamYard. Interesting picture. Okay, let's see. Here's this. This. And... all right. So I'm going to go through some photos with you guys real quick. So for a few minutes, it's not going to be showing anything graphic, but the topic is going to be, there's going to be some stage stuff that you're going to see, as in the branches and things like that. So if it's possibly going to trigger you, I'd suggest just coming back when you see that trigger warning disappear. So I'm going to share some photos with you guys for a second. Thank you, Jinx, for this photo, and then I'm going to show you some other ones since we're going to be on this. Okay, so this is can I go? All right, that's as best as I can zoom. Maybe one more. There we go. That's the size of the tree branches. Thank you for sending that. And I assume, Jinx, that these are probably the... yeah. Now I'm going to zoom it back so you can kind of see it, considering the other around it. Now, when you zoom it back, because you zoom it in, you're like, well, yeah, those do look pretty big, but really, how big are they? It could be the size of a notebook, right? You zoom it back. No, not so much. I love fall too. Yeah, not so much. Now, when we were talking to Randy, and Jinx yesterday, he didn't feel like it was an F. Now, I don't want to speak for him, but from our conversation, to me, I got the impression that he didn't think that this was a F. And when I'm looking at it, I don't necessarily know if it does represent an F. Looking at it. Now, when we were talking, I don't know if you could hear, I'm going to play some of the conversation we had that when we were walking back, because we were talking about a lot of this stuff. So again, I apologize if the audio is a little not the greatest. I apologize. It'll continue to get better, I promise. We were talking about this, and I thought it was very interesting because I was like, wow, look at this, the paperwork from the defense, you know. there's a lot of wow factor in it, and it's very, very descriptive. So to me, I'm like, damn. And then as we were talking about it yesterday, it was kind of interesting because uh, Jinx and Randy both thought that this was kind of played in more than really what exists. So it kind of had me wondering. So I'm like, well, I need to look at this F thing again when I get back to the studio. And when I came back last night, I was looking at it and I was like, you know what? It really doesn't look like an F now that I'm looking at it. Interesting. Right. I don't know. I would have to see the tree. You know what I'm saying? I would have to see I would have to see it on a tree. I would have to see why this is all like this up here, you know? I would have to see why this is all like this up here on a tree. There could be because there's bark on it, right? So I would have to see it on a tree to really, see why it is the way it is like that. If I could. There. No, it was painted. It was painted on the tree. Right. I don't know. Something just it makes you wonder. And so those were the ways some of the sticks were placed there. And this is how they were positioned. Okay. And that red dot is the tree. Now, when you look at this, right? When you look at this, that's kind of interesting because I want to say shout out, and there's the symbol, but I want to see the tree. Look at this. It's just weird. I don't know. Give me 1 second. I emailed you. Okay, cool. Thank you, Jinx. 1 second here. Okay. Yeah, it is easier if you email them because then I can just click it and go from one to the next. Because in order for me to share pictures, I have to email them to myself. So if you guys do want to send pictures, you can email them to me, and it is easier to. Do I live in Delphi? No. What is this picture, Jinx? Like a blue truck. So you can see the it is different because when we went yesterday, it was filled with leaves and foliage, and this right here you can see it's still thick, but you can see through it. Wow, look at that water. That is pretty high compared to what it was yesterday. All right. Whoa. Freaking YouTube. All right. Give me 1 minute. We're going to get back into our stuff. I just wanted to show that real quick. Let me go ahead and take this away. There we go. All right. Let me see if there's any breaking news going on, and then we're going to get into the topics. Yeah, we're going to be going back. It was a great trip. Thank you again. And actually, I did want to play some of that conversation. And I'll look up the breaking news. So this is from my On Location episode from yesterday. And I'm going to play the conversation we had going back about the topic of that because I had some questions regarding that. So thank you again, Randy and Jinx, for that. I appreciate it. And here is the link to that video if you want to save it. You see a dresser. I saw a truck. All right, let me go to the end of we were walking back. Let me see here. Okay, we were at the bridge. I do want to show that again. If you guys missed it. It is crazy how close everything was to. You know what? I'm going to play that for you guys too. As we got there. We got past the train part. The skid as we're getting in.
So this right here.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Was there anybody that was it like a known bridge for accidents?
You know, the sister bridge down at Owasso outside Rossville, that collapsed due to the weight.
Oh, wow.
They had to fix that, but they know this one here was getting worse. The only thing they left was the original train tracks where the fence was.
Okay.
Because people still.
So it's probably a pretty popular.
There too, you know. So how many college kids is it attracted to come over this way?
You know.
Especially they built back for the
Freaking StreamYard. Why is it doing that? Thank you, Sprinkles. Silky, let me know if you want to hop up on panel. And I would love to do some kind of on location for you for one of your shows as a guest. So if there's something that's close and you could use some on location footage for your show, I want to do that as a guest for you sometime for one of your shows. So let me know if anything that you do cover, I can make a trip for you and give you some kind of footage for your show just to contribute to whatever topic you're talking about. I want to do that to help support you and be able to offer that for you because you've been so supportive this whole time, Silky, and I appreciate you so much. So just let me know whatever topic you do cover or something. I can go on location for you sometime and come on as a guest to your show to do that. So this is crazy when we get to this part. All right, we're going to be streaming probably seven hours today, so it's going to be a whole work day, everybody. We got a lot of stuff to get into. We'll be getting into the breaking news, Delphi, Idaho 4, and some of these other topics as well. It's going to be a banging Friday, so we're just going to take our time, chill back, and go through everything. Tap that fast. No, you're good. I appreciate it. Sometimes when I'm switching screen shares and shit, it like mutes me. I don't know why. So I appreciate you guys letting me know. All right. So this is what's crazy about this trip yesterday. And again, here's the link if you want to save it to your playlist. This right here was interesting because I didn't realize where they got. I was confused where they got dropped off. Okay. I thought they got dropped off where we parked. And I'm already probably 10, 15 minutes walking into the trail past that point. And as I'm getting to the spot here, you get to where they were dropped off, where I was, oh, okay. Now you see how close everything is and how quick everything happened. I didn't realize, see, this whole time that I was covering the case, and I haven't covered it to great detail like these other great content creators have. I thought it took a lot longer than what actually took place. I was thinking, dang, they had to walk here and all this, and when I get there, I'm like, holy, it's all so freaking close. Like, it's just crazy. So I wanted to show this part where we get to that spot where they were dropped off, how close it is. I want to take you to the bridge if you weren't there yesterday. And then the conversation that we're having from this spot to the bridge, and then on the way back when we're talking about the whole ritual aspect. So again, and thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. Please hit the like if you haven't. It's the free way. And thank you to Jinx and Randy for your time yesterday and your knowledge when we visited Delphi. Thank you so much.
So they're saying that they think that... Huh?
All right, hold on. Let me rewind it just a skosh. And this is at 7:05:38.
I appreciate those two so much.
Oh, hold on. I walked up to the gate, so it's earlier than that. 7.
Messenger of the 1800s.
Yeah.
It's not so instant, but it did show.
7:04 something here. Hold on.
Now this is where the girls were dropped off at.
Okay, 7:03:55. So 7:03:55.
Messenger of the 1800s.
Yeah.
It's not so instant, but it did show.
Now this is where the girls were dropped off at.
Oh, right here?
This is crazy. Here, let me get rid of my face
What's
so you guys can see this.
So they were dropped off here?
Yeah, down the end there.
Oh, down at the end of this trail. Okay.
So if you stand here Where that gate is?
Yeah,
Where the girls dropped off.
the gate.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna walk you guys up there real quick. So this is so I'm gonna go up to the gate and then I'm gonna walk back. So this is where the girls were dropped off. Right here. So here's the gate. They were dropped off right here. Then this is the path. I appreciate those two so much. Oh man, this is man.
Hard on that web. I feel bad. I don't want this to be pretty.
Oh,
Poor spider. Oh my god, it's so much of a web. Never mind. Too much web.
This is where the killer would have been sitting at and watching the girls.
what?
Mm-hmm. That's the bench that they suspect that they were sitting at.
This bench right here.
Because that would be
So here's the sign. So they're saying that they think that, huh? Right. You can, yeah, I'm going to sit down at the bench and I'm going to turn around for everybody and show everybody why they think that. So here's the bench. And basically, they're sitting at the bench and they could literally turn around and look right down that trail and see the girls coming. Right there. Wow. That bench. And I just sat down on that fucking thing.
more advantage to look from the road from coming this way to the drop off.
Yeah, because it wouldn't have been filled with leaves
Yeah.
and stuff.
Foliage, not that time of the year.
And besides, if you sit there, you can see Ron, Logan, the cemeteries that way, down that way.
Really?
Yeah.
So the cemetery that we were at a little bit ago, we could literally see right down
Yeah, that's what I'm
just from right here.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So you could see the entrance, you could see Ron, Logan, and the cemetery all from that. So that's why they think that the person was sitting at the bench or somebody that was connected to it, if it was a group, as a lookout.
Once we get down here closer to the bridge, I'll show you another spot.
I'm just tickled that you're here, Emily. I can't even show you.
So I want to tell you about the fence, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're about to where the fence would be here.
Thank you guys so much for taking out your time. Do you have a channel?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah, I'm gonna put your channel in the description. I appreciate you.
No problem. So about around here is where the fence was. Because the Ella Trail leads up this way, and we could took that trail over there to cross over here. It depends on how, if the gate doors aren't open or not. Not, but this is where the fence was, right in here.
Okay. And
So,
that was supposed to stop
people go down
from
that
going
way.
from going
But,
any
yeah.
further than where we're going.
We kept going down past the fence to I'll show you where we crossed half the time. Much easier. But yeah, it didn't stop people. If they wanted to stop people to get to that bridge, they should have put it closer to the bridge.
Yeah.
But they didn't.
Yeah, because I mean, I still don't see it yet, and we've already walked a good 30 feet from where it was supposed to be. Yeah, yeah, because then what are you like? I don't know. If it was me, I would be like, "What are you trying to block off?" If I can't see it, and
well, especially if we've got people who walk around it and still get to the bridge. But it says don't trespassing, but well, they're not going to listen to the trespassing sign because there's nobody watching. There's nobody with a camera out here and watching them. So when we crossed, we would come down to a certain point down here. We have to come step over a little bit on the ground. Yeah, there's more railroad ties.
whoa! So these were just left over.
They just pop from the side.
Wow.
And right up here, this is where we crossed, get past that fence. So about here, this is where our trail would cut that way.
Ah.
We worn that down so many times.
Wow. There is a trail there.
Yeah, we worn that down. So between fences back there,
Yeah.
we keep down here to walk there.
Huh.
So.
But yeah, the cemetery is right over here.
Yeah.
The cemetery's right off to our left.
So if you cross that way up from here, the bridge.
Yeah.
Go that way, you can go straight to the cemetery. People say the killer was on the south side of the bridge and came back across. No, the killer didn't come from the south side. The photo Libby taking of the bridge on the south side, I zoomed in on it and there was no one there. You would have been standing down.
I agree with you, right?
Down there. He would be, once we get up here, I'll show you where he would stand. He can still see the girls, but he was far back enough that Libby's phone could not zoom in close enough to see him. If he were standing on the second platform, yes, they could see him standing where he's standing on the trail. So basically, where that single tree is closer to the trail here, that's where he would have been standing at. So basically, he can still see the girls, and the girls can see him. And he just waited until.
This is the bridge right here.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, it seems a hell of a lot smaller than it does on TV. Like
Yeah,
it,
well,
on TV, it seems really long, but actually in real life, it's not.
no,
See, I the whole time I'm sitting there thinking this bridge was like super long.
oh, it is super long.
It is super long.
It is?
Yeah,
like
it just
only
stopped.
a quarter of it's rebuilt.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because
So basically,
oh, okay. That's why I was like, dang, it looks a lot smaller
a
than.
lot of things you see on our video is totally different.
Yeah.
So basically, the killer is standing here, and
So this is where the three girls noticed
no, the three girls would
back there at the.
where the
Where the trail had made.
Okay,
yeah,
where the
Freedom
bench
Bridge,
was.
or the Freedom Bridge is.
Okay. Oh, the bridge.
Yeah. Where the Freedom Bridge is. So basically, he was standing here, waiting to make sure, because if he's standing right here, he can watch anybody coming this way. He can still hear people walking on the gravel type deal.
Because at that time, yeah, you would hear that.
And when you get girls can see him, human eyes are better
Because this was all gravel at that time. So this was before it was paved. It was gravel at that time.
than the phone.
Right.
So basically, he can watch and wait for them to move. That's what he was doing, because the old rail fence they had here, the orange rail fence, that's the railroad company put up. So basically, you get up here where the blacktop and the cement starts. That's where the old orange rail fence they put up. And there was a tree, a small tree, and several other bushes. But basically, he can watch the girls waiting to them to make their move. They're going to come back this way where we are, or go the other way. I think he was hoping possibly them come back this way instead of crossing the bridge.
Right.
So I think his one plan failed, making them come this way. But if you take this trail, this here,
Look at all those cameras.
if you take
Jeez,
this
there's
here,
like 6 of them.
that will go straight to the cemetery.
That goes straight to the cemetery.
Yeah.
Wow.
And also it will go to the crime scene now too. But you have to go up and down the hills to get to it. That's where
Yeah.
they talk about the F letter, but it's not really an F.
Yeah.
There's 2 orange dots on the tree. I wouldn't know which one,
Yeah.
but that's where you go that way.
And how far is it from right here?
Well, from here be under a quarter mile.
But a lot of terrain.
Yes, up down.
Yeah, up and down.
Yeah.
And you're talking like straight
Down.
down.
So
You gotta have almost be physical in order to do.
so why would they?
I think there's another easier trail to get up and down.
Yeah.
There, you know what I'm saying? But the way but this specific trail is the one that's really rough to ride.
Right, yeah. So what they did when they did south side, they got to the south side, went down the private drive, and then went down another below that to run towards this way to on Logan property.
So this is the redone version.
Yep, the redone version and the old version. And over at the end, that's where Libby took a photo of Abby.
I'm so glad my phone didn't fall off the side of
it
the
goes
bridge.
down. There's too many
I
trees
didn't
right
think
now.
about that until Right. after. And you're not allowed to go past.
I didn't think about that till after. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so lucky my phone didn't come off my freaking hand tripod.
That part, and they got this thing so heavily surveilled.
Yeah. Let's not go over to the waiver.
Right.
Let's not do that. Well, Mr. Weber sure does like bringing it to his.
What's down there?
That's his property. That's where he came.
Who?
Weber.
Brad, yeah, Brad Weber. That's where he came to. His house is just on top of the hill.
And right around to the right, up here, is where the crime scene was.
So that's where he came to.
And so right here is where he supposedly stopped to look at the fish.
Well, platform back here.
Oh, back there. So this is the platforms are redone then.
So
Right about here.
right about here. So this is where, and watching his freaking stock. Oh, look at his stock ticker out in the middle of nowhere. That's the question.
And I'm
I would look
looking
at-
over. Whew.
I would be like, okay, I'll be looking at my stocks at home
I
now.
was trying to see if the tarp was.
Trust me. When you're afraid of heights, even when there's a rail in front of you, when you look over, it's a different story. But I had to get those for you guys. But don't think I wasn't freaking losing my balance and shit.
Still out here.
I
Tarp down
was.
here.
Is he?
The tarp.
Yeah.
Down there.
What do you mean tarp?
Here's a blue tarp.
It's just been down there for ever and ever and ever and
Yeah,
ever
it's
and ever.
underneath, unless they took it out when they start redoing it. But yeah, it should be
I
underneath
dropped my phone.
underneath that walkway.
The tarp for what?
There
It's
was
just
a tarp there for years.
Yeah.
They were working on it. They were putting new cement for the first
Good morning, Andy.
foundation down there because
I just left
that
it.
platform there, they had to redo it because it was falling apart, caving in. So that was
Oh yeah, I see it.
that was one of the things they had to do,
Oh my gosh.
and that's why they were worrying about people coming on here.
And making it
Maybe it could be possible.
loosen up or something.
Well, it was rock going into the cement block. You see that cement block down there?
Yeah.
That's, they just kept on coming. They didn't do it very well. So
Wow.
yeah.
How far you think I'd sink if I stepped 1 foot in
Oh,
to my
That's no
knee at
fragrance.
least,
I
right?
would say to your yep.
Man, I can't. I can't imagine trying
Thank
to
you
walk
for your
on this
support.
when it's missing railroad ties and
Oh,
there's
these guys had
You'll
and
see.
there's
You'll see
no-
what I'm talking about here in a minute.
there was nothing to like
No, that's
stop
not
you
fair.
from going over the side.
walk on one of these boards.
Yeah, no kidding, right? I wouldn't have done it.
Right. I mean, and
I especially when
Like, the furthest
One
I've
of the
walked
people
out
I- came out with out here, I had her daughter was on my side with her dog, and we were doing a phone testing. And phone, you can make a phone call out here, but when she was coming back, as soon as she stepped on one of the rail ties, it went through.
oh my gosh.
And she just, as soon as she left that 1 foot, like, oh my God, that's all I need. All my
Right.
What now?
Yeah, that
That'd be another mystery. How it happened here?
Silky. It was crazy. This right here, as soon as I got to the bench, that's why I started it off right where the bench was at. Yesterday's episode 7:03:55 is the timestamp. Creepy, eerie, creepy feeling. As soon as because when I got there, I walked up to the gate. I walked up to the gate that they came through. And as I walked back, and I gave you guys the visual of what they were seeing when they got dropped off as they were coming in. And then when I sit at the bench and I look back, and then I kind of like look at it from both viewpoints, you know what I'm saying, as I'm walking through, and then as I'm looking back at the bench, and it's just like, damn, it's creepy. And as you're walking to this part, it just intensifies, especially once I get to this point, and then I take the camera over and I show you what it looks like as you're looking down through those railroad ties. And then the thought enters your mind of being a child, being scared, having to look down, keep your composure while you're trying to get away from somebody that you know is trying to harm you, just puts it into a whole nother level. And when I went to the grave sites to be able to pay my respects in person, that was a different kind of heavy. That was just because you know that the investigation, there's no justice right now. And that's the toughest part. Going to pay respects, and you're visiting there, and knowing that there's no justice right now for those souls. And that's the toughest part. And that's the heavy part of feeling there. And on my drive back, that's why I was saying that feeling right there that I felt when I was paying my respects woke up a motivation that I didn't even realize I had inside me. Yeah. And it was kind of crazy because we go pay respects, and there's a caterpillar that just walks in front of me and climbs up, and at the other site there was a feather that just dropped. And it's like, damn. So thank you for that question. Definitely even though I'll be going back, it's that experience that I'll never forget. And the right thing just needs to freaking happen, If everybody put their effort towards doing things as a community together, and using all that energy instead of negativity, using that energy and turning it into a positive kind of energy, can you imagine what kind of force that would be for these little girls to have justice? Because who should ever have to go pay respects to any grave? And that exists, It's not right, especially to these children. Especially to these children, it's not.
Yeah.
So Libby was on the third, or close to the third platform down there.
Yeah.
And Abby was down here.
So that third platform down here where my mouse is, so you can see this little dark spot right here at the end. So you're getting where this is right here in the spot that photo was taken. And then that dark spot is the end of the bridge where it was taken from.
Oh, so the edge is pretty much
Yeah, if you see, if you can,
the lighter spot after
yeah,
the darker spot.
Yeah, clear back there, you'd be able to see the end. But yeah, Abby was standing this end.
Right about here.
Yeah, right here, and then Libby's like kind of closer almost to the third platform, but not that far.
Yeah.
Wow.
But like I said-
so really like 60 feet maybe from here.
About 60 or 70 feet, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is where the killer come in. That's
Wow.
the thing, that watching them from back there to here, they can see, human eyes can see
Right.
better
Yeah, you
than a
could.
telephone.
Yeah, you could see pretty much. It's a shame that them trees are covering it. You know.
Yeah.
Wow. So she was about right here.
Yep. And you can tell, look how worn out on some of those.
Yeah, please be respectful in chat. It's right here. Bautismo puts it up. No rude or disrespectful comments. If you can't follow that, then we have no choice to ban you. No explanation necessary, period, except for the one that you're reading on this screen right now. So if you can't be respectful in chat and you can't be about the peace, positivity, and progress, then you're not about the community that we promote. And we honestly don't need that.
And that's another
Just
I
saying.
can't imagine like
Just saying.
missing a foot and
There's plenty other shows that you can go to do that on. This isn't one of them.
falling to it,
Mm-hmm.
or even, gosh, man, somebody. I can't imagine how scared you had to be if you knew somebody was fucking following you. And this is.
well, let's see. Other thing, I think the killer was hoping when he was standing right there.
Yeah, it would slow him down.
Hopefully, well, if they went that way,
Yeah.
they would have got him. But
Yeah.
he saw him going this way,
Yeah.
then that's where he went this way.
And then down
Down
there.
down that way, straight across.
So basically,
Yeah. If there didn't have any foliage here,
Yeah.
you probably could see
a lot better.
A lot better, for sure.
Yeah, it's just not cool. I mean, you've been cool up until now. I don't understand why the disrespect towards the family. But that's not what we're about here. Because it could be anybody in this position. And I don't think you would want anybody to say it about you. You know what I'm saying? It's about treating others how you want to be treated. And that's what this community is about. So if we can't be about that, then we're not about the same path. And unfortunately, you're rowing in a different direction than we are in this boat. And we're trying to get to the destination of peace, positivity, and progress. So.
Wow. And so basically the river that
It's up
kind of
to you.
comes back over
It's
to
up
the
to you.
right is where it would have ended up.
it kind of curves around. And you can see the moss on some of those rocks.
Yeah.
So the girls were, if they were running across the water,
Yeah.
they would slip and
Yeah.
slip.
Yeah.
Right.
Once the
Jinx.
killer would, he
right?
would have been soaking wet. That's why he says he would have been
Like, have a security guard out there.
soaking wet. Shoes been soaking wet.
Between the water levels, the water.
Either a security guard or pay for a surveillance system up and down that trail. You know what I'm saying? You got 6 cameras at the spot where you enter the bridge. You have 6 cameras right there. Why can't you have more cameras up and down this trail? I discussed that on the walk back. It's
Temperature. These rocks, you know, like in that.
I even tried. I crossed these rocks. That's the,
well, Purple Passion, that's up for you to decide based off of what you watched on Court TV. That's up to you. I mean, you are 18 plus, right? Because you're supposed to be an adult in this show. It's not meant for kids. And I make sure I have that on YouTube. So I assume you're 18 plus. So if you're 18 plus, I'm sure you have a mind of your own, for sure. You've experienced the real world, And I'm sure that you could probably answer that question on your own. I don't think you need somebody else's guidance to come up with that determination. I just don't understand why you're putting it in chat in the show, because we're not even talking about that. And I don't know why there's like, what is up with this controversial stuff that you want to put in chat? Like, I don't get it.
Several times.
Yeah.
Remember when Thomas tried to do it and he sucked?
I don't get it.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be 18 plus in this show.
Yeah, and he's done.
I make sure I put that on YouTube.
It was the right height.
Uh-huh.
Water, but
He couldn't do it.
he couldn't do it because of the current.
The current, the
Yeah.
mud, everything.
Oh yeah.
Too bad it wasn't as cold.
Yeah. But that's the other thing. They would have been looking on those rocks.
That's what I'm saying.
Rocks. That's what fell several times.
Yeah.
Remember when Thomas tried to do it and he sucked?
Yeah. Well, he
Thomas couldn't do it.
went clear up to one time.
Yeah, and he's done.
He was done.
He was like, no, can't do it.
Like, it was the right height.
Uh-huh.
Water, but
He couldn't do it.
he couldn't do it because of the current.
The current, the
Yeah.
mud, everything.
Oh yeah.
Too bad it wasn't as cold.
Yeah. But that's the other thing. They would have been looking on those rocks.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I slipped and fell 2 times crossing.
Yeah. I mean, I remember walking on.
Yes. Yes.
Huh.
Yes. Yes.
Huh. All right. Let's see
The
here.
Beach girls.
Yeah, there's 6
Yeah.
cameras right here in this spot.
If I read the books, then be able to show you or some things from what the book's reading where we're at.
So what? Somebody will literally come out here with a shotgun if you cross the.
Thank you, Yvette. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, he will. Brad Weber, yes, he will.
Brad Weber.
Uh-huh.
And thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
There's a,
Oh, the guy that camped.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
he owns all that land.
he owns all that land.
His mom gave it to him.
There
All
was
that outside, yeah.
yeah. There was a couple of creators who came out here with with actually a big news network, and they tried to go over to that area and whatnot.
What's up, Dark Fairy?
Brad Weber
Gypsy.
came up with a shotgun, ran him off.
Really?
The cameras, no, the 6 cameras were at the spot where where you saw that sign for the bridge just a second ago. That's where the cameras were at, and they were all mounted on like one pole. You had 4 cameras. Let me see if I can. So we're at 728. Let me get as we're walking up to it. $728.
People can see him.
So
Human
hold on
eyes
one
are better than the phone.
Right.
So basically, he can watch and wait for them to move. That's what he was doing. Because the old rail fence they had here, it's the orange rail fence. That's the railroad company put up. So basically, you get up here where the blacktop and the cement starts. That's where the old orange rail fence they put up. And there was a tree, a small tree, and several other bushes. But basically, he can watch the girls waiting to them to make their move. They're going to come back this way, where we are, or go the other way. I think he was hoping possibly them come back this way instead of crossing the bridge.
Okay.
Right.
So I think his one plan failed. Making
No, these are something that were put in after, Gypsy.
them come this.
All of this is redone right here. The paving, it wasn't paved before. Before it was just gravel. When the crime took place, it was just gravel and the shitty ass railroad ties. All of this, the paving, all of that is all updated.
But if you take this trail, this here,
Look at all those cameras.
Yeah, right there. You can, if I can get a close
Jeez, there's
shot.
like 6 of them.
that will go straight to the cemetery.
That goes straight to the cemetery.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that goes to the cemetery that we visited earlier before we got here. That's one thing I'm going to try and do this afternoon between the evening show is get the timestamps of each part of the trip. We walked through the CVS. We saw the kiosk. We went to the counter for the pharmacy. Just different things. Shelly, I'm sorry that we got some trolls in here flagging that. There's no reason. So there's a lot of locations. It's just spread out. It was a 8 hour and 45-minute show. So I'm definitely going to try and get the locations in there. I just came back, chilled with you guys, got plenty of rest, and I'm back here this morning. And then this afternoon, I'll have those timestamps in. But if you see, when we go to the cemetery that we're talking about right here, you can see how easily a car could have been hidden. You could see how easy it would have been to just walk down and go to this path right here. Now, that is private property. So I'm not sure. I'm going to be bringing my hiking shit on this next trip because we're going exploring. But not on private property without permission. Not happening. But I'll show you the spot. Hopefully
And
I get a close up
and
on where the
also we'll
cameras
go
are at
to
here.
the crime scene now too.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to go up and down the hills to
Yeah.
get to it. That's where
Yeah.
they talk about.
Okay. You can see right here. See this pole on top of this stand? You got this stand, and then you got the pole on top of it. You have a camera coming out in all 4 directions, and then on top of that, you have 2 more. You literally have like 6 cameras on this spot. So right there, they got 6 cameras on that spot right there. Just on that one pole. It's like, what? Where's the other cameras? So all this is redone right here until you get to the train track. All right, 728. Now this is the conversation. We watched some of the ritual stuff. We'll be going into some of that other stuff after a bit. This is the part where we had a conversation about some of that stuff. And that's what kind of made me relook at this F thing last night. And why I talked about it this morning in the beginning of the show.
Brad Weber came up with a shotgun, ran him off.
Really?
Oh, he was not nice.
Well, I mean, I had been warned not to go, otherwise I'd get. Yeah.
I'll have to.
Yeah, I had already been warned that I would.
Two girls they had call off yet. The sheriff's department to come up here because you couldn't get to Delphi, sheriff, because it's linked to the FBI.
Yeah.
911. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, he was like almost half-ass holding him hostage.
Yeah, because it was right when I put my title up, and somebody said,
Yeah, they
you know, hey, you might not want to. Yeah.
That's what they did. They took this here. They bring him in.
Yep.
For the bridge building.
Huh. Yeah, and a shotgun was the specific word used for that warning that I got. So, yeah, that was just one of them.
And will you explain that Wilson Cave is not a cave?
Yeah, Wilson Cave is.
A hole in the wall, okay?
It's closed off.
Like a punch in the.
It's been closed off. Wilson Cave's been closed off for years.
Yeah. It's not a cave like you would think. Basically, it's like a carport kind of thing.
Huh.
But Wilson Bridge is just right down there.
Go that way.
That way. Wrong way. Don't pay attention to me. I'm Kentuckian. I'm a Kentucky left.
Well, next time I come out here, I'll definitely have a lot more planning involved with it. It was just one of these last minute, like, I'm freaking going, you know.
I had a lot of people come on, especially for my walks. Like, I had people like, oh, last minute, let's go. Go to the walk. Go Rainy's walk.
Woo. Doggy.
A fresh one too.
Oh, no. Good Lord.
Let that Joe eat.
Wow, so that wasn't very far at all. They weren't barely here,
No.
Nope.
and when it, because
All up and down, real fast.
Boom, 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 boom.
wow,
That's why I said, corners they live to 3:30, but
Yeah. I don't know.
because they're brothers, these two brothers run the corner department here.
But now, there's a funny story about the corner.
There's two of them. Well, one brother did the cornering for the girls in Florida, and the other one did the
oh,
girls here,
Mm-hmm.
so one did Delphi, one did Flora, and they're
Yeah.
brothers.
and they both lived in at the time of Camden, Indiana.
Huh.
So,
Which is in Carroll County.
mhm.
But I thought there was some kind of discrepancy with one of them being a corner.
So, do you think he did it alone, or do you think?
Well, right now, how it happened at the beginning, there were several of us, believe it, like 2 extra people.
Yeah, I thought at least 30 to be
Yeah.
honest.
2 extra people.
Two down at the bottom of the hill, one at the top.
But there was nobody else was seen here on the trail, only over there, where I said the killer would have went from the cemetery
Right.
and stuff. He would have been muddy and bloody and stuff. And nobody saw him. That's why it doesn't.
Don't make no sense.
Yeah.
So, okay, so if they thought maybe that they weren't gonna go past the bridge, they would turn around. What would make? What would?
Basically, if the killer was standing there waiting to see if they'll come this way.
So what would the two guys at the bottom of the hill be doing if they didn't go?
Well, there's nobody who was down Bomb Hill.
Oh, there wasn't. Oh, you don't think? Oh, how do you?
Well, they were parked over.
So what you think that the person on the bridge is the one that
Is the only
corralled them
Mhm.
to go to the cemetery spot?
Well, the girls ran away from the killer once they were going down the hill. So somehow either the killer fell down the hill, gave them an opportunity to start running towards where Ron Logan is, across the creek. The girls can swim,
Yeah.
and that's the other surprising. Why didn't the girls just swim away?
How deep was it?
It was just up to
It was above my head though. With at the water, because the water levels were about 4 feet higher than normal,
Okay.
and on top of it, they're normally around 1.5 to 2 feet, 2.5 feet. You know what I'm saying?
well, especially if the girls
So that's
swam
6 feet. That's above my head.
swam down to the end of,
Right. They would have swam down that way,
Yeah.
not that direction where they were.
because
They
that
went in
makes
the
more
opposite
sense. They can go right past if they
Right.
kept going to where the police station, all the way down,
Yeah.
and they could have just came up a front street.
Right.
That
Water had to be so cold.
Oh, it had been.
So how do you think it went down from the stage where somebody's looking at from the bench to where they came through? Like, because I guess I just assumed that, and I'm just
You know,
I'm ignorant to it because
cemetery. Remember that gate that was closed off?
Yeah.
And had a postage sign or whatever.
Yeah.
Now, normally that was supposed to be a public road, and that was the Weber's.
Yeah.
And that's where they think that the car was parked.
oh
To the cemetery for that reason.
oh
They were trying to push them in that direction.
Because you can park down below in that cemetery. There's a hill
Mm-hmm.
down below, and you can't see a car unless you have a tall car, you can see, but
Well,
if
where
it's
we were at, and you were kind of like, "This is
Yeah.
what I can't see."
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah.
You saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
so basically, if he had a small car, you can't see down the hill because I did a video of that. That you can't see downhill. It's like, okay, that would be the smart way. Park the car there.
Yeah.
Then take off. But he parked the car down there. After he came down to the cemetery, parked down the CPS building, welfare office, and walked this way. That would make more sense because, like I said, you can cut through from the cemetery to get over here faster, but you would have to come this way.
Right.
And I think that's one reason there's been so much confusion on the cars, is because there was two different people with two different vehicles parked at two different locations.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I think it was a well thought out plan that backfired on us.
that's a pretty decent walk from the old CPS building to this location, right?
Yeah.
And supposedly that's what took place is they walked,
Yep.
or he or whoever walked
was.
from
Yeah.
CPS to here. That's a decent walk. Like you're talking at least 45, right?
Well, it's
45.
It's 15-minute walks. Yeah. So 15 minutes from there back is 15 minutes, and then another 15 minutes back there. So well, half hour.
Half hour.
Round trip.
Yeah. And the person had to know at the beginning. We all know the person had to know the area.
Mm-hmm.
That's anybody who didn't know this area would not know how to get out of this area that fast.
Right.
You had to live here for years.
Which is crazy because I was talking to her earlier when we were driving around, and I was saying that just from the neighborhoods and the conditions, it seems like a community that isn't on down times as much financially, and it gives the impression you can see, you know, as you're driving through, you can kind of feel that the community is like super tight knit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's crazy to me is a super tight knit community. Like you just said, somebody would have to know this area, and that's what's really crazy to me is it's like you mix. Well, somebody had to be from the community, but then, man, really, somebody from the community? Do you think it was somebody that is in this county, or?
Well, Rick Allen moved from New Mexico, Indiana to here.
Okay.
To transfer to his new CVS position.
So he moved to transfer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
To learn more on his pharmacy.
And that's like what, a 10, 15?
Well, no, it's about let's say about 30, 35
Oh, okay.
minute drive if he lived that close to. He wasn't like that far from Logansport, so that's a good 20-minute drive.
Okay. Basically, you're just skipping through some country roads, and then you're here, kind of thing. Wow.
And when you stand there where the gate was, you can basically see like coming from the cemetery.
Yeah.
That way. So if you go look
This little patch right here. Again, this is where the girls were dropped off and the path that they walked down. Now I'm walking up this little path here. And this is where you can see, you can see Ron Logan's property and the cemetery.
All right. And again, so I'm going to kind of pause it and point this out to you here. So right over here where this, like, if you can see my cursor, I don't know if you can. There's like this right above my microphone on my message below. If you look straight up from the microphone on the Evil CJ show, you look straight up, there's this like white dot in these trees. Right over there is where the graveyard is. And then as the trees get larger, as it goes more towards the middle, that's where all of the That's where all of the trees, when you get back to the beginning of the video, and there's the video that we did yesterday, and you'll see where we get to the cemetery and we're walking around, and I kind of show you like where they could have parked their vehicle. Jinx showed us how they could have walked around easily and gone down into that path. We took the camera there. We showed you what it would, the view that you would get from a vehicle being parked in that little spot. That's the spot that we're talking about right here. Not the gravesite of the girls. This is a different gravesite. This is the gravesite where supposedly the vehicle was parked at, okay? And right there, there's a spot right there where the vehicle could have been parked.
So basically, right, see where that white, I don't know, it might be kind of hard for you guys to see. There's like a white silver building there. You can see the cemetery. I can see it from here. Right on the other side of that cornfield straight ahead. Wow. Ooh. Freaking spider webs like crazy.
That's kind of when I wish I had a backpack and a drone, because I could have whipped that drone out real quick and I could have literally just flew right above the corn and then come up and show you guys the frickin' graveyard where the car would have came back, and then zoomed right back to me, threw it in the backpack, and we keep walking. Oh, soon. Hope.
Damn.
I just got to look to see which ones are good. You know what I mean? I don't want to get some POS.
Glad I got my boots.
Just something I can take out of the backpack real quick.
Webs all over.
Zoom it over real quick. Show you guys. Zoom it back of the backpack. We're rolling.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I want a backpack that looks like a Ghostbuster freaking backpack. It's gonna, microphone, camera, backpack. Some Inspector Gadget Ghostbuster mix kind of shit. I just need that DeLorean, you know?
Them spider webs ain't no joke. Damn, them things are thick as fuck.
Yeah, just be like, yo, this is where it was at. Bam, we're on the, Oh.
Here you run into it.
Damn. Like it felt like rope I was pulling off me.
I don't need something to like fly around and
Watch
get an
for
hour's
snakes.
worth of footage, you know?
Do you guys got a lot of poisonous snakes over here?
Yeah, I'm back with Hunter. Oh, shit.
It was going as a baby one. It's like crossing. I'm like, okay.
Look at this drop off.
The drop
Look at
off.
this drop
You
off.
know, if we brought the girls this way, they could have just dumped them.
My gosh, yeah. Whoa, shit.
We don't want to do that.
Yeah,
He's like, go fall.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
like, go fall.
You got a
You don't
free
wanna
car
do
out
that.
of it.
Yep, y'all get a free car if I ended up
Over.
going down.
And one would know. All they would thought, well,
You got to ride home at least.
they just fell off the cliff by themselves. Because there was no cameras. That's the one spot they should have had a camera right there.
Right at the, yeah.
But they didn't put one there. That's what they need.
And they still don't have one. I don't know. I would imagine, why wouldn't you have some kind of surveillance up and down this anyway, considering a horrific crime already took place here. And it's pretty private. So what if a female's out here walking by herself and, you only have to go 10 feet and nobody can see or hear you.
No, especially the foliage right now, you wouldn't be able
Yeah.
to see anybody. Push
No.
you or did something to you.
Right.
Somebody come up and run, push me down there. Y'all ain't gonna see me.
I mean, they got like 7 cameras back at the bridge, but none in between.
terrain.
Is
Yeah,
it?
the girls no how it swam. They would have swam.
Is this a trail?
Yeah, it goes over towards the road. Too.
Oh, okay.
Girls would have floated.
And that's the thing. There's so many, and that's what they were explaining yesterday. There's so many access points to this location.
Down to Raleigh Park.
Yes.
And they would have got up and run to the police station and say, hey, look.
Oh my
Right.
gosh. Damn, I'm out in the woods and shit. Y'all gotta warn me about that shit, man. I'll shoot the damn thing. I'll have my gun out. I'll shoot that motherfucker.
Yeah, that would have been like 28 degrees.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The only reason it didn't freeze over.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like we said, on the Titanic, the water was below 28 degrees in the ocean.
Yeah.
So you why did he go after any other girls?
Right?
Well, I kind of, I mean,
He had plenty of people to go after that day.
I don't know. I have my own kind of thoughts on
Well, you know, I mean,
why and how and
well, Tony and Joe both said that it was a targeted attack.
yeah. I don't know. I still think somebody with the last name K, the social media account, it's just too coincidental.
Well, you know,
I don't know. I kind of feel like it was a community, huh?
Keegan got sentenced last night.
Yeah,
that
but
was the first time that Vito connected the Keegan Klein to Delphi with the shots account openly in the courtroom. Actually, it was his defense team. It was Keegan's own defense team that did it first.
I feel like it was a community, like a community account for the same kind of.
Yeah, sectional.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even though maybe he might not have had knowledge of it going down, I feel like it was that was used.
Yeah.
It was used to because really, you know, you're.
Kay's on a trip right now, so she's been traveling. But she'll be I know she just messaged me. Hold on a second. She arrived at one of her locations. Let me see. So she arrived at one of her locations. She's safe. And shout out to Kay, appreciate her. She did drop some documents for everybody this morning. So shout out, even though she's traveling, shout out to Kay dropping documents on her travels. Thank you so much. Amazing mod.
You know, where they came in, and literally it was not but a few minutes down, and then that's where it happened.
Mm-hmm.
It almost seemed to me like it was totally set up right from the get-go, and with it happening so quick.
Libby's Snapchat all that time too.
Right. Snapchat pictures.
So now, if she didn't have a backup cloud, put the photos that day,
Right.
then no one would know.
Oh, so it wasn't that they found the stuff on the phone. It was from a cloud
Yeah,
backup.
Yeah, somehow she sent it to her cloud.
So she knew right there that.
Yeah, she had sent it to make sure.
Wow.
They know. Say, hey, this guy's
That's aware.
following us.
That's aware. you know, um, usually they're not that aware at that age. That's a really good thing.
And that's why she wanted to be
Kayak in
a
Florida.
CSI detective or something like that. So,
Yeah. That's so sad.
That's
Melissa.
like Kelsey did what she did and went into it, the criminology instead, because Ruby went into.
hmm
Thank you for your guys' knowledge today.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank him, not me.
I think the other thing we looked into because Kelsey did like the geo tracking and stuff. So that would be another thing kind of be spooky and creepy of them being followed
Yeah.
online,
I
telling
like
okay
kayaks.
they were here this day. Well,
Right.
So you-
Geocaching and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be scary.
and follow them wherever. It's like okay, we'll follow. Hopefully, you'll go to this or
Right. Like, well, and people go and put new things in the geocache spots, you know,
Yep.
and they update that so they could be like, oh, well, guess what? I just put something in the geocache spot. Let's wait till they show up there.
Hmm.
Yeah, the geocache thing has always made me raise an eyebrow. You want to talk about knowing a time and a place somebody could possibly be?
Right.
you're saying like okay, they were just online, knowing okay they're looking, give a list of their fake names, but knowing
Right.
okay, you know who that is.
Right.
And they don't even know, you know what I mean? These
And
apps,
kids didn't
man.
understand what doxing was back in the day.
Yeah.
Oh, bunny cheerleader 532, whatever. Oh, that's Libby, you know.
Mm.
Mhm.
Sorry, I don't know. That was terrible.
Oh,
terrible
that's all right.
thing. Bunny, whatever. Lord have
Well,
mercy.
there at the time, McCain's had a geocaching contest.
Yep.
And they had all kinds of different names.
Kelly.
Groups.
Mm-hmm.
And they're supposed to
Not
find the
gators.
items. The last time was a flag in the cemetery back there.
Mm-hmm.
So
At least I
Wow.
can shoot a damn snake. Shooting a gator, I don't know.
And then being from this, you know, where you need a trail park to keep busy, you know,
mhm.
I can imagine
Yeah.
trying to be a parent and keep your kid.
We're going to be going to Stephen Smith coming up here soon.
Interesting.
The Murdaugh. There's some things coming out with the Stephen Smith case. I'm going to play those for you guys here too during this episode today. We'll be going 7, maybe 8 hours today. I'll be getting into some of that too. So I'll be making a visit here. Some stuff's happening, and I'm going to reach out to Suzanne Andrews and see if we can get together sometime for a conversation or something, you know. Like go chill at a park or something. We'll go sit outside. You know, why be inside? Let's go sit outside somewhere and have a conversation where you get the birds chirping, you get the sounds of nature with the conversation. I think it'd be really cool. Conversations in the park. So I'll be doing that soon. What's up, Grizz? Need to get together with Grizz here soon because a long time ago he went over a map. I'm gonna play that episode for you too, you guys, because I'm sure he's got some updates. It's been a while since we had him talking about that. Wasn't able to get it. I was doing the read through of those documents, and so I wasn't able to. He ended up having to bounce before that was done. So I'm definitely waiting to get Grizz on the show. Let me know anytime, buddy. When you want to do it. I got the next few days. I'll be here. And I got to check for a delivery here at some point today. So I might have to take pauses while we watch something, you know, to just check.
I was the original prosecutor on the Libby Adams case, but something happened to him.
We
and
going
he
to
had
Stephen Smith and
yeah, he had to stop.
Charles,
Oh, really?
South Carolina.
Mhm.
Here. fine. Probably I'll be
And
there
then who
around the
took
same
over?
time next week.
That's when
Nicholas is coming in.
I just got to figure out the logistics here,
Good old Slick Nick.
and I need a couple days rest.
And he's
When
the
new prosecutor.
new prosecutor for the county. And how long has he been the prosecutor of
Ever
the?
since Ives left.
2019.
Yeah, something like
So 4 years.
that. Mhm.
He was at the change of direction pressure. I do know that.
So he's been on the case twice as long as Ives was then.
He kind of had to get caught up on their case fast stuff.
So Ives didn't have.
Ives had stuff, but he had to go through a lot of big.
This is just a little
paperwork.
background about who's currently investigating, who was investigating. They were saying that Robert Ives, the gentleman that was investigating for the first 2 years, they felt that he was doing a good job. Now, Andy, the reason your comment got flagged was because of the word that starts with K. But they felt that he was doing a really good job, and then when this other person took over, it's kind of been sloppy.
What they had at the time.
You know, the way that Robert Ives talked the other day when Thomas and I was out here and
Yeah.
whatnot, I don't feel like he puts too much stock into that document of the defense release either.
Really?
It made it sound like it was all posturing and stuff, you know what I'm saying?
He knows what.
Yeah. I think Thomas, maybe it was Thomas and me. I know one of us said something about the non-secular comments that he had said back in the day, you know.
Yeah.
He just kind of explained, you know, well, yeah, I mean, that's what I felt at the time. So what can I say other than, yes, I said that. And then he just moved on with the conversation.
So he doesn't feel that way
Non-secular.
anymore,
No,
or
I'm saying, like, I don't think he puts too much stock into the odiness.
oh,
So this is them saying that the Robert Ives, the gentleman that was investigating it for the first couple of years, knew about all these things, obviously, because they showed up at the crime scene. Okay, knew about all these things, but didn't really put too much stock into the whole Odinism part of it. Not that there wasn't, you know, we saw the twigs and the placements a little bit ago. Not that there wasn't something's in my eye. Not that there wasn't something odd at the crime scene, right? But that the whole Odinistic part of it, there was just some things, and that's why they, and you know, Jinx, let me know if I'm wrong. I think that's why you guys were kind of not really. The F wasn't really a F on the tree, maybe, or something. I would love to be able to see, and I know we probably can't, but I would love to be able to see what it, or like the tree and where it would have been. Like, I want to see the bark compared to where, you know what I mean? Because even though it looks a certain way, here, let me show you guys real quick. Even though it looks a certain way, depending on what the bark is going to determine why it looks that way. So it could definitely be possible that it is an F, but at the same, you know, because of the bark. But, you know, if the bark lines up and then it's like, okay, I can see why it's like shaped like this because the bark kind of makes it go that way. But at the same time, if the bark isn't, then it could be sloppy and it could definitely be something else. It just really depends on the bark. It just really depends on the bark, for me anyway.
okay, really?
I think what they got it from, like
The F is where they're getting it from, or
no, a long time ago, at the beginning of this case, people was talking about pagan stuff at the beginning of
Right.
the case, and it was dropped. So,
And you have to look at it this way, okay? It's not yes, there is free speech, and that's what we're about. But when it comes to YouTube, if you are a part of the true crime community, it's very apparent in the true crime community why certain words aren't allowed. And so I totally understand if you're new to the community, because really, in any true crime show you go to, that's just what it is. And it's also out of respect. You have to look at it this way too, Andy. It's also out of respect for because there's a lot of victims do watch true crime, and there's a lot of words, and this is why YouTube probably had a team put together to make rules about these words, is because there is a lot of people that are victims that watch true crime, and certain words can trigger those individuals. And the last thing that we all want to do here on YouTube is make anybody feel uncomfortable when it comes to respect. You know what I'm saying? And so, especially this show, that's why Bautismo just popped out this peace, positivity, and progress. Because if people are rude or disrespectful, then it doesn't matter to me, because we're not on the same path. You know what I'm saying? And so I know that certain words, trust me, it's why I have the lounge channel. So if you want to say that word, you can say that word all day at the lounge if you want, because the lounge is a completely different atmosphere. So just look up Evil CJ's Lounge in the search bar, and we could talk like that all night. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to this, it's there's an understanding that comes with the community, and that comes with the rules and regulations from YouTube. And that's why they're set up that way. It's about making sure that we respect the comfort of others that have gone through, uh, you know, situations. And it's about respecting their comfort. So I appreciate you. I mean, I feel for people too. Yep. It's not necessarily about staying away from him. It's about approaching, and trust me, Andy, there's plenty other shows out there that you can go. You know what I'm saying? There's plenty other shows, but this isn't one of them. This isn't one of them, and that's another word too. So I'm sorry. Like, if you're part of the community, you have to understand, and that's why I removed that comment as well. But there's plenty other shows out there that you can say that stuff. This isn't one of them. So if you can't respect uh, the words that a team at YouTube came up with out of respect for the community that watches these shows, it's all about analytics, bro. So obviously they did it for a reason. Analytics. But there's plenty other shows. This isn't the only show on YouTube, man. This isn't the only show on YouTube.
Oh, so it was dropped pretty early?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So
I'm just one person. There's plenty.
So I think the defense team saw that and
That's what they're trying to
they
drum
went.
up.
They're going with it.
So what else? Because when I'm looking at the, I watched Court TV's
it ain't my
episode,
choice.
and they did a depiction of,
It ain't
based
my
off
choice.
of what's in the memorandum, they did a photo of
They might choice.
how the girls were staged and where the twigs were at, and how their body was
Yeah.
positioned. So what? It's got to be some kind of ritual shit, no? I mean, the way that they position the arms and
It's, his name Daniel. Who went in Colorado. His dad did something like that to his mother,
Right, but it was to make it look like it, but it didn't have nothing to do.
And that's what I think that's what they're trying to
So
everything's messed up to make it look like something else than what it should be.
Yeah.
really? So do you think the twigs were just an attempt to cover up, or it was
Something
actually
to
some
look
kind?
like- Not
Something like stage.
Oh, so it was like it was staged to make it look like it was people.
somebody else, some other group did it and
So
mess with the track.
so what about the testimony of the ex-wife of Holder and the ex-girlfriend of Patrick, I think I can't remember exactly.
They were all talked to at the beginning of this case, so
Right, yeah. But now Holder, they proved that he was at work at the time. Now I will say this, maybe somebody could have locked
Okay, this is kind of where the audio.
Now they did say they had cameras for the arms, but they never pushed it.
Sorry, this is where the audio kind of goes.
Well, because the paperwork in the documents state that that Amber, the ex-wife, went to LE, and they were basically told when that testimony or statement was being offered to the investigation, they were told that they were already cleared.
yeah,
You know, there was.
we already questioned the getting these people prosecute the defense team bringing this all back again. They're trying to lead people a different trail.
Huh. So what? Because people were maybe getting. I mean, it was pretty stalled out for a long time, has it not been the case? So it's not like anybody was getting close.
Everything just started happening the last 2.5 years here.
Okay.
15 to 5 years. Like, okay,
So what okay.
And then 2 weeks later, Alan got arrested. And then here we are going on a year mark almost that he's been incarcerated waiting trial.
Yep. And this guy's trained getting 3 months here to the trial in this second.
There you go,
And
Andy.
also-
That's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But his things
And that's the beginning. I want to show right when I walked up to it just to end this part. Let me see here. This is a cool shot right here. And then we'll end this part. Let's see here. Whoops. And we'll end this part here. But I want to show you guys this spot. This is pretty cool. And that's the Freedom Bridge right there. That's where the girls up over there is where the girls were dropped off. So there's the Buffalo and then the Delphi sign right there. Oh, let me get rid of my face. Then you guys can see it. It was a decent walk. Yeah. But where the girls were dropped off, it wasn't that far at all. So if you go to the bench, and I'll give you guys the timestamp for that again. But there's that. As you're coming, that's at the Freedom Bridge right there. And then you get to that location, that was 703.55 is where we get to. And then that's where we get to the spot where they came through. I turn to the left. I kind of take you guys down. I'll let it play here. And I'll give you guys, if you guys missed that part, because I didn't show it, I don't think, in today. But this is what it would have looked like as they're walking back. 703.55. And I'll be making a highlight of this too. See the walk to and the walk back. I'll be doing that after the show's over today. So this is the entrance that they came in. And then just to give you the full visual of it, I'm going to go ahead and remove the banner. So you can see it all. So that's where they were dropped off. This is their path as they're walking in. And then yesterday's episode, we visited and paid respects in person. That's at the beginning. It was a long show. It was a 8-hour and 45-minute show, and I still had another 4 hours, 5 hours to get back. So there's that. And if you want to add it to your playlist, definitely can. So that's that part. All right. So now this is the Court TV episode. I think other people were maybe mentioning in chat a little bit ago. And so we're going to check that out here. I'm going to continue to go through, check for updates and breaking news as we check this episode out. This is Court TV and Vinny into the investigation. It's going to kind of talk about, sum up a lot of the court papers for you. And then we'll be getting into a little bit of Stephen Smith for a bit, and then we're going to transition into Idaho 4 for the other part of the show. So thank you all. I appreciate your company and your conversation. And this is the Court TV episode of Into the Investigation. It is what I was going to try and play for you guys on the trip in the background of the car. I need to figure out a way that I can screen share while I'm on the road, so not only you can watch this while I'm driving, but I can listen to it as well as I'm driving. We'll figure it out. But I'd love to be able to show you guys this as I'm going on trips. It can still be a show on the road. There's got to be a way. I can probably, if I pulled over, it would just extend my trips a little bit, but it might be worth it. If I make a certain folder for a trip of shows that I can pull over after an hour, and we can I can pull over and we can switch it to another program, and I'll just leave the laptop running in the back seat. I bet you I could do that. I'm gonna have to try that on the next trip. Have the laptop running in the back seat. I'll just pull over and I'll have a specific folder for programs. Yeah. And then you'll still see the camera of me when I'm driving. You'll just be watching this. That'll be neat.
Williams and Libby German were best friends living in the small rural community of Delphi, Indiana, a town with just 3,000 residents. On February 13th, 2017, the girls had a day off from school and the weather was very mild for winter.
So if you can see where she's standing, that's about where we were at the bridge when I was showing you, and we were at the edge there. Okay.
They decided to go on an outdoor adventure.
Now right there is before it right as it's curving around. This is what you see. Okay. Honestly, I think I'm gonna get down there next time, not at the crime scene. We'll have to figure that out, but kind of down there.
Adventure. They were dropped off.
Or a drone that I can just at the bridge. Right in the backpack.
Keep near moving. The Monon High Bridge.
Keep moving.
A beautiful wooded area with a river and an old-fashioned planked bridge. Wow.
Whoops. So when you're looking at that picture right there,
and an old-fashioned.
We were about right here. See where this white spot is on the bridge? That's about where we were at. A little bit past it is where we were at. So if you look at the footage from the episode of yesterday, this is all right here. From the left of this white spot is completely redone. That's what you saw. Then you saw the rest of the bridge. This is with some foliage, but not full. You can see some of the trees are kind of losing their limbs in this photo. No, I'm not driving right now. No, I'm saying when I go on trips, I'll just have because I wanted to play this for you guys while we were on my drive going up to Delphi yesterday. I wanted to play this and play it and watch it with you guys on the trip. And I'm like, well, shit, I can't. But I just thought about it. I can literally just run my laptop in the back seat. I'll just run my laptop in the back seat. And then whenever I go to switch a program, because this is like 45 minutes. So whenever I go to switch a program, I'll just pull over and either get gas or go to the bathroom or get a snack or whatever. I'll make use of the stop and then I'll switch the program. So I think we can have road shows that are interactive too, where we can be like, where it'd be like maybe, I don't know, something like this or something maybe where like you see my camera and that's me driving and then the programmer watching is like up above or something. Something like that. There's got to be like, or like this right here, it could be one of these things where like this. You see me driving. There we go. You see me driving here on the left and you see the program right there, and we're watching it all while I'm driving. So yeah, I can do that. I'll pull over, get gas, go to the bathroom, whatever, switch a program. We'll have to have programs that are like an hour, 45 hour, 2 hours, something like that, where I don't have to like totally bog the trips down. But I think it'd be something cool that we could do in the future coming up on the next one. What's Kelly saying? Oh, Kelly.
Planked bridge.
What's up, Kaleido?
While on that bridge, Libby recorded a man with her phone. That same man was also recorded by Libby uttering the words, "down the hill." It was down the hill where Libby and Abby would be murdered. Prosecutors say the man on the bridge is responsible, and that man is Richard Allen. But Allen and his attorneys say prosecutors have it all wrong. They say Allen is innocent, and investigators did not follow the evidence that leads to somewhere else. A group of white nationalists who practice the ancient Nordic religion of Odinism. They also allege that 3 of the investigators on the case also believed this was a ritualistic killing, evidence that was concealed, suppressed, and not revealed to the judge. Tonight, we take a closer look at what those 3 investigators are saying and look at the evidence the defense says was hidden as we continue to investigate the Delphi murders. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. Our investigation continues tonight into the Delphi murders. So much information was released this week, and each night we're going through more and more of it. Tonight is going to be, I think, eye-opening and fascinating in looking at what the defense is alleging here. But let's start. I mean, Abby and Libby, these 2 young girls, best friends. Best friends. So, understand that relationship, right? And go back in your minds when you're growing up and you've got your friends and you do things together. And I remember growing up taking hikes all the time, whether it was 2 of us or 8 of us. You know, we would just head out into the woods, you know, looking for that waterfall or wherever we were going to go. And we'd be gone for hours and hours. Our parents didn't worry. And then we came home. Right? And that's what was happening that day and should have happened that day. But we know it was much worse. It was evil. I mean, this was also a bizarre crime scene where these 2 young girls were murdered. What you're looking at is a graphic depiction that we put together based upon the descriptions in these papers that have been filed by the defense. And when you look at the covered in sticks and the way the bodies appear to perhaps be positioned, at least that's the allegation by the defense, that it was some sort of ritualistic thing that was going on here.
Again, trigger warning. It's not going to show any graphic photos, but definitely mute until you see the trigger warning go away.
It's not normal. Whatever it was, it just didn't seem normal. Not that any murder is normal, right? But there are murders where, okay, you find a body and the body, you know, the person is killed, the person is murdered, and they leave the body there. Here, it appears something else was done in this case. And if what the defense has filed with the court is exactly what the evidence shows, then you're talking about really bizarre, where they're taking the clothes from one of these girls and putting it on the other girl, and the other girl's naked, and all of it is bizarre and evil at the same time. Richard Allen, the accused in this case, is saying, not me, it's not me. This isn't a case of saying, well, you know, this happened and things got out of control. No, it's not me, I didn't do it. Couldn't be any clearer in what they are saying here. He did not do it. And it's not even a case where they're saying, well, there's not enough evidence to prove that he did it. They're actually saying he didn't do it and there is someone else responsible for all of this. Not just saying I didn't do it. No. I couldn't have done it because they did it. Talking about this group of alleged white nationalists who follow Odinism, this ancient Nordic religion. And then everything left at the crime scene was some sort of a sign. And even to this day, as he sits behind bars, the guards at the prison where he is also follow this religion. And if this is true, this is beyond anything I've ever seen or heard. Beyond. But that's what they're alleging here. They're also alleging that the investigators, the prosecution, has concealed some of this evidence when, getting a search warrant, not revealing everything, changing little facts here and there, holding on to things that would be exculpatory in nature and not releasing it until they have to release it to the defense. Now that I've seen a lot in many cases, allegations of that in many cases. At the end of the day, this is going to be a trial in front of a jury, and whether or not the evidence was given over in time or not in time, everyone will have an opportunity to put all of this in front of a jury, which is what I want to do here tonight, is put in front of you the things that we are finding out that are being alleged in these papers. And we're going to begin with something that could be by itself reasonable doubt in this case. We're talking about 3 investigators who were working this case, who were going in a completely different direction and believe that it was this ritualistic killing. It was not Richard Allen. 3 investigators. Take a look. This is from the defense memorandum. Retired Rushville Assistant Police Chief Todd Click, Detective Kevin Murphy, and Detective Greg Ferenczi were 3 of the law enforcement officers who worked on the Delphi murder case, particularly focused on the Odinite angle as it intersected with suspects in Rushville, Indiana. After reading Richard Allen's probable cause affidavit, Click, remember, Assistant Police Chief Todd Click, became concerned that the information contained in Richard Allen's affidavit pointing the finger at Richard Allen was far less compelling than the totality of the information that Detective Ferenczi, Detective Murphy, and Officer Click had accumulated during the Rushville portion of the investigation. The information that Murphy, Ferenczi, and Click had gathered during their investigation connected men who practiced Odinism in or near Delphi with another group of men who lived in Rushville, and then connected both groups of men to the murders. This is pointing the finger at specific people, okay? Through the investigation of law enforcement, not the defense doing their own investigation. This is through the investigation of law enforcement. Click was concerned that for some reason the leadership of the investigative team had failed to share with Prosecutor McClelland the evidence gathered by Click, Ferenczi, and Murphy. Click's concerns led him to seek out a lawyer to assist him in the drafting of a letter. This letter was then sent to McClelland. This is big stuff, okay? So let's bring in the heavy hitters joining us tonight in Indianapolis, Indiana. We go to them all the time on this story, have been doing it for years now. The hosts of the Murder Sheet podcast. Make sure you download the latest episode. Anya Kane and Kevin Greenlee are with us. Great to see you both tonight. First, briefly though, because I want to get into the
And I'm going to drop their link here real quick because they do a great job out there in the community here. 1 second. I'm going to let this play, but I am going to drop the link for the Murder Sheet podcast as we watch this. And then as we get later on into this episode, I want you to hear what this other gentleman has to say coming up, okay? You got to hear what he has to say.
The content here. Just your reaction to generally to all these things that came out in these 130 some odd pages.
It's after he introduces the lady who's Down the Hill book or podcast or something. This gentleman with her that he has as a guest today. Definitely hear what he has to say. It's definitely important, especially to the details of this case, that you might be saying something you don't know. We touched about it on the drive up to Delphi yesterday. for that episode on location. But here we actually get to hear about what he's saying from his own mouth.
We go to them all the time on this story, have been doing it for years now. The hosts of the Murder Sheet podcast. Make sure you download the latest episode. Anya Kane and Kevin Greenlee are with us. Great to see you both tonight. First, briefly though, because I want to get into the content here. Just your reaction to generally to all these things that came out in these 130 some odd pages, what the defense filed.
It's absolutely fascinating to see the defense lay out its case for the murders. And it's so disturbing to hear more about the homicides themselves and the crime scene. It's just heartbreaking to think about what those girls went through.
And these details that we're getting are really for the first time, right? I mean, you've been trying for years, but it is what it is. Things have been sealed. Things have not been revealed. So if we take them at their word in what they put in their memorandum, this is earth-shattering stuff. So let's start first with this Odinite angle and the fact that there are apparently these 3 investigators who thought they were putting things together.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is very interesting to see some factions is sort of forming within law enforcement here. You have people, obviously the official investigation is saying they believe Richard Allen does it, but these 3 investigators may have been sort of offshoots. And I think one thing that we're really curious to know is the allegation that law enforcement sort of wrongfully rejected this theory. Is there any weight to that? Is that something where maybe they should have looked into it more? Or is this a situation where you had people become emotionally invested in their own theory and sort of didn't let it go, even if they weren't able to get to probable cause? So it kind of leads to a couple of different possibilities. It's sort of fascinating, but it kind of gives you a sense of there were a lot of directions that we probably haven't even heard about yet as far as the investigation.
So the concept of Odinism and this Odinite angle that the defense is talking about, before these papers were filed, did you hear rumors of that? Was there any indication that this could have been a ritualistic sacrifice?
Yes, there were all sorts of rumors behind the scenes and whispers behind the scenes that there was some sort of Odinistic angle or runes left at the crime scene. We've never been able to 100% confirm those, so we never reported those. And of course, in this case, it's been plagued by all sorts of rumors from the very beginning.
So, because you're out there, is there any other indication that Odinists are sacrificing people anywhere else? Or would this be the only criminal homicide that has potentially, it's what the defense is saying, a connection to Odinism?
That is such a good question, because that's the first thing we always do. Is this crime like any other crimes? And I can't say that we've officially dived into that research project yet, but we're trying very much to find potentially other Odinistic crimes, Odinistic murders of children specifically, and then also maybe other cults that, maybe could be comparable, I guess. But I would say generally our perception is that this sort of ritualistic sacrificial murder is not necessarily a prevalent thing here in Indiana.
And, the nature of it, I would think that if there was a murder like that, that it maybe would make the news and people would kind of know about it. But, some cases, I guess, a little more under the radar. Maybe things aren't released publicly. Like in this case, we didn't know. We had no idea that what the scene looked like. So let me put up something else from this defense memorandum. Not only did the prosecution withhold that letter, and they're talking again about the letter from Assistant Police Chief Todd Click, from the defense, but law enforcement also withheld several other exculpatory pieces of evidence, including an 85-page compilation of reports by Click prepared in 2019 and several videos containing statements that support the defense theory of Richard Allen's innocence. This 85-page report detailed the investigative work performed by Click, Forensi, Murphy, and others, including the FBI. Then I want to get to this. According to the summary of Click's investigation that he attached with his letter, the Behavioral Analysis Unit, BAU, of the FBI determined that the individual or individuals responsible for the homicides were involved in Nordic beliefs. What are your thoughts about all of that?
Yeah, it's interesting. My initial question would be, would the BAU back that up at this point? It's a little surprising to hear like the surety of the language there, that they confirmed that the people involved had Nordic beliefs, because I feel like you always have to put in the possibility of someone attempting to stage a scene and make it look like something it's not, right? So I don't know, but it's fascinating. And it also throws in the FBI, which of course came into this case very early on and then sort of has seemingly left it these days. So is not necessarily super involved anymore. So kind of also underscores that maybe there was some factionalism even between sort of local, state, and federal authorities.
So what questions has all of this now raised to you, now that you've gone through all of these pages and come across things that have been released for the very first time?
The big thing on my mind is these allegations that the defense made are incredibly serious. And so the question on my mind is there anything to these allegations? I am really interested in hearing how the prosecution responds to this. Did they, in fact, withhold exculpatory material from the defense? If so, that would be very...
I'm very interested, too, to hear the response to this, because I'm not saying everything is 100% true, because we don't know. We're not at the water cooler. But damn, this document was crazy, detailed, full of information, things to back it up. Definitely going to be interesting to hear the response from the prosecution. I don't see it happening today. But it should have been. Maybe Monday. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Very serious. If they have an explanation,
wait
I think
until
we'd
you
all
hear
like
what
to
this
hear
guy
it.
has to say coming up.
Are there other questions about Richard Allen that this raised for you? Because part of this memo, there's, I think, several goals that they had and the way they laid
These are
it
good
all out.
questions by Vinny.
And one big one that we talked about a little bit last night was that one person could not have done all of this. What are your thoughts about the way they describe all that and the scene where Abby and Libby were found?
Yeah, I thought the defense did a good job of kind of crafting this narrative. And I know for our listeners, we've already gotten a ton of emails about this and people sort of saying, wow, you know, it seems to have caught people's interest in a big way. And I would say, I think it's going to be a battle of the narratives. I think you're going to have the prosecution saying, this is an ordinary guy, and then he does this, and it was heinous, and, you know, why doesn't necessarily matter. Sometimes people just go out and do these things. And the defense is going to be crafting something about more of a wide-ranging conspiracy involving Odinists who have infiltrated prison and also, you know, were involved in these child murders. And so you're going to have the sort of ordinary versus the extraordinary. And it's going to be interesting to see which one carries the day with the jury, because we've interviewed people who knew Richard Allen and who, you know, grew up with him. And by all accounts, he was a very normal guy. So there's not really that kind of salacious aspect that you have in sort of an Odinistic cult. So I just sort of think we're seeing the sides form right now.
Now, all of us who've been following this story and covering this story, there's a series now of I wouldn't call them suspects, but people who, okay, are they connected? Are they connected? Including the Anthony Shots social media stuff. How does what we learned here, how does it change, alter, or perhaps supplement, you know, everything else that we've learned?
I think one thing it does is it shows that these investigators never had blinders on. They looked at a wide variety of leads and they pursued them to the best of their abilities. They had officers trying to run down this Odinist stuff. They had officers trying to run down Anthony Shots. They had officers trying to run down Chadwell and some of the other suspects over the years. And ultimately, They ended up, the only person they could make a probable cause case against was Richard Allen.
That's
And
crazy.
so they arrested him.
That's crazy.
And you know what's fascinating about this story, and why I think it's going to be a difficult case for prosecutors, is I speak to people who have been there, have done, like you, and who have done podcasts and things, and people tell me, and I always ask them, well, you know, I'm not going to ask them on the air, but I'll ask them sometimes, well, who do you think did it? And you get different answers from different people who have studied all this. I've never seen anything like this, where, you know, people who are, you know, really involved in it can look at this and say, oh no, it's this person. Oh no, it's this person. But I don't know if anyone's convinced that any of them, I don't think they're convinced beyond a reasonable doubt on any of them. And then Richard Allen is the one who like came out of nowhere.
In many ways, he's the most boring suspect.
What a great description, Kevin. Like this guy, there's nothing to it. There's no computer searches. There's just a bullet.
Yeah, you look at some of the other suspects, they have a history of violence. They have histories of child sexual abuse materials. This guy just was a regular working Joe who every day went to work at the CVS at the pharmacy, didn't cause any trouble at all. So as Anya says, he's the dullest of the suspects, probably.
Unbelievable developments. Anya Kane, Kevin Greenlee, folks.
Unbelievable.
Listen to it after my show, right? You can download it now, but listen after the show, the Murder Sheet podcast. And I hope you guys will come back because we're going to do this again tomorrow night. So hopefully we'll be able to track you down again tomorrow. Thank you so much. All right, folks, we've got more to get to here. How about those sketches? What about those sketches? More information in these pages filed by the defense undermining the sketches. We'll talk about that. Plus, coming up next hour. In Las Vegas, Nevada, a disturbing video.
Again,
All right, there's part of this Delphi case that has always confused me.
Again, this is going to be a trigger warning part again of the episode. This is going to be that part where that gentleman is kind of saying some things about the case that I think you guys are going to be very interested to hear if you haven't heard already when you were in the show.
I never really
yesterday.
understood it. Like, that's a video, and that's what they've been telling us. This is the killer. This is a video of the killer taken by Libby. Okay, amazing that she did this, but that's the killer. Despite the fact that we have video of the actual killer, we also have sketches of the alleged suspects in this case. Let's put it up on the screen. February 2017, this was a witness description to the sketch artist. So,
and this looks nothing like, see, this is the witness right here. Age 20, completely different than the other sketch.
Of a man on the Monon High Bridge. And this is, again, February 2017, the month that it happens. White, about 20 years old, brown curly hair with a medium build, okay? And that was the sketch artist put together. Now, in the papers, again, that the defense has filed, they write, the Unified Command, again, this is the investigative agency running the whole thing. The Unified Command did not release the witness sketch to the public for over 2 years. Instead, they first released another witness's sketch called Sketch 1. The other sketch was illustrated by FBI sketch artist Plants from Detroit on June 19th, 2017, and released to the public July 17th, 2017. Roughly 2 years later, in March of 2019, the witness met with Tony Liggett, frustrated that her sketch number 2, the one on the right of your screen, had not been released to the public. Witness was frustrated because sketch number 1, which had been released almost 2 years before, did not.
Roughly 2 years later, in March 2019, so-and-so met with Tony Liggett, frustrated that her sketch number 2 had not been released to the public 2 years after. She had to go to them. But they're claiming that the sketch didn't match. What's up, Wandering Orphan? They're claiming the sketch didn't match, so that's why they didn't release it. But then they released it after 2 years.
Not match the man that she observed on the high bridge. The witness even commented that sketch number 1, the one on the left side of your screen, is wrong. Now,
wow.
March 2019, the witness description.
And we've already heard stories about withholding evidence. You've seen it a little bit ago. We read through the documents the other day. I mean, why has this not had justice for these victims? I wonder why.
To law enforcement, the man on the Monon High Bridge, slender and youthful, boyish, in his 20s to 30s. His hair seemed poofy, no facial hair. You know, looks like a young Justin Timberlake, for goodness sakes. Now, also from this defense memorandum, on April 22nd, 2019, the Unified Command, the investigators, released the witness's sketch number 2 to the general public. In fact, upon its release, Superintendent Doug Carter commented that the man in sketch 2 was responsible for the murders. Also, at the time of the release of sketch 2, Doug Carter.
April 22nd. We'll watch that press conference.
Carter also stated that sketch 1 had now become secondary to the investigation. All of this totally confusing at the time.
I don't think it looks like JT.
And I think even more confusing now, because that sketch of the one who looks like Justin Timberlake doesn't look like Richard Allen and doesn't look like the guy in the video. What's going on here? I need some help. Joining me in Orange County, California, the author of Forest for the Trees, a book about the Delphi murders. Investigative producer Chris Todd is with us. And in Jacksonville, Florida, retired FBI Special Agent Jennifer Koffendorfer. Great to have you both here. Chris, is this the strangest part of this whole investigation? I mean, there's a lot of strange parts, and we've learned much more now. But how do you make sense, or can you make sense, of the sketches, the descriptions, and what the defense is now alleging?
This is one of the strangest cases I've ever been involved in, for sure. And a lot of people have worked on this, a lot of podcasters, journalists, Leos, and a lot of people in Delphi in this community know the work that I've done and the people I've worked with. And these sketches, they don't look anything alike.
No.
They don't resemble, actually, BG at all. And
when you say BG, you mean Bridge Guy, right? Bridge Guy in the video?
Yeah, Bridge Guy. Everybody calls him BG. And I've already said who Bridge Guy is, and I will stick to that. And I don't believe Richard Allen is Bridge Guy, and I don't believe he ever will be. So these two sketches look nothing alike. They're from two different, or multiple witnesses actually gave differing, just like the trail witnesses said someone was in all black or they're in all blue. This case is a circus. I'm just going to say that. And I do have some bombshell information for you today, Vinny, if we get to it.
Oh, if it's a bombshell, we'll get to it. But we'll have to wait. That way people keep watching. That's the way we do it, Chris, here on television. All right. Jennifer Koffendorfer, your thought. Now, I was a prosecutor. This is like oozing of reasonable doubt. I'm not saying that they arrested the wrong guy. I don't know who did it. I wasn't there, obviously, right? We got to see and hear all the evidence in court. But I know the way trials go. And once they start putting these different sketches, and they do like we did, and they put the sketch next to Richard Allen, and then none of it makes sense. None of this makes sense to me. So what do you think, Chris, about the eyewitnesses? Who do the eyewitnesses help in this case? Or are the eyewitnesses, does their testimony conflict with one another to an extent that?
And I want to say thank you again, Randy, for taking out your time yesterday. to go with. I appreciate that very much, and thank you for the knowledge and the conversation during the trip. I appreciate it.
These descriptions become meaningless.
I mean, I'm looking at this Frank's motion a little bit, right? The Sons of Odin and all these.
Jinx, if you could do me a favor and drop Randy's link for his channel again too, please.
I think that's where we're at this second. There's many witnesses. There were a lot of people on the trail that day, a lot. And other names keep coming up.
Yeah, let's not mention any of them. We're not.
No, I'm not.
I'm just letting the folks at home know that we're not mentioning.
Vinny's Vinny's like me. No. Hold on. Oh shit. That's some shit that I do. Have a guest on and they go to the, whoa, hold on. I just hold on. Oh, I gotta listen to that again. That was funny.
Yeah, there's many witnesses. There were a lot of people on the trail that day. A lot.
Thank you, James.
And other names keep coming up.
Yeah, let's not mention any of them. We're not. I'm just letting the folks at home know that we're not mentioning names purposely. I tell them every night because there are names that the defense is naming, but we specifically are just not doing it until there's more information out there.
Hold on.
What I'm saying is this Frank's motion is where the case is at today. This is the most important thing. The defense is creating this scenario of other people looking at other people, this ritualistic pagan ceremony. And this has been going on since day one with Tony Klein, Kegan Klein. These names, everyone said these names. But I'm saying is, so today, this case is moving at 1,000 miles an hour. This is bombshell information. And I understand what the defense is doing, but I'm just going to say this to you right now, okay? The runes, this writing in blood on the tree, I'm not buying any of it. And I have multiple sources that you know too. I have a lot of people on the inside on this investigation. I'm not buying any of it.
That's fascinating. Now, Jennifer, what we talked about in the second block.
Sorry, I just like to skip her parts. I really don't care to hear all the crazy shit. I'm not interested in the crazy shit.
I heard about, and the murder sheets.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
These rumors were coming out right away. Within the first year or two, there were rumors of these runes.
And Randy, I look forward to working together in the future, man. I appreciate it.
I get writing from fans or audience members.
Definitely go sub to Randy's channel. He's got some stuff on Delphi as well.
And sleuths, they keep driving this to me. The sticks were in a certain way, and this is Odin, and this is Germanic, and I'm like, you know, and look, I can't say too much of how I know about crime scene photos, autopsies, photos of the bodies. I can't say too much about that. I'm just saying I understand what's going on, and this happens in a lot of other cases. I'm just calling it hogwash. And I challenge anyone, show me the photos of this rune in blood and these sticks. Show me.
Yeah,
all right. Our guests are.
I want to see the F on the tree. You know what I'm saying? I want to see. Court TV did a great depiction of it with the photos, based off of what the memorandum states. I want to see the tree. I want to see this F. You know what I'm saying?
Staying with us. When we come back, we're going to talk about some more alleged conflicting witness statements.
Show me.
Great. All right. Our guests are staying with us. When we come back, we're going to talk about some more alleged conflicting witness statements. What does it all mean? This case is getting more complicated. I've worked and investigators, prosecutors.
Here comes some crazy stuff right here, everybody. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. Listen to this information coming up from this guy.
say he did it by himself, the defense, with this huge memorandum that they filed saying no way. And one person couldn't have done it, by the way. That's what they're saying. With us tonight, Chris Todd, investigative producer, and Jennifer Kapidoff, former FBI special agent. Chris, my DMs and my thing just blowing up during the commercial break. So let's do it. You got a bombshell for us tonight. What is it?
So I believe that when on Libby's footage, her phone footage, it's a lot longer than we've been told it is. And
well, yeah, we knew.
I believe that when we hear guys and then down the hill, those are not the same person.
So wait, he believes, or just hold on 1 second. We know that there's more. We know that.
Libby's footage, her phone footage, it's a lot longer than we've been told it is. And I believe that when we hear guys,
I believe,
and then down the hill, those are not the same person.
Guys and down the hill are not same person. I need to go through my videos and find the videos where they play both of those. If anybody has the video at their disposal right away, please send it to me. A YouTube video of like a local news, preferably. If you have access to it and can send it to me, please do. I'd like to compare the two with you guys and see what you guys think. Now, I know they played it at the beginning of this episode. I suppose I could go back a little bit, but I don't know if it has what the local news would have released. We'll see.
Why do you believe that?
Thank you, Michelle.
Can't really say too much, but I can guarantee you tomorrow I'm going to have a few people very angry at me.
Whoa.
Wow.
What?
That now gives that now we're talking about two people. So
I have way more than.
Whoa. Okay, hold on. Let's listen to that again. He's going to be very angry with him tomorrow.
For us tonight, what is it?
So I believe that when on Libby's footage, her phone footage, it's a lot longer than we've been told it is. And I believe that when we hear guys and then down the hill, those are not the same person.
Why do you believe that?
Can't really say too much, but I can guarantee you tomorrow I'm going to have a few people very angry at me.
A few. He said a few.
Wow.
Not a couple.
That now gives that now we're talking about two people. So
I have way more than that, but if I say this other stuff, it'll light the town on fire.
Okay, let me ask you this.
What?
If it
Hold on a minute. If he says this stuff, it's going to light the town on fire?
a producer, and Jennifer Kapidoff, former FBI special agent. Chris, my DMs and my thing just blowing up during the commercial break. So let's do it. You got a bombshell for us tonight. What is it?
So I believe that when on Libby's footage, her phone footage, it's a lot longer than we've been told it is. And I believe that when we hear guys and then down the hill, those are not the same person.
Why do you believe that?
Can't really say too much, but I can guarantee you tomorrow I'm going to have a few people very angry at me.
So he believes that it's two different people because of what he was told from those few people. And now those few people are going to be mad at him this morning because of what he said. Now, he could have literally just said, I believe. He literally just said, I believe. But based off of what he's. Who is this person? How is he close to the investigation? Because they're going to be mad at him? And then if he has information that's going to set the town on fire? There's no information in this. Hold on. Let me go back again. Hold on. Who?
With this huge memorandum that they filed saying no way. And one person couldn't have done it, by the way. That's what they're saying. With us tonight, Chris Todd, investigative producer, and Jennifer Kappadopoulos, former FBI special agent. Chris, my DMs and my thing just blowing up during the commercial break.
Who is it? What's that, Michelle? Thank you. Who is it? Like he's... Oh, they're guests. I don't know who this guy is. Oh, okay. Huh. Yeah, it was just crazy.
Break, so let's do it. You got a bombshell for us tonight. What is it?
So I believe that when on Libby's footage, her phone footage,
He said, I
it's
believe.
a lot longer than we've been told it is. And I believe that when we hear guys and then down the hill, those are not the same person.
Okay, he says he believes. It doesn't mean he's not saying he was told.
Why do you believe that?
Can't really say too much, but I can guarantee you tomorrow I'm going to have a few people very angry at me.
Wow. That now gives that now we're talking about two people. So
I have way more than that, but if I say this other stuff, it'll light the town on fire.
Okay, let me ask you this. If it's not the same person, are you saying there's more than one person at the scene and attacking?
There is more than one killer, absolutely.
I mean, we feel that way.
Jennifer Kappadopoulos, is there any way to tell from the and I mean the level of that
investigating. So I just find that was
All right. So I'm wondering if this part's going to be playing the audio clip. What's up, typically? Thank you. Appreciate you hopping in. It sounds like... All right, hold on. I'm going to pause this music and let you guys listen to it. To me, it sounds like it's the same person though, but I don't have like studio shit, you know? I got Turtle Beach gaming headset for my earbuds. So it's a lot more comfortable than that headset that hangs over your head. Oh, that thing drives me nuts. That's why I like my earbuds. I love my earbuds. All right, let me pause this music. To me, it sounds like it's the same person. Listen to it.
Three times in a row. Let's take a listen.
It sounds like the same person.
Now again,
it said those words.
So let's take one more listen because everybody at home wants to hear the voice one more time. So we're going to play it for you 3 times in a row. Let's take a listen.
Sounds like him. I'm going to mute it.
Now, again, we are the ones who put the video with the audio because this is the video that was released that did not have the audio on it. The audio is separate. So what Chris is saying today now is
Just pay attention to the hat, you guys. It's a flat cap. How many people wear flat caps, okay? Pay attention to the hat. Not necessarily this one. It's hard to tell. You don't know if it's a beanie or what from this picture. But I'm saying when it comes to the drawing and the description, pay attention to the hat. It's a flat hat.
is that the man that is walking there is not the voice that we hear. Chris, another.
Let me clarify. Let me clarify.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. No, BG is saying down the hill. The person saying guys is not on camera. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Guys actually comes after down the hill. It's out of order.
What?
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is that this audio was edited.
He didn't say I believe. So this is going to be interesting.
Spliced,
rearranged, and then
and I'm not blaming law enforcement. It might be a smart tactic. I'm going to stick up for them right here. Because remember, we only first heard down the hill. We didn't hear guys. That came out of nowhere later on. They never explained why were they releasing the word guys. So I believe that down the hill comes first, and that phone stays on, and Libby did an amazing job. What a courageous little girl.
Yeah, for real.
And it
to
carries
have that
further.
awareness.
And then someone says guys and gives a command
To
to
have
do
that
something.
awareness.
And I won't say what it is.
It was so
very possible because we have not.
Say again, I just want to say thank you to the community for making that trip yesterday possible. It was such an honor to be able to pay respects in person. And I can't thank you guys enough. And I'm going to keep thanking you. It was such an honor to be able to do that.
Not heard the whole thing. Jennifer Koffendorfer is with. First of all, let me ask you this, Chris: Is it your belief that it's very obvious when you look at the complete thing that it's two different people?
I always believed early on from sources that came to me and investigators, and even we had Leo whistleblowers and stuff. And a lot of normal people believed it would be really hard for one person,
right?
Especially.
I mean, we feel
But
that.
what I'm asking you, Chris, is the voice that we hear from that recording. When you see the whole recording, is it obvious in the context of that it's two different voices?
It wasn't to me until I was basically schooled, and I can't say how. And then it woke me up, and this case has changed every day. I was shocked more than anyone. And then I went on my own research. I do believe guys is said by a different person. I know who says down the hill. I don't know who says guys.
All right, Jennifer Koffendorfer, to me, this is.
All right, and that's where I'm ending the episode for that part. Yeah. So, okay. So here's the murder sheet. Definitely, they were part of the show in the beginning. They do a lot of content on Delphi and a lot of other cases too. And so definitely go subscribe to them also. After this show, I will be working on some highlights from the trip from yesterday and different things. So definitely look for those. And then we'll be streaming tonight. And I don't know. We're just going to do a late night true crime. We're going to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. We're going to cases, panel, live calls. So we'll just be hanging out tonight. No, thank you for your help, Jinx. Appreciate it. Okay. And again, if you want to check out the live on location episode, Here's the link for that when I made the trip yesterday. One of the things I'm also going to be doing after the show, beyond the highlights, I'm going to have a busy evening, is I'm also going to be putting in timestamps for this trip. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm also going to be putting in timestamps for this trip. And that way, whenever you go to this video, you can go to the specifics. But I'm going to be making some highlights of it, paying respects. The walk from the bench up into the bridge and then back. I'll be making a highlight for that. Just a few different other highlights about about this trip. That way, not everybody has to go to the 8-hour and 45-minute live. They can either get to the timestamps if they want to see something else, or I can make a small highlight for somebody to just check out there for a few minutes. So thank you all to contributed for the trip yesterday. It's always a team effort, and I appreciate the community and the support because I'm able to do those. All right, so let me see here if we got anything breaking. There is one more Court TV clip. It's about 10 minutes that I wanted to. It's about the confession. And I thought it would be a good video to check out next, just about the whole confession, because I know there's a lot of confusion, right? We heard confession, we heard just in these court documents now, we heard that the confession was in a way coerced. So I'd like to check out what's being said about this too. Oh, really? I didn't know that, Jinx. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. Yeah, the road trip was, and just like the beginning of the show, when I started out this show, I don't really go to other sources for. I don't watch other shows to come up with the ideas or how to even operate things. I kind of just let it go organic because I guess that's the best way for me anyway. And also, you get to kind of see me grow as a creator. You get to see me grow. You get to see the process. You get to see all the effort. You get to see everything. So, when it comes to different parts of these trips, I will continue to get better and better. The audio will continue to get better and better. The video will continue to get better and better. The edits will continue to get better and better. But that's the beautiful part about it. I may not be, like at the editing or any of these other levels that some of these amazing other content creators are at, but at the same time, you get to watch the process, and that's the beautiful part as well. And I'm happy and I'm excited I get to share it all with you. You could literally go back to the first episode of the show, and then as each episode shows, you can see how every single day from the first show that I started this, I always try and continue to get better every single day. And so, when it comes to this audio stuff, with the trip, like I said, just there's patience. Appreciate the process. If you get to go on that journey with me, and that's the special part. It's like when we go on locations for these drives, you get to come on the drive with me because I'm filming there and back as well. So you not only get to experience the location, but you also get to experience up to as we do this from. And I love doing it for you guys. And I think it's just another part of the show that can be special for you guys. All right, so there's one more Court TV 10-minute clip. Then I want to show you guys a little video about deeply concerning reports regarding these dating apps now. So please be safe out there. Anybody that uses those, for interaction, please be safe. But we'll be going to that next. And then we'll be going to some of the other breaking news or little videos, some of the Stephen Smith stuff too, because I will be going on a trip up there soon. And it's kind of interesting that there's some things happening with that one now, because I'll be up there probably by this same time next week. I'll probably be up there probably before that. But I have to double check the calendar. But I wanted to show that as well. So here's this 10-minute Court TV episode on Richard Allen. We're going to check out some of the other stuff, some breaking news, and then we're going to head over to the Idaho 4 topic for the afternoon at the halfway point. So thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out this morning as we get into the afternoon. I appreciate your company so much, and we keep rolling. What's up, Copper Horse? Everybody hopping in. Do you have a different new perspective? Yes, I do, Hiawatha. If you're a member, I switched the drive back from the trip. I switched the drive back. It's a members only episode where there's some deep conversations. So if you are a member, Hiawatha, definitely check it out. If not, it was very transforming. I'll just say that. It was very transforming. Very transforming. But what is open to anybody is the on the scene location where you can. I visit the grave sites in the beginning of the episode. There is some part of travel because I do show you guys the before and the after travel. But when you go to each of the grave sites, you'll kind of like hover over the thumbnail. I'll be getting the timestamps after the show, but if you hover over the thumbnail, you'll see me going to visit each one, and just watch as we get there and watch as we leave, and that'll pretty much give you the exact feeling that I was feeling. The drive back is more of a special time with everybody, and that's why it's a members only now, just because it was more a personal kind of thing. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I appreciate you. And this is the last 10 minutes of this, so we'll get to some of the breaking news, and we'll transition to the next part of the show. I appreciate you. And I love being here with you all during the day. I love it.
Richard Allen, you child murderer! Why did you do it? Shame on you! Shame on you, Richard! You're going to prison for the rest of your life! Shame on you, Richard Allen!
So Richard Allen says he
innocent until proven guilty. I'm not at the water cooler. I don't know. Maybe they were. I'm not at the water cooler. And I don't drink Kool-Aid, so I don't know.
he's innocent, did not do it. But there is a confession here, according to prosecutors.
This is about
Take a look.
confession.
This is from a prosecution filing.
Now, remember, we heard about the confession before. Now we heard this new information that came out that we did when we did the read through, the new information that came out about the confession from the defense's angle, and also, you know, when it comes to who they think even committed it, right? Very interesting stuff. That's why I can't wait for the rebuttal from the prosecution. And trust me, once we find information, I don't care if it's 3 in the frickin' morning. Somebody please wake me up and say, yo, get at your desk and get on the computer. For real, wake me up, because I want to hear it and I want to share it with you ASAP.
On April 3rd, 2023, Richard Allen made a phone call to his wife, Kathy Allen. In that phone call, Richard admits several times that he killed Abby and Libby. Investigators have the call transcribed, and the transcription confirms that Richard Allen admits that he committed the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. He admits several.
Again, whenever they get to these documents, it's a trigger warning. These documents ain't no joke. They ain't no joke. That's why I never did a whole read through on them, because, man, some of them you need to take your time. You know, this is freaking children, man. You know, this is freaking children. What the hell?
Several times within the phone call,
Period.
that he committed the offenses as charged, his wife, Kathy Allen, ends the phone call abruptly. Okay, seems like powerful evidence. Why on earth would someone do that? Why? Well, take a look at what the defense is saying here. The defense is saying the evidence shows that during his pretrial incarceration at the Westfield Correctional Facility, Richard Allen has been monitored, intimidated, and mentally abused by correctional officers who are also members of the Odinite cult. Two of those corrections officers, Westfield corrections officers, boldly wore patches on their Department of Corrections uniforms that proclaimed, quote, "In Odin we trust," along with another patch displaying symbols of Odinism. Normally, corrections officers were within earshot of every conversation between Richard and his attorneys and Richard and his wife, close enough that Richard would have to be worried about any conversation with his attorneys and with his wife being overheard by these correction officers. The officers even required that Richard Allen be positioned facing the window where the correction officer was videotaping the attorney visiting with his handheld camcorder. The positioning of Richard Allen's body would allow the corrections officers to videotape Richard Allen's mouth as he talked with his attorneys. Richard would therefore not be able to privately discuss anything with his attorneys, such as, here's the big part of all this. The guards are telling me that my wife and family will be killed unless I call my wife and tell her that I killed those girls. There you have it. That's the explanation. Let's bring back in our guests. Still with us, podcasters Anya Kane and Kevin Greenlee, investigator Mike King, attorney Bob Mata, and joining us now from Ann Arbor, Michigan, clinical psychologist Dr. Colin King. Okay, I want to start with Bob Mata, though. Bob, I want to start with you. I understand they're trying to get the physical evidence from the search suppressed. Would this alleged confession also be suppressed as fruit of the poisonous tree, that he wouldn't have been incarcerated if they didn't get that other evidence? They wouldn't have had enough to arrest him? Do you think that happens? Or
Good
is
question.
the only way to deal with this confession is by going down the Odinism intimidation road?
I'd certainly make the argument that it was fruit of the poisonous tree. Everything that you know, once the tree and the roots are rotten, everything that blooms from it is rotten. Whether or not Judge Gold—
I just have to say, this guy is on Publicly Buzzed a lot. Shout out to Publicly Buzzed. This guy's awesome. This Bob Mata guy, I like this guy a lot.
Arrest him? Do you think that happens? Or is the only way to deal with this confession is by going down the Odinism intimidation road?
I'd certainly make the argument that it was fruit of the poisonous tree. Everything that you know, once the tree and the roots are rotten, everything that blooms from it is rotten. Whether or not Judge Gull would agree with that, I don't know. But you know, the thing that's important about that particular statement is, you know, the footnote. The footnote, because when I first read that first blush, I'm like, wow, well, that explains everything. The footnote explains where Rosie's saying, okay, well, he didn't actually say this, but this is what he could have said had he not been watched constantly by these two guards. So, you know, everything that's going on with this, Vinny, is insane to me. And I know Kevin and I were all in there for the last hearing when all this was being litigated in terms of them trying to get him moved. And we first heard about these guards using the camcorder to photograph and to videotape the attorney visits. And it was a situation where we were not made aware that they were turning him towards the window so that they could see his mouth. So, you know, and as a criminal defense attorney, that's like me being able to talk to my client is sacrosanct in terms of privacy when I'm trying to prepare for trial. If I think that guards are even anywhere near earshot, I'm not talking at all. And I'm telling my client not to talk at all about anything substantive with the case. But your question's a fascinating one, because I would definitely 100% be trying to get it tossed out as well as through the poisonous tree, because it all stems from that warrant. If you don't have the warrant, you don't have the bullet. And then the question becomes, is mere presence at the bridge, which he volunteered that information, is that enough for the warrant to stand? That's ultimately what Judge Gull, presuming that these women come in and testify, we're talking about the witnesses, that they say, hey, like Liggett lied. this is what we said, and this is what Liggett put in his affidavit, it's clearly a lie. And if Gull says, okay, well, I'm going to pull those out, does the warrant still have enough probable cause to stand on its own 2 feet without that timeline? That's ultimately what she's going to be charged with. And it's going to be tough for her, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It really guts the case. Dr. Colin King, let's talk about a confession. A husband. Why would a husband who's just been arrested for a brutal murder of 2 girls confess to his wife on the phone? Is there something to that? Let's presume, number one, that he committed the murders. What would make a man who's been arrested for these murders confess when he speaks to his wife on the phone?
Sure. So there could be a number of factors. So let's presume that that is what he did. One reason could be extreme stress. When an inmate is isolated and at times teased by other inmates or prison guards, their mental psyche begins to break down. So that could be one possible explanation for why he would confess to his wife.
I mean, the dude, when you're looking at these photos, and I'll show him again here, when you look at it, you're like, yeah, I kind of see what the dude's just saying. Where did I send him? Sorry, I have to send them to me an email, and then my one second. I lost him. What the heck? Hold on, I got to send it to me again, because I don't know where that email went with all those pictures. 1 second. I want to show you guys. I mean, you take a look at these 2 pictures. It definitely looks like... I'll rewind it to what this guy says, and then I'll show you the picture.
Extreme stress. When an inmate is isolated and at times teased by other inmates or prison guards, their mental psyche begins to break down. So that could be one possible explanation for why he would confess to his wife. Another one.
So, I mean, look at it, and I'll show you now. You see the picture that they're showing, right? You see the picture that they're showing, okay? You look at this. For real? I would say so, right? I mean, geez.
Could be because of coercion, maybe, and again, I don't know this for a fact, but under extreme pressure from, let's say, prison guards, and the person may be told, if you don't confess, your life is going to be miserable, but if you do, we will grant you certain favors. So, you know, there's so many reasons why an inmate or a defendant will confess, even though he may not have committed that crime.
Okay, that's if he hasn't. But what if he committed the crime? If he's guilty, he did it. Why would he tell his wife on the phone?
So, and you know, I have assessed a number of mass shooters and killers, and it never ceases to surprise me what they do. When one is isolated, Vinny, and you don't know what's going on around you, and you are stressed, you are depressed, you are anxious, you are obsessed with these thoughts. Sometimes it's the natural and logical thing to do because you want to confide in someone whom you know, not realizing that every single conversation is recorded. So it could be because his wife is his best friend, his wife is his go-to buddy, and he sees her as a sort of a
I feel you,
solace.
Jackie.
So
that's why when people like, I feel you, trust me. Like I'm cool with my own weapon, right? But if I'm at somebody's house or something or wherever, and they're like, "Hey, you want to pick it up and check it out?" I'm like, "Hell no! What are you, scared? I ain't fucking scared. It's called I ain't stupid. I ain't touching shit, but my own. Like, I'm not putting my hands on anybody else's weapon except for my own. Hell no. Hell no. And I definitely don't joke about doing some shit that I definitely didn't do either. 100. 100.
that could be one possible explanation why he would confess to his wife.
All right. Anya Kane, Kevin Greenlee, any evidence that you've come across that this Odinism exists in the prison, not just with the inmates, but with the prison guards?
You know, we've talked to a couple of sources who have spent time up at Westville, that Indiana prison where Richard Allen is incarcerated. And, you know, a couple of them ran with different gangs, and some of those gangs definitely have elements to them that would embrace Odinism and sort of white supremacy. So we talked with them about that and sort of ran this whole scenario by them. And nobody said, oh yeah, that sounds exactly like something I saw or experienced. We did have some people say that there would be, you know, occasionally a corrupt CO who might be down with, say, like the Aryan Brotherhood, and maybe they might mule for them for money, right? Not necessarily like they were also intensely interested in Odinism and ruins, but that they would basically get drugs for them outside of the prison and bring them in, you know, that sort of thing. More of an
Right. And that's the shot you get coming in when we went to see the CVS, so you can't see it because I'm blocking it. That's the CVS that we walked into at the beginning of the show. When I got into Delphi, we went to the CVS. I'm going to get blocked by my own thing, aren't I? Yeah. We went to the CVS. So that's the CVS back there in the background. Now I'm going to show a couple pictures that Jinx sent to me. Thank you. This one states, and again, graphic warning. One moment. Is it going to share it? Okay. So graphic warning. And it states the scene was ghoulish. The L was found at the base of the tree with 4 tree branches of varying sizes, intentionally placed in a very specific and arranged pattern on her body. And then here's another picture of let me go to full screen here 1 second. That is full screen. Oh, okay. And that's all the twigs right there. All right, so I'm gonna get to some of this other news here, and then we're gonna transition to the next part of the show, where we get into the Idaho 4 part. Let me see here. Give me 1 second. I'll just leave that picture up while I get this other ready. Thank you, Jinx, and there will be more to come. It was not. It's really 4 to 5 hour drive is really not that bad, and I'll definitely be making some other trips coming up in the future. So I'd love to have Randy and Frosty on the show sometime where we can do an episode together, kind of talking about the walkthrough, different things about the case. And then after that, we can hook up for a collaborative effort out there on location. And I'd love to offer the extension as well, where they can stream the show to their platforms as well. And I think hopping on the panel, that might kind of help with the different audios for the different people as well, coming up for that show. So I think it'll work out. Now, this is something that just came across earlier today, a crash that happened. I think it was in New York on a highway, unfortunately.
This is breaking news from Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
The disturbing breaking news tonight, a high school trip from Long Island to Pennsylvania ends in tragedy in Orange County, New York. A bus carrying students heading to a band event crashes and rolls down an embankment.
I got chills. I can't stop shaking. Just worry about my friends.
Tonight, at least one adult is dead, ejected from the bus. 3 students in critical condition. 45 others, students and adults, are hurt. That bus, one of 6, carrying students from Farmingdale High School in Nassau County.
They were headed to band camp when the bus went off the road on Interstate 84 in Wawanda.
We have a team of reporters covering this tragedy right now from Long Island to Orange County. And we start with Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Johnson near the scene of the crash. And AJ, a fear for so many parents on a night like this.
Bill, it's interesting that you would go ahead and mention that, because just a few moments ago, a car passed by where we're located right here on Mount Orange Road, and they said their daughter was on the bus. She's at a nearby hospital. They are trying to go ahead and get to their daughter right now. They said they've talked to her, they've communicated with her and texted with her, and she is all right. But obviously they were very, very shaken and in a hurry to get to the hospital as quickly as they possibly could. Now we're going to take you out here to the roadway. This is once again westbound on 84. We're about a quarter mile from the bus accident. We're on an overpass on Mount Orange Road. We've been watching emergency crews at this location all afternoon long. Remember, this accident took place around 1:20 this afternoon. Now, the latest is we understand that they have searched what was bus 1. They've continued to search it, even though it was down the embankment, found no other victims. All the children that were on the bus, all of them from Farmingdale High School, they've all been accounted for. Heavy-duty vehicles are now on the scene to prepare to try to go ahead and lift that bus from down in the embankment. That is going to be a very tough task to get that bus up. They're going to be working on that, obviously, for well into the afternoon and evening. At least 46 people were involved in the crash. There was 1 fatality. We have a little bit of a discrepancy and the number of critical injured. Empress EMS is saying 3. The Orange County executive is saying 5 at this point, but we do know that we have some seriously injured victims. The other buses that were involved in this caravan, buses 2 through 6, were not involved in the accident. They are in the process of now returning to the Farmingdale High School tonight after a stop at the Orange County Community College. Parents are also being taken to St. Anthony's Community Hospital here in Warwick and Bon Secours Community Hospital over in Port Jarvis. That is where that couple I was talking about, that's where they were headed right now to go ahead and try to catch up and meet up with their daughter. So some of those parents are anxious enough, concerned enough that they're driving all the way out here from Long Island so they can get to their kids as soon as they possibly can. As we said, the emergency crews have been out here since this accident took place as that bus was heading westbound out here on 84. The road is still shut down. I can tell you this is probably going to be shut down well into the afternoon, probably well into the evening. It looks like they're preparing for a long operation operation to finally lift that bus out of the embankment. They did open the eastbound side of 84 about 1 hour ago to traffic. Both sides had been shut down for most of the afternoon, but once again, the eastbound side did reopen about 1 hour ago. Accident scene, still a very busy place for first responders, emergency crews. Of course, this is going to be a long investigation to try to determine how this accident happened involving Bus 1. They were going out to a band camp out in Pennsylvania when this accident happened. Many
Wow.
of the kids actually
In
on the bus
Pennsylvania.
were shaken up. Many walking wounded were out here at the scene, but anywhere from 3 to 5 of those young kids
Wow.
were critically injured, and unfortunately, one adult has
Critically
died.
injured, and I'm hearing reports of 2 now. 2 adults have passed. So I wanted to share that with you guys real quick. We're going to be getting into a couple other little clips, and then we're going to be transitioning to the Idaho 4 part. Why does it always put me at the top? That drives me nuts. I even cleaned out my computer too. I cleaned out all the temporary files and anything. I actually freed up about 50 gigs of space. So it doesn't appear to be as buggy, but it's still doing its thing. Okay. Let me see here. And there's something about Danilo Cavalcanti is going to Brazil to try and find answers on how he was able to come over here. Okay, 1 second. I'm just making sure I get the other ones here. Okay, yep. So this next one, this is a cold case file. This is in Tulsa. So who knows? Maybe we'll be going to Oklahoma one of these days in the future. This came across my my feed, and it's something that I just wanted to highlight for a minute, because who knows, maybe we'll be going there at some point in the future. And it's another cold case. Right, what's going on in PA lately, right? At least they caught somebody else's escaped convict pretty quick.
It's a cold case that drew national attention in recent weeks, the death of a teenage girl possibly linked to a serial killer named BTK. Cynthia Dawn Kinney disappeared in 1976, and the Osage County Sheriff calls Dennis Rader the prime suspect. However, the local DA says there isn't enough information to label him a suspect. Tonight, 2 News anchor Sharon Phillips is digging deeper into this case as the investigation continues.
It's a town known for its beloved mercantile, bakery, and restaurant, made famous by one pioneer woman. But also in Osage County lies the dark secret of a missing teenage girl, a devastated family, and a battle of investigators. Cynthia Dawn Kinney was just 16 years old when she disappeared from this laundromat in June of 1976.
This particular day, my understanding from the reports, she goes in to cover the laundromat by herself because the other person that worked it had to go out of town for a short time to another location.
Investigators say it appears that Cynthia left in a hurry from this laundromat where she worked part-time. They say on the counter they found her purse,
Thank you all for
a
your
drink,
support.
and a half-eaten donut. After that day, Cindy, as she was known to friends and family, was never heard from again, leaving her family heartbroken and investigators without answers. Fast forward decades later, and Osage County Sheriff Eddie Verdon begins to look deeper into her case. Sheriff Verdon says the investigation led him to personally interview BTK killer Dennis Rader at a prison in Kansas, where he is serving life in prison after confessing to killing 10 people.
He said, "Would you like to know about a fantasy I always wanted to do?" And I said, "Sure, why not?" And he said, "I always wanted to kidnap a girl from a laundromat."
Following that statement by Rader, Sheriff Verdon says he got permission to go through the files of the BTK murders and began to pore over writings of Dennis Rader obtained by investigators.
He had started a book that he was in the process of making with 13 chapters in it the crimes and the murders.
Verdon says Rader would often refer to his victims as projects.
In that book that he was making, he had everything was a project. Okay, he came up with a project name for everything. He still does this today. He calls me Project Cowboy. But when you get to 1976, which is when Cindy went missing, he's got a project called Bad Wash Day. In that, he indicates that he would watch laundromats, do certain things.
As Verdon is piecing the puzzle
Wow, he calls them projects so he can decompartmentalize each interaction with each individual so each one doesn't cross its own path. Wow.
together. He says he looked at the fantasy that Rader told him about during his interview, and then the journal entry about a bad wash day and other evidence, and it's all coming together in his mind.
I absolutely, at this point, he is the best suspect in this case, our prime suspect at this time.
However, Osage County District Attorney Mike Fisher says he needs more information to connect Dennis Rader to the murder of Cynthia Dawn Kinney. It's also important to note that Rader has not confessed to killing her, as he did with his other victims. As the sheriff and the DA continue to dispute over whether or not Rader was involved, people here in Pawhuska say they just want closure for her family.
Well, I was in college at the time and heard what had happened here, and the town was just devastated.
J. Anita Burnett says a possible connection to Dennis Rader has been devastating for this small town.
Yes, it has, especially the family and a lot of her classmates. It's hit them hard again to go back and remember.
Burnett says she hopes that with the national spotlight on Cynthia's case, someone will come forward.
I hope soon that the parents will get some answers over all this, because they need closure.
In Osage County, Sharon Phillips, 2 News, Oklahoma.
So it just stirred it all up again, you know? Stirred it all up again. Rehashing it, you know, but it could be a good thing. Like, look, it reintroduced the case to people that didn't know about it before, and now maybe it'll kickstart some information being put out there where something positive can happen from the case, and the right things can happen. This is about the dating apps. I wanted to show you guys. Please be safe out there if you're using these things. You don't know who these people are.
Rupert Murdoch, at the age of 92, is retiring from his roles at Fox Corp and News Corp after a remarkable career spanning 7 decades. His son Lachlan will assume sole leadership of News Corp while continuing in his role as Executive Chair and CEO of Fox. Joining me live now is the Communications Minister, Michelle Rowland. Michelle, thanks so much for your time. What do you think about this 7-decade career and this big move in the media landscape today?
Well, obviously it is quite extraordinary, but at the same time, to know that this is a process that would have been thought about, I think, for some time. Congratulate Mr. Murdoch for his many years in the sector. Of course, he is a major global player, not only in Australia, but throughout the world. And also congratulate Mr. Lachlan Murdoch on his elevation and wish them both all the best for the future.
I'm sure that will be well received. Michelle, I got you on because earlier this week we were talking
Let's get to the
about
topic.
Dating apps and
there
the
we go.
need for them to self-regulate. Now, you've given them a fair amount of time. What kind of things do you need to see from these dating apps?
Please be safe.
I think firstly, understanding the fact, Laura, that dating apps and online dating services are actually now mainstream. They're the most popular way for people to form new relationships in Australia, but at the same time, it is deeply concerning
Anywhere in the
that we
world.
have had research that shows some 3 in 4 people who are using these apps actually experience some form of technology facilitated violence. And some of that can be quite extreme. All of it is, of course, unacceptable. But when we brought the industry and experts, law enforcement agencies, and other stakeholders together in January, it was actually the first time at an Australian level that this had been done. And it was important to understand the roles of the different players and precisely what those apps were doing to keep Australians safe. So in answer to your question, what we're looking at, it's a number of things. Firstly, what kind of complaints handling processes are in place and how those complaints are actually being implemented and responded to in practice. What are the safety features that are inherent in the design of these apps and online platforms? How easily accessible they are, how affordable they are, and what is the interface between those services and law enforcement agencies? Because one of the things we've found over a number of months engaging with these providers is that there is inconsistency across the different platforms and different apps. We want to lift the standard overall for safety for Australian users. So there's some of the items we expect will be included, but also we have requested the E-Safety Commissioner to be involved in the oversight, but also in the formulation of this code. The expertise there will be vital, and what we want to see is that lift, but ultimately it's about keeping Australian consumers safe.
What about the misinformation bill? There's a lot of concern around the architecture of this. Are you willing to make any changes here?
Well, one of the reasons why we issued an exposure draft in the first place, Laura, was to elicit views on this new area of law. It is an area in which some 70% of Australians are concerned about the spread of mis and disinformation and the severe harms that can be caused by that. So what we have been doing is engaging constructively with the number of people who've made very considered submissions. We are now engaging with those stakeholders to look at different drafting options, at ways in which this can be finalised. But ultimately, I'll say two things. Firstly, the whole point of putting this out for exposure draft was to elicit views, and I'm very grateful for some of the very considered submissions that have come in and their willingness to be engaged in this process. But secondly, doing nothing is not an option, and it is very clear from the submissions that have been received, the overwhelming number of submissions, that we can't do nothing. Government has a role to play here. And as I said from the outset, when I announced this in January and came on your good show at that time, we do need to get the balance right. And that is why we are going forward in a mature and methodical manner. And again, I thank the submitters for their comments, and I thank them for their willingness to continue.
Yeah, just please be safe out there. These dating apps are nuts, man, especially with all the nutballs out there. Just please be safe. All right, 1 second. There's a couple things, updates I wanted to, let's see here. There's an update on that Romeoville. Remember the family pets and the family that was unalived? That happened recently. There's an update that just came out recently here. I'm going to play that as well. Then we got a couple videos on Stephen Smith, and then we're going to be heading to the Idaho 4. If it will let me take you there. All right. Where is it? Here is the update on the Romeoville.
We're going to begin with those new developments in the ghastly murder of a suburban family of 4. A mystery that spans from suburban Romeoville all the way to Oklahoma, where the suspect was found dead. We're learning more now about another person involved in the case who lived in Streamwood. NBC 5's Natalie Martinez joining us live tonight from the northwest suburbs with the very latest on what we're finding out. Natalie?
Stefan, there are many questions, including those surrounding motive and connection. Now, police apparently have information on both, but have declined to comment specifically. Now, questions tonight continue to include what connection did the suspect, Nathaniel Huey, and person of interest, Ermelinda Palomo, have with the family of four who was shot to death over the weekend in Romeoville. Both Huey and Palomo were involved in a car crash and a shooting inside a car in Catoosa, Oklahoma on Wednesday. Both Streamwood residents are dead now from gunshot.
Whoa, hold on. What?
Wednesday, both Streamwood crash and a shooting with the family of four who was shot to death over the weekend in Romeoville. Both Huey
They were involved in an accident and a shooting on the Wednesday?
and Palomo were involved in a car crash and a shooting inside a car in Catoosa, Oklahoma on Wednesday. Both Streamwood residents are dead now from gunshot wounds.
Dude,
They were caught thanks to a
I don't give a fuck anymore. You've been a problem ever since you came in the show. Get the fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck. Dude, I'm done with it. You've been being stupid as shit the whole time. Get the fuck out
lock
of here.
license plate reader at a nearby shopping center in Oklahoma. The Oklahoma police chief tells us it was critical to safety. Also, Palomo's family attorney
up,
tells
Cora?
us she was home sleeping during the murders and that she left Streamwood Tuesday night, days after the family was murdered. Now, her family believes she was the one in
Get the
danger.
fuck out of here, you know?
She communicated with members of her family, telling them such things as, I love you, take care of my grandbabies.
There's no telling, what would have happened, armed suspects on the run, if an officer had contacted them without that information that Flock gave them.
You're welcome.
So another woman from
Dumb
here in
shit,
Streamwood
you know
says
what
she
I'm
and her mother lived with Huey for about 8 years and called him a very
This is my fucking show. Like I told him earlier, there's plenty other other YouTube shows you could be watching, you know?
dangerous man. Christiana Espinoza
This is my
tells
fucking
NBC News that her mom was also the woman who was found in the car with Huey, but declined from confirming her mom's name. She says recently he started becoming suspicious, keeping to himself, staying in the garage, pushing us all away, even my mom, she says. There is much more to this story. We're learning a lot more, thanks in part to our Courtney Sisk, who has been following this all day as well. We'll bring you all of that news coming up tonight at 10. We are live in the northwest suburbs. Natalie Martinez, NBC5 News.
So-
Natalie, thank you.
Court TV will be having an update coming out. Come on, YouTube. Why does it keep putting me at the top? Is it gonna close out? Okay. I didn't play a video. What's going on here? What the heck is going on here? No, I'm not playing a video. I'm trying to get to the bottom. There we go. All right, so let me see here. Where's that at? So this is the Stephen Smith video that I was going to touch on. Now, we are in the future, probably this weekend sometime, I'm going to be doing the show on the Madalena Kojikari stuff. We covered that a long time ago. There hasn't been any updates. This is something that I want to do, so I'm going to be doing a Madalena Kojikari episode coming up this weekend. It'll be like an afternoon show. No, I don't want to play it, though. Oops. I wanted to play the one underneath of it. Come on, YouTube. Okay. Now, a long time ago, we did hear from the agency itself that there's and even the lawyer, there's going to be some major things happening here in September and October. This is one of the reasons why I'm going to be going down there soon, because I just got this interesting feeling that something's going to take place down there. So I'm going to be making that trip here. Like I said, I'll probably be down there about the same exact time next week, or a week from now. I'm just not sure exactly the day that I'm heading out. But I will be going on the road here again here shortly. We will be going to on location to the crime scene, the house. We're going to be revisiting some of the other episodes of kind of what I think when it comes to the Google guide that I did for this case, because I was doing a Google guide for this as well. Some of the things I wanted to show you guys, and I would like to do like a Stephen Smith members only, probably tomorrow night or maybe Sunday night. I'm not sure. We're definitely having game night on Sunday, but I kind of want to do like a members only Stephen Smith where we kind of go through the case again, just kind of re-highlight a couple things for you guys as members, and then if anybody else wants to join the panel that covered it, Silky. I wonder if Silky doesn't work tomorrow night, because I would love to have her on for the Stephen Smith members only if I'm able to. But yeah, I'm gonna kind of going through that because I am gonna be making that trip, so it is a show that I'm gonna do. I don't know. Maybe we won't do members only. I don't know. We'll see. The last one I did with Silky was a members only, so maybe this one we'll just leave it open to all you guys, because we covered her Bob Meister last one. That was a members only that I opened up after the live, but I think this one, what I'll do is I'll have the live and then I'll put that one to members only after the live's over. But probably Saturday night is when I'm going to be working on, but it all depends on Silky's availability too, because I'd love to have her on there. She covered this case as well.
So joining me now, Ronnie Richter. He's attorney for the Smith family, and Josh Carroll, Stephen Smith's cousin. So Ronnie, if I may start with you, I was listening to an interview that you did, and I don't know when you did it, but you said someone in Hampton County knows what happened to Stephen.
Right, that's what he said.
Is that person Buster?
Yeah, I don't know if that person is Buster or not.
He's just saying somebody knows because the community is so tight knit. It's small. It's a small community.
As far as we know today, we know of no credible evidence to tie Buster to the crime. But you got to appreciate where Hampton County, South Carolina is. It's a very small, very tight knit community. It is impossible that a crime like this was committed and that word of this crime did not.
Just like Delphi, that's kind of why when everybody was talking about the Murdaugh trial that was coming up, and even before that, they were talking about the boat crash. Court TV did an episode a long time ago that, excuse me, it's the coffee. Court TV did an episode a long time ago that was kind of explaining, I wasn't even into the Murdaugh case really that much, but it kind of went over an episode. It was like the 5 things or the 4 things or whatever that connected them with their names, right? And the last one was Stephen Smith, and it was barely getting any attention. And I'm like, when you look at all these different crimes that they're involved in, right? I'm sitting there and I'm going, this is the one that's the most effed up. Out of all these cases, why is nobody covering this one? This is the one that's most effed up when you talk about shady ass shit going on. And so that's why I started covering it. I mean, and I covered it like crazy. I have a playlist. If you guys want to save it to your playlist, it's Stephen Smith freaking playlist. I mean, there's like 15 episodes on it. We went right here. I'll drop it for you. Stephen Smith's Mysterious Death and Cover-Up Series playlist, if you want to save it to your playlist. It's like 15 episodes that I did. And you can see like all the messed up stuff. Like if you go to the later episodes of the deep dives, go to the like the other is like the organic part, right? You see all the formations of the thoughts and all of this stuff based off all of that you're finding out or you're going through. And then the deep dives are the ones later on where it's like, okay, we collected all of this. Now we're going to highlight it, in a deep dive part. And then some of the things after that are also related. The interview with Suzanne Andrews, definitely. That's why I'm going here, because this is one of those cases that I put a lot of time in and I covered a lot. And it was so cool because after all of this time, then some of the positive things started to happen. After Murdaugh was convicted, all of a sudden the investigation reopened up, and they had to wait to reopen the investigation because, and we'll go through that in that show this weekend, they reopened the investigation because 2 weeks after getting into the investigation of the Murdaugh murders that he was convicted of, after 2 weeks, they uncovered evidence to reopen the Stephen Smith investigation. So, very interesting stuff that has taken place in the last months. And it's one of the reasons why I'm going there, because I covered it so much. I definitely need to go pay respects in person there too. And, bring you guys to On Location and take you guys there. See it for myself. It's one thing to see Google Guy, but when you go there, it's a different thing, and I want to take you guys there.
Spread within the community. I think we've had an environment where it was not safe for folks to come forward in Hampton County. That environment is now extinguished. We're told by SLED that they are making headway in this investigation. They have persons of interest. So yes, we do believe that there are people in Hampton County who know what happened.
Josh, I want to bring you into the conversation. First and foremost, I want to be sensitive. I'm so sorry for your loss. It's awful. How is your family doing today? And the reaction to really a bombshell today?
Hopeful. We've gotten to that point to where we've decided to just let God take course and let Him handle it, and just kind of wait for truth. Speculation kind of got to the point where that's all it is. So, I mean, at this point, we're glad to see progress go where it's at. It's slow, but progress is progress. It's more than we've seen. So I feel like it's a step in the right direction. And it's now a safer environment for us to get answers sooner rather than later.
When you talk about wanting the truth, do you feel like the Murdaughs are a piece of that puzzle? Josh, that's for you.
Yeah, it's again, it's just one of those things to where, people want to speculate and kind of assume, but at the end of the day, I think it kind of boils down to just really wanting what the facts are and not just wanting what we want to be true, if that makes sense.
So, okay, and I want to bring it back to you, Ronnie. What are the facts? What's the status of the investigation? What do we know? What's the latest?
Yeah, well, the facts are that this was a cold case for a very long time. And in the context of the murder investigation for Alex Murdaugh, some investigator came onto some thread that caused them to reopen the Stephen Smith investigation. So I think that's where you're seeing this Murdaugh link, and that's where people are asking these questions. Why, in the context of investigating Alex Murdaugh for murder, are we reopening a cold case on the death of Stephen Smith? So the facts are today that we've had his body exhumed, we've had a second autopsy done. We know more about the cause of death than we knew before. And we know that SLED has now invested their full resources into this investigation. They had walked away from this, and it's not a criticism, it's just a fact. But we know that they're fully involved in this investigation now. We know that they're applying resources to it, and we're told that they're very, very close. Now, we've been asked by SLED to withhold information about that second autopsy for now, and we're honoring that request because we do see good faith, sincere effort on their behalf to get to the bottom of this crime.
And that's what I was saying, because before I was covering all the shady shit, right? But when this whole thing transitioned, and that's why I say I'm cool with shit not being released. I'm cool with the agencies that are really about getting the right thing, doing the right thing, and there's a reason why they keep a lot of this stuff quiet. And I'm totally down, and I've said I've been down ever since they took over this and reopened it, because I feel the same way as what this guy's just saying. Everything that I've been seeing and hearing has been totally on point about how they're being effective, and how they really are getting to the bottom of it, and it's not going to be long. And I'm totally down um, to highlight and glorify any of the agencies that are about this, because this is how it's supposed to be done. This is how it's supposed to be done. So I applaud those agencies, and I'm glad that uh, they're about it. They are. Shout out to the SLED and South Carolina law enforcement out there. Shout out to you guys, for real.
All right, Josh, I'm going to ask you just one last question, because I know your family obviously misses your cousin. You do talk to your aunt. What does she think?
As far as what she thinks, I think that's more of her heart and where she is mentally with the situation. I will say that I feel like she's getting to a place now to where she's comfortable and confident that she knows one day she'll get peace, to a point where she'll get answers and be able to rest back knowing what happened to Stephen.
Well, we're so grateful that you both joined us, and of course, very sensitive to what happened to your family. Ronnie Richter, Josh Carroll, thank you so much amid all the news that happened.
Yeah, I'm ready to take you guys there. And pretty much I know the whole area. It's a short distance. It literally ain't going to take that much. And I can literally walk you guys through everything. And that would even be the path that he supposedly, people thought that he took. So I can't wait to bring you guys that trip. I just got to get a few days rest, hang out at home. And then we'll be back on the road again. So coming soon, everybody, coming real soon. We'll be hitting up this location. All right, give me 1 second. You're back, fell asleep. I kind of feel like having a nap, honestly. That drive last night, and then we were up late at the lounge just hanging out. Thank you all that hung out with me at the lounge last night as I kind of wound down from the drive. I appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. We listened to a lot of music and just chit chatted for a while, and it was a lot of fun. So I appreciate that. Let me see. Do you guys like the channel Neek Peaks? And by the way, I don't know if we'll get in trouble now or not, but I'm going to save this for movie night, and we'll see if we get in trouble now. This did come across YouTube, so I wanted to share this with you guys. If you didn't have the availability, please have this pause right away, because they will slap me hard. Please pause it right away. Oh, it's not even sharing. Okay, cool. Right here, the night of the Idaho student unalives, the full episode. It is on YouTube now, so I want to share that link with you guys, and you can add it to your playlist. And that is the full episode, and it's on YouTube now. So we'll have to try and do it again at the lounge. Last time we did it, the first time we got away with it. If you want to see the first episode that we did where we watched it, it's in its entirety on Twitch, available for you to rewatch. And we can try it again. The second time it ended up getting shut down after just a minute. So maybe with this YouTube version, maybe we can do it over there at the lounge. But I don't know. I don't think so. All right, let me see here. Doing this alone. We watched that episode earlier. Now this is about the kit. We had talked about the kit before, so I'm going to show you guys the kit again. Give me 1 second. All right, so this is the kit, right? And let me switch my screen here. We'll go to the top here for a minute. I love a nap too. All right, so here's the bag, right? Let me switch this. It wouldn't let me switch to my other camera earlier. It's kind of driving me nuts. Is it going to work now? Yes, it is. All right. So this is the bag, right? And it's like 10 by 8. All right. So this is when we're getting into this video. I kind of want you guys to kind of see what they're going to be talking about. This could literally fit in a backpack, easy as shit. All right. And then you have all of these items with it. You have game bags, replaceable knife with blades, extraction tool, solid knife, rope, parachute cord, zip ties, paper towels folded with Ziploc of hand pumps, a sanitizer, tape, gloves, 55-gallon contractor bag, Ziploc bag to keep contents dry and manageable. I mean, you basically have that whole kit in this little pouch, a 10 by 8 pouch that you can literally put in a bag or whatever. Coral, this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking eventually it's going to be televised, okay? I think eventually it's going to be televised. It's going to be televised to the point where it's going to be a restricted zoom. There's not going to be a zoom feature in the camera that they're going to be offering. Now, this is what I wish. Listen, if you want to give us a camera way in the back corner, that's fine. But please give us a camera at the stand and give us a camera for the judge. A camera for the judge, a camera for the stand, a camera in the back corner. I don't need to see zoomed up defense, prosecution, Koberger. I don't see any. Just give me the judge, give me the stand, and give me the back corner. That's what I hope happens. I hope what happens when it comes to the details, because I understand where they're coming from when it comes to wanting to make sure that they don't want some of the graphic details to come out. Totally understand. So you know what? When you're talking about the graphic details, put the shit on mute. Go to a commercial. Have whatever news organization sit there and chat for however long it takes. About what they just want, let's chat about the case so far while they're talking about the gory stuff, right? Because we already know what took place was messed up. I don't need to know the injuries. I don't. Okay? So really, you cover the trial, give us the testimonies and all these other things, the experts. If you got to have a mute button and have it on a 6-second delay, have somebody manning the mute button so you can mute it. Something. I don't need to know the details. What already took place is messed up. Give us the coverage. Give us let's be transparent. Let's make sure, because this is a teaching moment for not only the past, the present, and the future. Forever. This is one of those teaching moments forever, as a society, as a human. This is one of those teaching moments. So that's what I wish, because if that's available and how it's available, I think that you would maximize the best cost benefit to this whole situation when it comes to this crime happening, and then the coverage of it. I think that's the most productive balance that you could do. And you know what, Coral? If I had the availability, that's exactly how I would do it. Give me 3 freaking cameras for my feed. Give me one for you, Judge. Give me one for the stand. Give me one for the back corner. I'll run the freaking mute button, because I've already had to run the damn coffee cup. I've already had to run the damn coffee cup. I'll run the damn mute button. I'll do that shit right. I don't even have to talk during the video. I'll give you guys updates on Twitter. Not that it'll happen, but I'd give you guys updates on Twitter while that's recorded. Wouldn't say shit, and then we'd have shows later on that night talking about that day's trial. I would love to be able to be. I'm telling you, I would do it the right way. Judge wouldn't even have to ask me a shit, because I would already know. You don't have to ask me shit, Judge. It's all about the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? And that's the biggest hurdle with anything in life. Is would I ever have access? Probably not. But you know what? I do have plenty of evidence to show any of these court hearings of what I did during the court hearing. So I ain't talking out of my, I did it the whole time. All right, so we're going to be going into the Kit video about the theory. So this is Harsh. We love Harsh over here. Let me share his page. Ooh, look at this. He's got a new thumb background there. So let me flip my camera back over, and we'll get into this. We'll get into the Idaho 4 section. Sorry, we're not getting into the Eiffel Tower today. Sorry about that, everybody. Maybe in a future episode, though, okay? We might get into that Eiffel Tower. Not today, though. Come on, let me unmute it, YouTube. There we go.
An easy morning. Continue looking amazing throughout the day, into the weekend, through the
Gorgeous.
Just always look amazing. And remember this, being beautiful doesn't always have to be polished. Don't ever let anybody tell you that you're nothing less than beautiful. Nobody. And make sure that your partner, your significant other, recognizes it and tells you every day. And if they don't, slap them. Anyway, we're talking about the kill kit.
No, don't slap them.
Because Steve Gonsalves, he said, and this is Steve Gonsalves is a guy who he's a bit of a conundrum, if you ask me, because on one hand, he doesn't seem to be sure whether Brian Kohberger's the guy, and then in the next breath, he'll say that Brian Kohberger killed because of jealousy, this, that, and the other. And, then you'll sort of hear that Madison's a target, and then you think to yourself, what's that got to do with jealousy? I don't really get it. It would have made more sense if it was one of the other girls, like Xana, because she had a boyfriend, and Kaylee because she. Do you see what I mean? There's some bits and pieces that get said, and if you pay close enough attention, they don't always make sense, and they certainly become contradictory in nature. But in this most recent sort of expose, if you like, that wasn't really an expose. It was just going over what we already knew. Steve Gonsalves had said that the person who did this, let's say that, the person who did this brought in a kill kit. And when you think of kill kit, you think, right, so in this situation, what would that look like? So what are we saying that this person brought in? So what we're saying is, first of all, we're thinking, what would be the point of it? What would be the purpose for it? So first of all, we've got the weapon itself. The weapon itself. Now, Steve has alluded to the fact, and so has the coroner, that the injuries that these victims sustained almost points towards that there was multiple weapons, not just one, but multiple. Now, that's not necessarily the case, and I'm spitballing, and I'm only spitballing because of information.
I want to ask everybody a question too, real quick, because I know that some of the YouTube stuff has changed recently when it comes to the like commercials and stuff. I have a question, because maybe I need to get into the settings for my videos. I notice there's a lot of delays from the chat to the live, and I'm wondering if is there like a crazy amount of commercials for everybody? Let me know whenever you hear this. Type in chat, is there a crazy amount of commercials? Because if there is, I'm just gonna shut it off. I'm just going to shut it off. There's not? Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Because I know sometimes YouTube can be crazy with these commercials. That's all. I want to make sure that if there are any, it's just at a minimum. I'm not worried about the Quilted Northern promotions and stuff, you know. I'd rather have you guys like have the best viewing experience instead of like seeing commercials about Gain laundry detergent or something. That's all. Okay. Thank you.
Information that has come out that we have access to. So before you attack me, chill out. Yes, there could indeed be multiple. And we've kind of there's numerous things in this case that we have been conditioned to accept as gospel. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. So we hear that there's a K-bar knife sheath. So we automatically think that the K-bar knife sheath belongs to the murder weapon because we've been conditioned to think that. So K-bar knife sheath belonged to the murder weapon, and the murder weapon was a K-bar knife. We don't have the knife. We don't have a murder weapon. And we know, for those of you who have watched and paid attention, that even after finding the knife sheath, they continued to look for knife sheaths during the searches. They were looking for knife sheaths and knives. So, look, they were looking for stuff. So we've been conditioned that way. The same with the white Hyundai Elantra. Many people now have been conditioned to think that the killer drove a white Hyundai Elantra. So they feel that because Brian Kohberger's got a white Hyundai Elantra, then, so what are we saying? It's a coincidence that Brian Kohberger drives a white Hyundai Elantra and the killer drives a white Hyundai Elantra. Well, surely that means that Brian Kohberger must be the killer. No. What that means is you've been conditioned to think that the killer drives.
That's why I'm saying this whole MSM stuff, you know. I admit I was sucked into it in the beginning, but as you start to get into the facts and you're like, wait a minute, where's the stock photo of the frickin' DeLorean? Yes, please do, Jinx. I'm looking very forward to that episode, for real. Very forward to that episode.
White Hyundai Elantra. That's not what's happening here. What's being said is they're saying that Brian Kohberger is the killer and he has a white Hyundai Elantra. But that's not necessarily the same as what you're being conditioned into believing. Does it make sense? If not, drop a message down below and I'll explain it to you more in depth. But this kill kit. So we're thinking it could be the weapons. So they've gone in there and they've got weapons. We also know that this person left the property and didn't take anything out of the property. And seemingly, they didn't also, well, we were led to believe there wasn't like loads of footprints all walked around the house where they've gone from room to room to room. So could this have been cloven? Could this have been cloven that went over the black cloven that Dylan saw? certainly, but then what we've got to think of in terms of that. So this person has come into the house, they've gone upstairs, and you've got what happened upstairs first. Kaylee and Maddie first, and then Ethan and Xana downstairs. So he goes upstairs, comes downstairs, this altercation happens downstairs, and then what are we doing? We're getting changed. We're getting out of our clothing. So we're getting out of our clothing. We have touched on this briefly before. We have touched on it. So then what we're saying is that that person has got a bag to put the clothing in. So I'm thinking, so if they're wearing gloves, anything like that, they're not necessarily bringing a kill kit into the house. They must have already had it on, surely, mustn't they? They must have been wearing it. They must have had a bag that they could have put the clothing in that would have been covered in, in blood, sadly. Or another bag, maybe a black bag in the pocket of the clothes. I don't know. I struggle to understand when someone says a kill kit, because when I think of kill kit, I think of almost like torture implementation. I think, did this person tie them up? Were they bound? Were they gagged? And then I go back to time. We have a time frame for the attacks themselves that are narrowed down to approximately sort of 8 minutes. Let's be generous and say 8 minutes. That includes the going from the car, going into the house, any apprehension in getting to the house. Because look, this is what I struggle with. This person must have, there were people awake in the house, had just taken a delivery of food from DoorDash. So either the person who did this didn't even know that, they didn't see it, they just... And if we're talking about Brian Koberger, and I've touched on this before, the DoorDash came from the same place he came from at just about the same time. He would have literally, at that time of the day, followed that car all the way in. He would have literally, that would have been the only other car on the road, I imagine, going from Washington to Moscow. And again, I'm spitballing. That might not be the case at all. But at that time in the morning, for them two to be on the road, anyway, I digress. But a kill kit, I think, what is a kill kit? Clothing, overalls to protect your clothes. And then I'm thinking about the car. Could the car have been prepped? And then I'm thinking to myself, but when would Brian Koberger have prepped it? Would he have prepped that car in broad daylight in the car park of his apartment? Or maybe he drove somewhere else and prepped it before, because he couldn't have left his property with that car prepped, or that would have been sitting out in the car park prepped and ready to go. Surely someone would have, because that would have had to have been prepped, within an inch of its life. The steering wheel, the seats, the gear selector, everything would have had to have been done. The floor, the mats, everything. For that to have nothing in it whatsoever, not a hair, not a dog hair, not a skin, nothing whatsoever, then that had been prepped within an inch of its life. I'm not buying the fact that it couldn't, it could have been prepped 100%. But my issue is when, because if they're saying Brian Koberger left it X amount of time, then that car was either sitting there prepped, and someone could have potentially looked and thought, what the fuck? Or he'd done it earlier on the day and someone would have seen him doing it outside and thought, what the fuck? But for him to have left at the time of which he left wouldn't have given him enough time to completely prep himself, prep his car, in my opinion. And he goes to do this crime, goes into this house, and I do think to myself, yes, he could have bound his hands. He could have bound his hands in tape and, his shoes, and worn, a coverall of some description. But you've still got to then get that off. That's going to make noise as you're trying to, if you've got tape to protect, getting anything on your own skin or anything like that, it's going to make noise when you start pulling all that off and ripping it off. Or again, if they've just got an overall of some description, but you still then got to get that off without getting anything on yourself. You are then in the house without protective coverings on. Unless you're wearing them, you then go out of the house and do it outside the house. But then if you've done it outside the house, then surely you've then got the same issue of bringing stuff outside the house. You know, to me, it doesn't make sense. But having coveralls or whatever he's got on, if he's taken them off in the house in this scenario, then picture this. So does he do what he does in Ethan and Xana's room, and then takes all of his clothes off, all of his coveralls, and then he's standing in the room that this has just happened in with his other clothes on that could have then put more of his DNA on other things. He's then got to get out of the door, shut the door, because we know the door was shut because Ethan was apparently up against it, which is questions in itself. Or does he go out of that room and then he's standing in the space between Dylan Mortensen and Ethan and Xana and starts undressing and taking all this off outside what would be Dylan Mortensen's room? But then surely she could have potentially looked out of the room and saw a bloke getting undressed and changed into someone else. But then you hear on the grapevine, whether it's true or not, that there is someone seen by Bethany Funk who is naked. And is that what happens here? Does someone strip off butt naked in that house and leave the house to get into a car with nothing on? And is that why there's nothing found in Brian Kohberger's car? Is it because Brian Kohberger was the driver? Does that even make sense? But when Steve Gonsalves says about a kill kit, I can't fathom out what he means by that. I can't understand what, because for me, in this crime, the only thing that could be pointing towards, unless Steve Gonsalves knows that something else happened to these, like they were tied, they were bound, they were gagged, there was more time involved, there was more injuries that show that there was other stuff that happened that we have no idea about. But if it was just simple as someone went in here, spent 8 minutes in here, and you know, it was what we think it was, then what does he mean by kill kit? You know, surely he could have just said that this person came in with a coverall of some description. They protected themselves. I'd like to know what his thought process is there. What has he seen to point towards that? And I'd like you to let me know down below. What do you think Steve Gonsalves actually means when he says that this person went in there with a kill kit? What specific items are we saying that this person went in with? Because if we're talking about protecting himself from getting blood on him, for instance, I still struggle for the life of me to see how that factors into the time frame and how you would safely get yourself out of the clothes that you did it if you're in the house without then transferring from yourself to the house any further DNA.
That's why I showed you guys the kit.
We've got these other DNA samples that have apparently still gone unidentified. And that...
Right. That's why I showed you guys the kit, and I'll show it to you guys again. And here's the link if you want to check it out for yourself. This is for elk, okay? There's the link if you want to check it out yourself. This is for elk. And it's here, let me put this here. Or I'll just go to the top chat again. There we go. This is for elk, so really, you could have it all right in a bag. It even says right there, it even has the equipment where you wouldn't even have none of it on you. And then you wear one of those forensic suits or something. I don't know. You tell me. It is fall and it is hoodie season, so I want to share this with you guys real quick. I don't share it too much, but I was kind of reminded of it because it is getting to be fall. And so don't worry about the t-shirts. A lot of the t-shirts are just to show you guys like what can be available. But when it comes to the winter time, these are just different logos you guys can have. So these are all custom. You can see all the custom t-shirts. We can make one with your YouTube name. Um, whoops, sorry about that. We can make one with your YouTube name. So any of the stuff can be completely customizable. So you reach out to me, I can make it whatever color, whatever design, whatever you want it to say. This is a hoodie that I need to get right here. This is my favorite hoodie right here that I made. Let me get rid of my. I need to go back to the top. Hold on. Now, I don't really get anything from these because, hey, I'm not worried about it though. That's why I make them custom because I understand how expensive they are. And really, I don't get maybe but like a $3 cut. So really, I'm not really getting anything from it, but it's personalized for you guys. That's why I like to personalize them for you. So if you are interested in any of these items, reach out to me and we'll make it custom for you. But I definitely need this Evil CJ Show hoodie with the glowing red font because, man, it just looks so cool. But anyway, any of these items, there's coffee cups, there's stickers, hoodies, hats. There's stickers, coffee cups. My mods are CJ's Angels, so I'm going to be getting some of those to send out as gifts to the mods. Coffee cups, I call the mods the CJ's Angels. And then the dudes, we call them the Evilians. But, you got like the I love CJ, like I love New York. Just different things. Coffee cups, you can get your YouTube name on it. Here's a coffee cup from Dre. She actually has in her icon photo of a coffee cup. Different styles of logos, different colors. We can have basically just whatever you want, custom, whatever you want. So I definitely need to get. This glowing red Evil CJ hoodie. But anyway, all right. So that's why I showed you guys the kill kit. All right. And shout out. I totally just don't even think about promoting the store. So thank you. Okay, for your interest. Okay. So we're going to stick on Harsh here for a minute. And yeah, I always forget. I don't know. I just never really promote my shit. I guess I need to change that now, don't I? I need to start promoting more. It just, I don't know, it feels... It's weird. I don't know how to explain it. Okay, so another thing, we're going to stick on Harsh for one more video. And this is about the cleanup, if there was a cleanup, right? 8 hours. Now, we've heard a lot of other people in the past that have talked about how... it's nothing that's been confirmed, right? But there's been rumors out there that the reason the door was left open because of cleaning agents, because who said the person that committed the crime actually left the door open? Nobody knows until the ones that first initially showed up, and that is when officially the door was open. So there's always been this theory out there about how there was a possible cleanup. So he does cover this. Excuse me, the coffee. Woo. He does cover this, and I probably need to eat one of my muffins because I have not ate yet. But he covers this 8 hours clean. I'd love to hear his opinion. So we're gonna go one more time. Oh, I didn't put the link in there. Hold on, I will.
All well on this fabulous Friday. That's it, baby. It's Friday, and we made it through the week. We made it
Friday, everybody.
TFI Friday and all that. And you're looking amazing, by the way.
And I'm going to have a notification out for tonight's show because we're going to be hanging out late night, true crime in it tonight. We're going to be hanging out tonight, everybody. Let's hang out. Let's talk about some of these other cases or whatever. And maybe I'll end the episode with an episode of Police Simulator to end it. Yeah, let me get that merch link. And seriously, if anybody wants anything, I got so many different colors. I can make the logo whatever you want it to be. It's totally customizable, whatever you want. You want a logo on the back and the front, you want the angel wings on the back, and whatever on the front. Hey, we could do it. That's what I want. I mean, the angel wings on the back with the zip-up hoodie, I think would be really sweet. And the cool thing is when we set it up and I invite you to an offline StreamYard, you actually get to watch me do it. So you can basically say, yeah, I like this. No, let me try this. Hey, how about this? How about, totally customizable. Totally.
The week has obviously been kind to you. But we can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, can't we? It's been one of those weeks. Now, there is a couple of things to kind of go over before we get into the meat and potatoes. Just a couple of things that stemmed from document drops and some things that I've seen in the comments. So, look, the first thing I want to address is, yes,
right, I need to go check my door real
quick.
I'll be right back.
Change of dates. There was supposed to be a court hearing today, and that is not now happening. It has been postponed till October. See the paperwork that we've got on the screen here. And yes, they do love a delay. They do love changing things, don't they? You have to wonder whether all these little delays are to try and allow the prosecution to get a few more ducks in a row. But look, that's speculation on my part. So, yes, we'll have to wait till October to see whether there will indeed be a dismissal. I know some people are completely against thinking that's going to happen. Some people think that there is a good possibility of it happening, and some people don't know, and likely at this stage just simply don't care. What else have we got? We have got some comments that have come up surrounding Steve Gonsalves and Steve Gonsalves, what they believe is potentially his brother. Look, Nathan D. Gonsalves was someone who was involved in, it would seem like there was a meth distribution setup. They were using a confidential informant to try and set this person up. It kind of all fell apart. If you follow the chain of this person, it seems that this person has been involved in domestic violence and all sorts of things. You know what it's like when you start putting their names down and start looking into them, it just goes awry. This meth situation, I believe, happened back in 2007, something like that. And then the name cropped up again back in 2021 when the only paperwork that I can see says about Nathan D. Gonsalves being a transient man, and it would appear that was involved in the death of another person. The way it reads, it's almost like it was his father or someone's father close to him. I don't know. But from what I can see with respect of is that indeed Kaylee's uncle and Steve's brother, I cannot, since trying to find a link that connects those two people. I'm not saying that don't exist. I just physically can't find anything to be able to come out 100% and say that Nathan Gonsalves is indeed related to Steve Gonsalves. What I can say is that around this Nathan D. Gonsalves, there was, when we're talking about the domestic abuse situation, there was a Cheryl Gonsalves who was involved in that. I'm guessing that was who the victim was. I can only see proportions of that. I can't see it all in its entirety. And there is a Steve Gonsalves who is listed in that as well. So again, it could be completely coincidental. And the fact that Joseph Morris is connected to where this information regarding this Nathan and being pushed as Steve's brother seems to have stemmed from, it does raise me to have even more apprehension. But yes, so for those of you who are, because I did see this, like I say, floating around in the comments, are they related? I don't know 100%. Is it a possibility? Yes, it's possible. Is this person currently incarcerated for the death of another? It would appear so, and involved in drugs and narcotics. But what I can say is that there seems to be nothing that would suggest that this situation has anything to do with 1122 King Road. So there we have it. So that's put that one to bed. The third one, before we get into the meat and potatoes, this is like starters. This is like you know, they bring out little starters and you have them before you deep into the main course. And that was I think it was the reporter room who had said, it's bizarre. It's bizarre, this channel and some of the stuff they're coming out with. They're saying the sister's speaking, and I couldn't really find anything specifically what the sister had said, just this kind of rumor mill. And again, they're saying that apparently before Brian Kohberger was arrested, or when he was being arrested, he'd apparently said to his father, "It's their fault that I'm being arrested." And there was no context put into that. There was no even context put into exactly how this YouTube channel had obtained this specific information and corroborated it. And when I look at some of the other information that this channel is pushing out, they are very, very heavily against Brian Kohberger and trying to, it would seem, angle everything to point in the direction that Brian Kohberger is guilty. They had pushed the fact that Brian Kohberger had been arrested, having been grassed up, if you like, by his dad, and they didn't really go into the full context of that. They made it look like that was potentially like trying to say how Brian Kohberger was as growing up. He was in trouble with the police and that. And someone had even put in the comments to that video, specifically asking, because they hadn't seen, why Brian Kohberger had indeed been sort of arrested and grassed up by his dad. And this content creator just didn't address that. They actually addressed another proportion of that, which I felt further perpetuated the fact that this rarely was just when Brian Kohberger was much younger. He sadly got involved in narcotics and had simply got his sister's phone to steal in order to obtain money for potentially more narcotics. And his dad had gone to the police as an attempt to get his son out of that sort of downward spiral before he started perhaps going elsewhere. And these crimes that at this stage were sort of retained within that family unit would not become worse. And it would appear that this worked, because Brian Kohberger, well, I say that up to present day and what he's accused of, it seems to have worked, because he went into his studies, he seemingly got clean, and here we are where we are. So, yeah, there's a bit of a catch-22, I suppose. In one hand, he looks like he turned his life around. On the other hand, it looks like he turned into a raving, lunatic, psychopathic monster. But the jury is out on that. So, meat and potatoes time. So, look, I was, as I do quite often, I was looking at the Idaho 4 documentation. It was when I'd seen that there was new documents surrounding this change of date for today's hearing. And I went right back to the start, and I was reading the affidavit. You know, I struggle with that word. I struggle with it. And I found myself reading it, and there was proportions of this that I just felt, I've got it on this pad here. And I felt massively that there was elements of this, especially the statements from what apparently Dylan Mortensen had said, that I just thought to myself, do you know what? Is this all bollocks? Is this all bollocks? Because if you read it, it makes absolutely no sense. So I'm going to go into it here and bring you up what I think. And I want you guys to help me out. Look, it just might be me and my critical mind, and I'm overthinking it, overcomplicating it. But it says, DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of King Road residence were home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms, by approximately 4 a.m. Right, so we've got that far. This is with the exception of Canodal, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. So at this point, I'm thinking to myself, right, well, we're only talking about, there's 6 people in the house. So DM and BF, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, they're the people who have given the statement. So that's 2 of them. So we're talking about the victims. And they're saying they are all in their rooms by 4 a.m. and asleep. Well, asleep, or at least in their rooms by 4 a.m., with the exception of Canodal, who's going to be with Ethan, and they've ordered a DoorDash. They've ordered DoorDash food. So you order food, then wait for it, and it turns up at 4 a.m. So I'm thinking, well, that must have been ordered. I don't know what it's like in the US, but when we order food, that can take 45 minutes, an hour to turn up. Do you know what I mean? And from the distance here and being a restaurant, I would imagine that would have been ordered sometime around 3:15 a.m. That's my take on it. So how did Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk know that she'd ordered that DoorDash? How did they know it was her who ordered it? How did they not? How do they know that weren't ordered in this interview when they're saying this? How do they know that it weren't ordered by someone else? And you could argue and say, well, they don't know that. They're not saying that it was Canodal. It's these people who wrote the affidavit who are saying that it's them. And they're saying... Anyway, I digress. I'll get there. I'll get to the point in a second. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. See, this is where I now start to have a problem, because she says, so she was asleep before 4 a.m. because she was woken at 4 a.m. But she's saying the others were asleep, or at least in their rooms, by approximately 4 a.m. So what time did she fall asleep then? And how, if she was asleep, did she know what the fuck was going on? Because she, in theory, would have fallen asleep before everybody else fell asleep. She woke up and at one point had said that she woke up and heard noises before she'd gone. She thought there was a party going on. She thought they had guests over. She's come out of her room, told people to shut up, so on and so forth. She says then it was altered and we've got this dog situation. She thought it was Gonsalves playing with her dog upstairs. And I just find myself thinking, it's this whole thing just a lie. This reads to me like these people weren't even at this house. They're just kind of guessing what was going on. And I don't know whether you guys get the same feeling. I look at it and I think to myself, how can someone be awake and know what was going on? So they can say what time people were in the rooms, what time they were asleep. But they themselves were apparently asleep because they got woken up at 4 a.m., which to get woken up, you yourself must be asleep. And there's so many things that I struggle with when I read this. And it just makes me think how many statements in this are just made up. And it's saying like how Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence.
And that's what I've been saying too. Like, how do you even know this is the first statement from DM? Who said it wasn't even on the phone, and who said Bushy wasn't even suggested or the same height? There's definitely things you have to question. There is so many possibilities. There is. We go through them all the time.
Were home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. Which, to say that,
I know I need to buy 7 Evil CJ hoodies. I need to buy 7 Evil CJ hoodies and wear one for each day of the week. It's Monday baby blue. It's Tuesday neon green.
They would have both had to have been awake up until 4 a.m. to say that. So, again, I struggle. So Bethany Funk then must have been awake till at least 4 a.m. So what we're saying, she literally fell asleep at 4 a.m. The other one's waking up at 4 a.m. because she's old and noises. Hearing noises. The other one's fallen asleep. This just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. And again, maybe I'm reading into it too much. Maybe I've looked at it too much, and it's driving me insane. But for looking at this and reading what they had apparently said in interviews, it just seems like it doesn't make sense to me. It feels like they're either being coerced into specifically sticking to a specific timeline that puts everybody in a specific place at a specific time, but then their own statements don't work out that way. To say you're asleep, then you're woken up, but then you would have had to have been awake in order to know what was going on up to that point, because if you're asleep, then effectively when you wake up at 4, you don't know what's going on. You don't know who's where and who's in what room and what's going on. But where this is all leading is, I think, and the more I think about things, the more I conclude sort of things. And then we know that from this point, after this, there was a delay. There's a delay in calling 911, and that was... It's never going to be accepted in my eyes. It's never going to be something that you can say, I know why this call never happened. I know why it didn't happen, so on and so forth. And I've concluded that I think that this house was cleaned. That's what I think. I think that this house, that something happened, and if these two girls were there, then they knew exactly what happened and when it happened.
Oh, that's interesting. So he thinks that they cleaned it now? Let me rewind that for a second.
Accepted in my eyes. It's never going to be something that you... And the more I think about things, the more I conclude sort of things. And then we know that from this point, after this, there was a delay. There's a delay in calling 911, and that was... It's never going to be accepted in my eyes. It's never going to be...
I mean, to me, it's not against the possibilities. You know what I'm saying? It's not. When you don't know where the person exited the crime, it's something's up, right? Something's up, especially if it's that messy. Huh. Okay.
Something that you can say, I know why this call never happened. I know why it didn't happen, so on and so forth. And I've concluded that I think that this house was cleaned. That's what I think. I think that this house, that something happened, and if these two girls were there, then they knew exactly what happened and when it happened. Now, whether it happened around this time frame, I don't think so. I think that this perhaps happened earlier, given more time, and something else happened in that house. And I believe that why you've got people around this case who knew what had happened before this 911 call was made is because it got out. It got out to the likes of Snapchat. Now, people have quite rightly sent me multiple accounts where these kids in sororities and fraternities have failed to contact 911 because of this seemingly in the background rule that they are not allowed to go to law enforcement. They're not allowed. You try and contain it within this fraternity and sorority circle, if you like, and they deal with it. And I believe that they had people over. There was people coming, finding out what was going on, and that house was fucked. There was footprints and that everywhere, and they spent that period of time cleaning it up. And the one sole piece of evidence that I think proves this is to do with the blood in the house, where that was, and trying to understand why there wasn't enough transfer around the house and out of the house. And the only one footprint was a latent footprint outside Bethany Funk's door, as stated in this around the house and out of the house. And the only one footprint was a latent footprint outside Bethany Funk's door, as stated in this weird Alpha David. And again, it says that footprint is a latent footprint outside the door of Bethany Funk. They try and word it like, which proves this being outside her door proves the route with which the potential killer took to get out of the property. And I'm thinking to myself, well, no, not really. They wouldn't have had to have gone right outside her door to get out of the sliding door, would they? It doesn't work that way. And if Bethany Funk was standing in her doorway...
Yeah, he means Dylan. He means Dylan.
And they literally were outside the door, because I look at it like, for them to say that footprint was found outside her door, then that footprint was outside her door. So not on the route that goes out to the sliding door, or they'd have just
I'm sure he'll come out with an edit or something, you know.
said in the living area or in the kitchen area, but to state that footprint was outside Bethany Funk's door means that there was a proximity between that footprint and that door. And what I also have a problem with is latent footprint, latent versus patent. Patent being that there is a footprint that steps in something like blood, for instance, and then transfers the print of blood in the floor. That is a patent print. And then you have latent,
right.
which generally a latent print would be something that's created by a barefoot. So it would be like the oils, natural oils in the foot that would not necessarily be seen with the human eye. So they would have to be treated with, you know, with the chemicals used by these teams in order to raise that and for it to react with the oils. So for that to be a patent print means that, in my opinion, and that's a non-professional opinion, means that was cleaned. There was an attempt made to hide that print. And it was possibly the chemical or what was used in the first place in order that reacted with that. But obviously they could have used something like luminol and it brought the blood up from that. But I believe that there was an attempt made to cover that up, to hide it. And I then have to think to myself, if they didn't find any others, because there's no mention of any other footprints, why would the only latent print be outside one of the surviving members' doors? And it just happens to be Dylan Mortensen, the one who sees the person and gives the primary statement to law enforcement. And the other one, Bethany Funk, is seemingly no part of this, even though in this affidavit she was interviewed alongside Dylan Mortensen, and both of them could pretty much say what was going on up to 4 o'clock. Make that make sense. But tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Latent print outside Dylan Mortensen's door. That to me, this stinks of a cleanup. That this house has been a clean. Now, whether it was just to hide the fact that all these people from the fraternity, you know, sororities had come in and they'd made a fucking chaos mess of it. But I need someone to answer me this question. With so many things pointing to a delay in calling 911, potential cleanup inside that house, these statements that seemingly don't make sense to me, asleep, awake, whatever, and why at the very least has there not been an investigation fully into why 911 was not called when it is a felony in this state? Let me know down below. Ran over. Keep an eye out for video 2 later on today, because I don't know, but I think Stephen Smith's family, their legal representation has just dropped.
What?
The Murdoch
What?
family well and truly in the shit.
What? Hold on a minute. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm feeling like something's going to be happening with this Stephen Smith case. This is why.
Release, has there not been an investigation fully into why 911 was not called when it is a felony in this state? Let me know down below.
What?
Ran over. Keep an eye out for video 2 later on today, because I don't know, but I think Stephen Smith's family, their legal representation has just dropped. The Murdoch family well and truly in the shit. Check it out later.
Well, this is the video. What the hell?
Well, hello there.
Let me pause it real quick. What the hell? Oh, I'm going at the right time. I don't know. This is crazy shit. We're going to go ahead and open this real quick. This is crazy shit. Right, exactly, Kelly. What the hell? This is crazy shit. All right, so this is why I've had to hop off here. There was a package coming, so I told you guys I was going to be opening packages on this show. So this is a package I'm going to open. Thank you for the person who Well, this is some interesting wrapping. Here, let me move this box over here. Hold on. Oh, shit. This is some interesting packing here. Whoa. This case is pretty crazy. A GoPro 11 something. I can't even read it. What does it say? Hyper Smooth 50 5.0. It's hard to read it. Hero 11 Black is what it's called. So I should probably save all this packaging. Thank you. Hold on 1 second. Yes, this is an unboxing. Wow, look at this little case. It says GoPro Hero 11 Black is what it is. Whoa, look at this. It's like all covered up with like the tape and stuff or whatever. I definitely do not want to open this until later. The battery, the little holder, that's all in like this. Wow, look at this case, everybody. And this is so compact too. This will definitely fit. Look at this case. So everything fits inside, all protected. All right, let me save this box. Here, I'll put it down here for right now. There's something else in here too. Oh, wow. 64 gigabyte a scan disk, memory card that goes in there. Awesome. What is this? Oh, it's a cloth so I can clean it. That will go in this little case. Thank you so much. What is this? What the heck is this? What the heck is this? It's like a case. Wow, look at, whoa, it's like a rubber, very hard. What does it say? Diginerds. Whoa, what the heck is all in here? Holy shit. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here. What is all this? Oh, this goes on your head. So this goes on your head. Oh, so when I'm... Well, you got to try to make it fit. That's a little tight. But, so like if I'm doing ghost hunting, or if I'm like, oh my gosh, that is so awesome. I can have this on my head, so no matter where I'm looking. Whoa, okay. It's all individual compartments. So this goes on like your arm. Whoa, this is so cool. It's like a It goes around your arm or your foot. Wow, that's so cool. And it comes with a different connector too. So if one doesn't fit one, it fits the other. What is this? Yeah, like a kit. Like a kit. What's all this stuff? These are all different clips that go on. Let me see. Wow, this is just one part of it. Yeah, like sports accessories. What is this? Oh, this is the chest thing. Yo, look. This is the thing that goes on the chest. This is the thing that goes on the chest. Look, this goes on your shoulders. Damn. Okay, hold on. Thank you so much. What else is in here? Holy shit. Oh my gosh. There's like... Wow, this is another thing that you can basically clip on anything. So this is like a bag. Straps. All sorts of different kinds of straps. And wow, these can go mounted on a car, so I can mount the camera on the dashboard too. Wow, there's so much in here. Like, where do you even start? Or like stuff from the ceiling, you can put it on the ceiling. A little tripod that you can customize for it. Wow. All sorts of the little tie down parts, all different sizes. Wow, I got some learning to do. Wow, look at this. An extendable stick to put the camera on as well. So if I need to like reach over the side of the bridge, I don't even have to look over anymore. I can just extend it. Wow, that's neat. Car accessory, another one. That's definitely going in the vehicle. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. More pins. Jeez, there's so much in here. This is crazy. More attachments. I mean, attachments galore. Oh, wow. Look at this. It's a clip attachment. You can clip it. Jeez, I can clip that to my backpack. Camera right there. Wow, this is amazing. Another attachment. And this is so if I this is so if I take it underwater, I'll never lose it. There's a little buoy. right here. Wow. What a kit. Oh my gosh. There's so much. Where do I even start, you know? Wow. And it fits right in the backpack. That's amazing. And then the one for the car too. Thank you so much. Would like to remain anonymous, and I appreciate your generosity. And let me save this. What a kit. Wow. Well, there we go. It looks... If I can try and learn how to use it, I was sent a video to try and learn how to use it. Look at that. That goes right in a backpack. Right in a backpack. And I can still have all my other gear in my backpack as well. Thank you so much. Wow, that's amazing. And if I can't learn it before my trip, I will definitely learn it before I visit Stephen Smith's location. So if anything, I will have it understood by Stephen Smith's location. Maybe not on the drive there. It might have to be the same setup, but definitely when I get to Stephen Smith's location, because I am going to be staying there overnight for a night. If that means that I go check in and I spend the daytime at the hangout lounge and we're kind of exploring different things together as I'm trying to learn it, hey, let's, and then I'll get some good rest, and then we'll explore the whole day. So that can be in the plans, and maybe I could wait, and we can always hang out and check it out together. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh, it's going to bring another level to the show, and I probably should use it for my camera for the studio too. Maybe I'll have it set up to where I have my forward camera be the GoPro while I'm at the studio, and then when I go on the road, we'll just have different attachments for different parts, but we'll always use that camera maybe. Thank you so much. It's going to be a great upgrade to the show, and I appreciate the support. Okay, now I'm going to watch this video. Man. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. We're going to watch this video about the Stephen Smith stuff. Speaking of, and like I said, I got this feeling something's going to be... It's just crazy. I go to PA, I have the availability to go to Delphi. I'm planning on going to Stephen Smith at this time. This stuff's crazy happening. I plan on being in Moscow between the mid to end of October, and all of a sudden the hearing date changed to the 26th. I don't know. Maybe this is what I'm here for, Maybe this is why all this kind of happening this way. I appreciate you guys' company along the ride, and I appreciate you guys' patience for it being organic, and how it's everything that's natural. And that's the beautiful part about the process, is everything is natural. It's organic. You get to experience it. You're there with me. It's not just something that I'm experiencing and doing on my own. We're doing it all together. and you all are a part of that. And so I just appreciate you guys so much. I say it so much, but I mean it so much. I really do. Thank you.
How is everyone? I hope you're all well. This is video 2, by the way. 2 of 2. Oh my word. Did you check out my video earlier on today? If you didn't, please do. Not now, after this one. And do you know why you will? Because you're amazing. You look amazing. You are amazing. And I must thank you for being part of this community. It truly is an amazing community here. And what can I say? What can I say? Thank you. Anyway, we've got meat and potatoes to start chewing on as we talk about something else. And that is that I don't know why I did it. It's probably because it come up in my feed, but it was like, watch this video, Snooze Nation. News Nation video. I know. But look, sometimes they have a video that comes out that it actually makes sense. So this video, there will be a link in the description, by the way, so you can go and check it out. But it's talking about Stephen Smith and this situation with Buster Murdoch. Because obviously we've got the Buster Murdoch that's back in court. They're talking about these financial crimes. And it was News Nation sort of interviewing the legal representation, the family member of Stephen Smith, and saying, look, they're hopeful that this will now move the Stephen Smith situation in the right direction. And when you think that there's so many people that are like, well, they've got nothing to do with it. The Murdoch family have got nothing to do with Stephen Smith. That's not proven. And when you've even tried to think that maybe Buster had anything to do with it, people lose their fucking shit, don't they? They lose their shit. Look, at the end of the day, however, this legal guy
that's true,
who is representing the Stephen Smith family, he has turned around and said, well, he made 2 statements that one will blow your mind, that I'll get to in a second. But he's turned around and said, look, there is no credible piece of information that they have been given that would prove that Buster Murdoch was involved. That's what they've said. So at this stage, there is nothing that would corroborate any story that's been given that Buster Murdoch was involved. Okay. But then on the flip side of that coin, what he turns around and says is, look, this area, someone knows what happened to Stephen Smith. How small and tight-knit this community is, there is no way that this could have happened without the information surrounding it getting out to someone, and then that spreading. And they believe that there has been a situation where people have been scared to come forward and have a conversation about what happened. And he goes on to say, but now the reason for people being scared, and that situation that has quite rightfully made them scared to come forward and speak out, has now been eliminated. I don't mean killed, I mean that removed, so the people are not now having to be scared to speak. So you can read that as you want, but the way I read into that is that leaves, and I'm only saying it because I'm paraphrasing, okay, really. Right. And look, nobody has done it.
Sorry, it looks like StreamYard's bugging. You know, usually when I do these long shows, it likes to bug out for a minute. Give me a... We'll start this one over. Give me a second. I'm going to refresh StreamYard. Just hold on real tight. Okay. Hopefully it's fixed. All right. As we take a break here, I'm going to tell you guys what the schedule is coming up. If StreamYard's going to work right here. All right, so this is the schedule that's going to be coming up for this weekend, okay? Tonight we're going to have Late Night and True Crime, where we're hanging back, chilling back, talking about whatever from the day, these different cases. Tomorrow, early in the day, I'm going to try and have I'm thinking of one or the other here. I'm definitely having a sports show this weekend. It's been too damn long since I had a sports show. I'm doing a sports show this weekend. I'm thinking Sunday. But I also kind of thought about Saturday too. So I don't know. I need to do a sports show this weekend. That'll be over at the lounge. I'll be doing the sports show over there. And I'm gonna try and schedule the show with Frank and Frost with the Delphi stuff, hopefully Sunday. I think Sunday is gonna be hey, what's up, Grizz? Hey dude, if you got time to do that map stuff, let me know and I can finish up this episode with that if you got time, if you want. Otherwise I'll be doing a Late Night and True Crime tonight, Grizz. So if tonight works out, it's up to you. Just hit me up, man. I definitely wanna feature you with that map stuff when it comes to all this other stuff we've been talking about. But I'm gonna be doing a sports show. Speaking of, Grizz, can you do me a favor? Can you send me that thing that you sent me a long time ago for the sports? And I want to do some collab with you. Now that I have more time, I want to be able to get together with you. And I want to be able to do some things where we can feature you more over at the lounge too. Because you made a badass, always have made a badass intro for the show. I know we were talking a long time ago when I was discussing wanting a sports show. I just didn't have the fucking time. And now I do. And it's something I want to do one day a week where it's sports talk. And so I got the time to get with you, buddy, to make some shit right. And definitely have some other ideas too that I'd like to work together with you coming up here. But yeah, let me know. Oh, okay, shit. Hold on. Let's get to it. I'm going to go ahead and play this video real quick from Harsh, and then we'll get into some of this map stuff, and then we'll end the show. We'll be back tonight for Late Night and True Crime, and then we'll have that stuff coming up this weekend. Saturday night, I'm going to be doing a Stephen Smith episode, just to kind of do a recap before I go out on the road.
Hope you're all well. This is video 2.
Saturday night, not going to make it members only. Stevens, just do a recap. I'm going over there.
By the way, 2 of 2. Oh my word. Did you check out my video earlier on today? If you didn't, please do. Not now, after this one. And do you know why you will? Because you're amazing. You look amazing. You are amazing. And I must thank you for being part of this community. It truly is an amazing community here. And what can I say? What can I say? Thank you. Anyway, we've got meat and potatoes to start chewing on as we talk about something else. And that is that I don't know why I did it. It's probably because it come up in my feed, but it was like, watch this video, Snooze Nation. News Nation video. I know. But look, sometimes they have a video that comes out that it actually makes sense. So this video, there will be a link in the description, by the way, so you can go and check it out. But it's talking about Stephen Smith and this situation with Buster Murdoch? Because obviously we've got the Buster Murdoch that's back in court. They're talking about these financial crimes, and it was News Nation sort of interviewing the legal representation, a family member of Stephen Smith, and saying, look, they're hopeful that this will now move the Stephen Smith situation in the right direction. And when you think that there's so many people that are like, well, they've got nothing to do with it. The Murdoch family have got nothing to do with Stephen Smith. That's not proven. And when you've even tried to think that maybe Buster had anything to do with it, people lose their fucking shit, don't they? They lose their shit. Look, at the end of the day, however, this legal guy who is representing the Stephen Smith family, he has turned around and said, well, he made two statements that one will blow your mind, that I'll get to in a second. But he's turned around and said, look, there is no credible piece of information that they have been given that would prove that Buster Murdoch was involved. That's what they've said. So at this stage, there is nothing that would corroborate any story that's been given that Buster Murdoch was involved. Okay. But then on the flip side of that coin, what he turns around and says is, look, this area, someone knows what happened to Stephen Smith. How small and tight-knit this community is, there is no way that this could have happened without the information surrounding it getting out to someone, and then that spreading. And they believe that there has been a situation where people have been scared to come forward and have a conversation about what happened. And he goes on to say, but now the reason for people being scared and that situation that has quite rightfully made them scared to come forward and speak out has now been eliminated. I don't mean killed, I mean that removed, so the people are not now having to be scared to speak. So you can read into that as you want, but the way I read into that is that legal representative of the Stephen Smith family has basically said, and I'm going to put this in very layman's terms, and I'm only saying it because I'm paraphrasing, really. And look, nobody has done anything until proven otherwise in a court of law. I must say that for legal reasons. But basically, this guy has turned around and said, look, Stephen Smith was killed. People in the area know who did it. They didn't want to come forward and say who did it because they were scared of the Murdoch family, specifically Mr. Murdoch himself, the big boss daddy man.
Yeah, that's why after he was convicted, then all of a sudden they announced that they reopened the investigation. And why they reopened the investigation? Damn straight, they were scared.
But now
everybody
he's locked
down
up
there was
and likely never ever going to get out. So now they can speak, and that's it. I don't need to elaborate on that any further. I don't need to embellish it. It is what it is. Go and check out the video yourself. Like I say, it's in the description, or just head over to News Nation and have a look at it, find it. But I'm done. That's Friday. That's me done. I'm having an early day. You know, like a dinner time finish, 12 o'clock finish. I'm out of here. I will still be in comments, and emails. I'm still trying to catch up on emails, but that's me done. Enjoy the rest of your day, you beautiful, beautiful people, and I will catch you hopefully over.
Yeah, so we'll see. Stephen Smith playlist. You definitely. Let me show you guys real quick. It's quite a lengthy one, but I'm telling you, I went into a lot, and I took a lot of time going through this. Freaking StreamYard. All of these. Wow, this is episode 100 and something. We're on 330 something. See, this is how long ago I covered this case. Episode 100 and something. Look at all those episodes. I covered it. I'm telling you, that was the first one right there. That was the first episode. I was like, After I watched that court TV, I was like, no, we got to talk about this one. All of those episodes. You check out the deep dives, though. Theories and Thoughts with Open Panel. That's a good one. If you want to see the whole read through of the report, it's 2.5 hour full read through of the report. The evidence. I mean, all sorts. All sorts. What's up, buddy?
What's up with you, man?
Nothing. So let me share this. How's your day been?
Yeah, just sitting back.
Sitting
Back, chilling.
Nice. How'd you do at poker, man? You can't talk about it.
Yeah. When your pocket aces get beat by deuce 3, that sucks. I mean, especially when it takes you out of the tournament. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
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 I was so hot. I was so hot.
How do I change this? Shoot. I'm trying to show. Let me see. Maybe this one. Maybe that one will be better. All right. That one's better. So here's the location that we were at. And Delphi, that was where the cemetery that we went to, where you could see it, the drop-off location right there. There's the bridge. Okay. So this is where I parked. It won't zoom in too much more, but this is where I parked right here and crossed the interstate. And then this is where they had the train statue was right there. And then we went inside there. The old this was creepy, Grizz. When we were driving in, right? And we were driving by, I was like, holy shit, these buildings look so familiar right here. Very creepy as we got to this point. And then I kind of realized where I was at. Now that I'm looking at this map, It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now because I remember the map from before. Then when I was there, it was kind of like surreal because I'm like, hold on a minute. I know that it's hard to go from bird's eye down to ground level. And when I got to the ground level, it was just like, whoa. But yeah, you get there, you walk across, and then the trail's right there. So with this map, do you have anything you want to send me that I can screen share, or do you have the availability to screen share from here? I can share the screen on your side if you wanted to screen share while you're talking about the stuff.
I'm actually on my phone. I'm on my phone right now. So I will have to send it to you.
Okay.
I will have to send you the stuff.
Because I know a lot of the.
Did you walk the trail? You walked the trail yesterday.
We walked
right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know.
I walked
with Randy. Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. We started from, where we parked at the bridge, but I'm going to be making a highlight when the show's over of like walking from where the girls started going in, and then you sit down on the bench. It was so creepy, man, when I sat down on that bench. And I turned around and I could see the view from where they came in, and I could see the view going down, down the path even more. And it was like, dang, like it's like the short amount of distance when you're there is so alarming because it looks like it's so much spread out. The distances look longer, by like even looking at this. The distances look longer, but then it's like it's not really that long. It's really creepy. Literally, this just happened like this. It had to be a setup. It had to.
Right.
Had to.
it definitely seemed planned the way this thing went out. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, definitely more than one person for sure. If that's how it was planned, the way that it went down. What do you think
now,
about the
did you see the trail split? Now, did you see what the trail split? Was you able to see, like,
trail
when you
split?
was on the bench? Did you see the what trail was you on, a 501 or something like that, or the
Yeah.
505?
The 501 footsteps?
Right.
Yeah, the 501. Right. So where they were dropped off. So we went down this way. So we went here, and across the bridge, and then we went down the trail. And this is the trail that we went on. So we went down from the bridge trail, came down the trail. We looked off to the left, and that's where we saw the reported location. And that's when I walked down, went to the reported drop-off location, and then turned around and walked down. And then as you walk down from the location to where you get to the T section, as if you're coming from the drop-off location, that's the bench that I guess they supposedly think that somebody was sitting at that bench watching the drop-off, and then also watching the trail that then heads to the bridge. And then I didn't go any further. They had only done renovations, probably 2/3 down the bridge so far. So I'm not sure exactly if that is the path. I know the sign said 501 steps is what it said on it.
Yeah, it ends at the bridge.
Yeah. So we basically walked from where we parked on that hill. You go up that hill, and then you park, and then you got the sign, the Delphi sign with the buffalo, and then we crossed. So that'd be right here. We came up this little path here, parked right up here on top, and then walked across the bridge, going this direction. And then the cemetery, that's the cemetery that we were at that you could see a car could have easily parked. I should take you guys there from that episode. You can see where a car like easily would have been able to park. Let me show you guys it real, because I've mentioned it a lot, and I don't remember if anybody remembers that part. It was pretty crazy how totally could have been hidden, tucked back in. Let's see. Just gotta find it real quick. Oh, this is the CVS. This was crazy too, going to the counter and stuff. It must have cut out. Yeah, there's the pharmacy. All right, where's the cemetery? Really cool store there. All right, cemetery's right here. Okay, so this is a cemetery. And so back off to the right there is where we'll end up walking over. And you can see, as we're walking back from up there, you can see how easy you could have hidden a car. Now, you got to keep in mind that there wasn't a lot of leaves on the ground because it was February. But when you look at the slope and how literally you would have to have like a higher vehicle driving by and like even be looking over to pretty much notice a vehicle. It's parked right. It'd be parked right back in the back right corner.
Uh-huh.
And then here's a gate right here, off to the left.
Are there any cameras over that way?
I didn't see anything, but it's hard to notice trail cameras sometimes too, unless you really focus and I didn't see anything there, but not to say that there isn't. I'm sure there is. There would at least a trail camera, I would imagine. See how the audio is. I promise I'll be getting better audio here in the future. This way? Or let me know if you guys can hear me okay this way. I don't know if it... Okay. So you can see that, like, there's no place to pull over, right? So if they're going to park, there's a spot way up there in the middle that you can pull to kind of, like, stop, and that's probably the only parking spot at this cemetery here. There's no way. So they would literally have to pull over, park in the middle spot, in the middle of the cemetery, park there, and then head to that fence. Now, you said this is Ron Logan's property right on the other side of this fence, right?
Okay.
And there's probably a camera over here, I'd imagine, huh?
You know, I figured there'd be a trail cam, but I haven't really seen one.
Okay.
But see how they put crosses and stuff? Like, that's what...
Oh, look at that right there, guys. Oh, yeah, the rosary. Uh-huh.
A lot of places people leave stuff in the
You know what? Yeah. But there you go, right on the other side of that fence is
And
that's
who
where you
says there
get
is
to
a
the
trail cam up on one of them trees or something going this way or something? Who knows? They're meant
All through
they're meant
them.
to be hidden, you know. But you could still, you know, you could
Somebody
still
left a
see 'em
rosary
if you're
there.
really looking, but
I mean,
I was
especially
trying
after
to,
this happened, I would think
yeah.
people would
Prairie.
have cleaned stuff
Oh, for
all
sure.
over the place.
And I ain't trying to hop nobody's fence. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to get a buckshot
Yeah,
in my back. Fuck that, dude.
hell no.
You know, shit.
Hell no.
Should have brought my handheld
Even if I got mine
tripod.
on me, you know?
I didn't even think about it.
Like, I'm not trying to get a buckshot in the back. Fuck that.
And then right. Yeah, that barbed wire isn't, you know, literally,
And you'll notice, like, if you're ever there in person, a lot of these fences that are for these property lines along this trail and the properties along the trail, these fences are not kept up. Seriously, if they're meant to keep people out, they're definitely not going to keep anybody out. The fences are just not maintained at all anywhere around that.
Stop right on my hand. You can actually get around there.
oh, really?
I mean,
So
the barbed wire was
this
so
all
flimsy, you
his
could literally
property over
hold it
here
down.
too
It's
that
the
we're looking?
Property, I
No,
think that's part of the
the park. So probably where the fence ends then is where the park's property line picks up.
Yeah.
And I got boots on, so I'm just gonna walk here a little extra.
Yeah, I wasn't making that same mistake twice. Going there in my Nikes, man. I tore my Nikes up in that brush.
What is this?
When I was in Brandywine Creek for that manhunt, my my Nikes got tore up, man. I was like, shit. I guess they're road shoes now. I guess they're road shoes now. But no, I'm wearing boots.
Like a
You was
burn
out
pit?
there trying to catch a fugitive,
Hey,
man.
yeah, in my Nikes. I can run. I can run a lot faster in Nikes than I can boots. Shit. Yeah. Quickness, man.
but no, they're road Nikes now.
Yeah. Oh wow, people just toss trash down
That
here.
shit is steep.
So that's the end of the fence line right there. Basically, where you see the gray plastic shit
What's up, Silky?
is
This
where
is
the
Grizz.
fence stops.
Silky, if you're not busy tomorrow night, I'm going to be doing a Stephen Smith episode. If you're able to hop in, let me know. So watch. This is the part where I'm going to show you guys, like,
It's at an angle, but you can get up that.
thanks to Jinx again, the path that they could have walked, where they could have parked,
Yeah.
and then how you could have been hidden.
Straight right up there. Yeah, so you could just walk right down there and just end up that way too. You don't even.
Exactly.
So even though it's steep right here, there's a
going straight
walkway
back from where I'm looking.
going
Is that
down.
where you would get to the
Down to
trail
the-
from here?
You can get down to the. You could get down to the creek from here, yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they parked right here where this
Yeah.
Yeah, so right here in this grass,
grassy spot is.
Yeah,
just
this is
just
what I would
watch.
think they would.
They would just park right here in this grassy spot and literally just walk.
Yeah.
Probably park here. Literally walk.
It's like an indentation from the path
Walk.
of the
Probably
cemetery.
just right down here.
Yeah,
Like,
basically park here.
Basically, it's an indentation part. It's indented into the frickin' trees. It's like a part that comes off of the path from the cemetery that you drive around.
Walk here.
And look, instant tree.
Walk and then go down and then land.
And that's not, you're talking maybe a foot to 2 feet of difference. Very small slope. You can easily, literally walk down
And
that
then
part
just
right there
go down
and just keep going down.
and basically
Right there. I mean, you're right out.
Around.
It's nothing. Nothing. All from right in that indented part. There's a perfect picture right there. The indented part off of the cemetery path where you drive. Parked car right there.
wow.
You don't even have to go on the trail, no. Because I'll show you the other picture to show you how close this
Yeah,
is.
this. I mean, how? And you're hidden from the freaking. You park right here. You're hidden. You're hidden. You're hidden. Nobody's gonna notice you're even here, literally, until
this.
somebody drives right here, and then they would see your car. Wow.
It's like a perfect indentation. And then the slope,
So it's
literally,
really didn't
the
have
passenger, literally, the car can pull up, park, and the passenger can literally go right outside their door and fucking be right at the path that will slope down into. And I'm going to show you guys the picture here. Just to give you another reference. Right here. We were parked, or we were standing right here at this bottom left corner where it says Delphi Cemetery. This bottom left corner is where we're at. Look at where they were found, everybody. It takes nothing. It takes nothing to come here to this cemetery, pull in this little section, walk down the little path that swoops all the way around, and it goes exactly from that bottom left corner that you're seeing right here, right to there. They had to have parked there. And that's probably how they got there in the first place, too.
Okay, so now my thing is Richard Allen's car, right?
Right.
So they say he's parked over by the CPS building.
Mm-hmm. Right there. That's a long walk, dude. But really, because it probably took us like a half hour. And we were walking kind of slow. So I'm sure it could be a little quicker. But that walk from the CPS building to the bridge trail, that's a decent walk. It's not as short as it looks on this map.
So about a half an hour. So for him to walk back to his car, cut through the cemetery, right? Take that little path right up there. But and then he wouldn't even have to go into the cemetery, right? He can still stay along that side, with a where you showed where the car could have been parked, right? He could have still kept going out there to the main road to 300. Now, did 300 look like it had traffic on it on that road? Was it just like a quiet road?
It was all pretty quiet to me. I'm not really used to driving through the small community stuff. So when Jinx even mentioned like the crazy traffic, I'm just like, there's like 3 cars. I don't know. You know what I mean? I was like, yeah, okay. I kind of laughed at it. 'Cause, but it seemed calm, man. It just seemed wide open. Now, it's kind of a different perspective because this is when crops are being harvested, everything's way up here. So, I'm definitely going to have to make a trip during the same time period.
Like February.
Yeah, and go up there and get the full perspective, get that view again without the foliage, the bridge, everything without the foliage, because I think it'll have a different perspective as well. I think I was the only, maybe 2 other cars, if that. I mean, I would have to rewatch the video for sure, but I honestly don't. That was one of those roads. We were getting past on like some of these other roads back here, but when it came to this road right here, I thought it was pretty quiet, honestly, and it almost seemed like we were the only car that was around when we went there. It was not much traffic, but I could be mistaken. But I'm not feeling like there was a lot of traffic. So and honestly, like with the cemetery, if you're coming either direction, you might glance over for a second. But if you live in that community, I don't know if you're really going to glance over it as much as I would not being from there, because you're going to be used to it being there, and you're not going to want something to jump out in front of you. So you probably looked at it a million times, and it's one of those things that you're more worried about an animal coming out in front of the vehicle or something. So you're just going to glance for a second. If something catches your eye, it'll catch your eye. But when with that little indentation there, and the difference between the elevation too, because there is a drop off as you go back to the back of the cemetery where that indentation is. There is a drop off where it slopes up. So really, you would almost have to have like a truck or something that is off the ground more than a regular sedan in order to even see over the elevation drop. So you have that, plus you have the indentation, and you mix those two together, and the small amount of traffic that I experienced during that time, it was a spot. I mean, I don't know. It's almost like maybe that spot was there for, I don't know. It's crazy with like how large that spot is for the indentation and how level it is compared to the rest of the terrain, where it just drops off right there, and how that path is like a very easy slope. It's almost like it was done on purpose, but who would have done it? Or maybe it's a spot that they store, maybe when somebody comes to maintain the property, it's a spot for them to go park a trailer or something so they can maintain lawn. I don't know. It definitely seems like it was put there on purpose or for a reason, because it's just too odd, and how big it is, indentation, the slope where it drops. It's like it's obviously some kind of filled in area. They filled it in somehow. Yeah, it's and it's so odd that you really it's not very far at all. Just like a 5-minute walk, I think, from there to where the bodies were.
So
just because of the terrain.
Would you? I have to get out there, man. If you go in February, I'm gonna have to. I have to try to get out there with you.
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna
need to
try and
see.
walk at the same time that they walked it on the same day. Yeah, so I can get another way to pay my respects. Be there at the same time on the same day.
Right.
And if that's with a group of people that are walking or whatever, whatever. But I think it'll kind of, put it in perspective a little bit better and help people understand. Maybe somebody's done it already. I could always play their video too, but I definitely want to go up there in February and get the same kind of. But man, February up there, man, you're rolling dice. You never know when it comes to the winter storms and stuff up there.
Right.
You could plan on something and all of a sudden a blizzard pops out 3 days before or something.
Man, I'll definitely love to link up and go there. I would love to go there to check out that scene.
Yeah, it's one thing. It's another level, man. Like walking that trail and just sitting on that bench, man. It was so creepy. Sitting on that bench where you could turn around and you could literally see the entrance where the girls came, and you could turn the other way, and basically you got your head like this, and then you can turn your head like that, and you can see it all. It was definitely an operation, man. And it was definitely more than one, because there had to be some kind of communication, something. Like they were lured there, and there was multiple people that were basically creating a mousetrap.
Yeah, because it's really like, once you get them, once you see that they're on the bridge, where they was at, it ain't really know where they can go. If somebody was on the other side, they trap right there. Have
Especially
him walk them
if
down.
somebody's holding a gun,
Yeah.
Can't imagine being a little kid in that situation, trying to, especially on that bridge. On that bridge, being a kid trying to, having the pressure of somebody trying to, somebody's trying to harm you and you're trying to get away, and man, it's one thing when you're on that platform, but when you're looking over and you see what it looks like between those railroad tracks, man, that's something else. That's something else.
Now imagine just being on it the first time and encountering this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Just being on the bridge. Now it was one of the girls' first time on that bridge.
And yeah, dude.
I mean, like, and somebody run up on you like that, is like you're stuck.
Yeah.
That's just. And this case, man, I really like. My girl's more of a true crimer than I ever was. But when I seen this case, like the thing that I thought, I was like, man, we can see his face. We gonna find out who this guy is. I looked at that video a million times, trying to find something, like everybody else, and that's what caught me to this thing. Like, man, they got a picture of this guy. We can find this guy. Let's see what we can see on. And this is so tough to see anything in that video.
And it's a voice, tough. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think these papers coming out though, even though some of it, I don't know. The more that I look at it, the more some of it does seem a little outlandish, embellish, whatever. But man, hopefully, whatever it is, hopefully these papers kickstart this justice, man, because this
Right.
shit's not right, dude. When I'm at a grave paying respects and they don't even have the person convicted of the crime, that's a different kind of respect that you're paying, you know? And it just, and then for it to be children too, it's like, it's a,
Yeah,
it's a,
that's
it's a
the
big,
tough part.
it's a big fucked up, and I'm definitely gonna be covered with some more. So, yeah, man. Yeah. So I'm gonna be here for sure through the weekend. So if you want to schedule a time where you can kind of send me some stuff, we can spend an hour or two kind of going over it or whatever. Even if it's just an episode where we talk about the maps and stuff, and I hop on for an hour or two and we just do that, that'd be totally fine too.
Yeah, I'm down because I
but
have
I'd
plenty
love
of
to,
stuff for that
yeah,
stuff for that map, man.
yeah. Just do me a favor, email me everything that you'd want me to use, and then I'll be here in the studio for sure through the weekend. I know I'm supposed to be getting together with Frank and Frost probably Sunday sometime, and then I should be here Monday, but I'm not sure after that. I'm going to be heading to Charleston for that Stephen Smith stuff. So yeah, Charleston, South
So, are you
Carolina.
driving? Are you driving?
Yeah, I'll be driving. Yeah.
You're not playing, bro. You on the road for real.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, we're
Hey, man. Hey, man, you doing your thing, man. We all appreciate you out there on the road, getting it in, you know, giving
hey,
us
I
the
appreciate
information.
you. It's thanks to all you guys, you know. Even from when I started my show and you guys were just a few people hanging out watching the show, it's all been because of everybody from the first show where I'm at today. So it's a thank you to you too, man. I appreciate you. I mean, come on, you're the one that made the Evil CJ show intro back in the day, man. Everybody loves that shit when they hear the
I made
drums.
it for a reason, man. I seen this. You see what I'm saying? I seen you doing stuff like this. I said, you know what, man, come on, this guy needs something. You know?
Yeah. Everybody when
Yeah,
they hear them drums, they're like,
yeah,
oh,
we gonna work
shit.
on another one too, man. We gonna have to get another one together, man.
What, a 2.0 true crime one or something, or what?
2.0 true crime one, yeah,
Oh
for sure.
shit! Oh shit!
For
Ooh, I'm
sure.
excited now. I'm
You
excited
got to
now.
get your hands dirty in this one, though. You got to get your hands dirty. Give me some stuff you want to put in there, man.
Well, with this GoPro now and using the phone, I think I'm going to be able to not only get the footage for you, like the first person view, but I'll get the footage where I'm actually in the camera too, so I can also get in the camera with some of that camera action too. It's just with StreamYard, it's so hard to, like, you literally have to go through like 4 different steps of a setting just to flip the camera to then go back and then go back into. It's not user friendly. So with that GoPro, I should be able to get like dual camera stuff for you guys. So yeah, I'll get some. Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, come up with some great videos, man. You know.
Yeah, you got to have them drums again though. It's got to be the same theme song, okay? They got to hear that music, but because they love it, man. They hear them drums, they're like, here we go. Yeah, man. Yeah, let me know. We'll get together sometime, and if not, the next couple days, or if you'd like to join the show Sunday when I get that scheduled together, let me know. And for sports too, I'm going to be doing a sports show sometime this weekend, so if you want to hang out for that too, I'm ready to talk.
Yeah,
I
still have that. I don't have the template for that video, but I have the video.
Okay.
Yeah,
hey, man. Just something to highlight it. It'll be fun. So yeah, man. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man.
I was gonna say I could always, mask some of that stuff.
Yeah, you're badass at it, dude. Plus, I wanna sit down and talk to you off show sometime about some other stuff. I'd like to collab with you to feature your skills some more too, man, as a content creator.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Sounds
yeah.
good.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and end the show, everybody. It's been a great episode. A lot of stuff we went through. I'll be busy after this is over. I got a bunch of highlights to make, probably 4, and then I got to get ready for tonight's show. If you're not busy tonight, man, we can even cover it tonight if you're not busy. The late night
Hey, we'll
true
jump
crime.
on. I don't have anything I'm doing tonight. I don't think.
Yeah.
Unless one of my buddies be like, "Let's go play pool," and so, I don't know. It just depends on the mood. You know what I mean?
Hey, if you're available, man, it's open, man. Just hit me up and just send me whatever you need. If you want to talk about it and you're available to hop on, we'll be
Oh
doing
yeah, for
late
sure.
late night and true crime. So I'll be still talking true crime tonight. So yeah, let us
Yeah,
know,
it's
man.
probably good. Yeah. You know what? Matter of fact, let's do that, man. Let's do it. I'll come on late night. I won't do anything tonight, man. I
Yeah.
won't do anything tonight. I'll jump on my way
Anytime after 8 o'clock Eastern is when I'll be good. I'll just get through my hellos, and then we'll be good to go. Anytime after that. So whenever you're good, just hit me up, and I'll drop you a link, and we can get into it, man. Because I want to hear about it. I know they want to hear about it. Some of the people haven't even seen the other episode that you did some of it on. Very interesting, everybody. So I think it'd be cool to kind of feature some of the true crime shit you got brewing up in that brain, as well as the extra cool ass content that you make, man. So it'd be cool.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah. So we'll be back 7:30 Eastern tonight. Late night and true crime. We'll be hanging out, and in the meantime, I'm just going to be working on the show until the next live. So thank you, Grizz, for all your help, even from back in the day,
sir.
man. I appreciate you. Thank you to the community. It's because of you I'm able to go on these trips and do these things. And even thank you to the person for the GoPro and the kit. It's just going to continue to get better and better and better. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you. And we're doing this, baby. We're doing it.
Peace.
Yeah.